Volume 4 Chapter 3 You are listening at Novel Full. Audio. Meeting Sid again. Jiren's main street was as noisy as ever. Even at dawn, the trade district in particular was so crowded that there was no space to walk due to the players selling and buying goods. With the exception of a space where 3 or 4 people could barely slip out, the street was covered with stalls. It looked exactly like a European flea market that you could see on TV. There were all kinds of items, from material items worth several coppers to rare items. There was nothing they didn't have. If you used the auction house, you had to pay a fee of 5%. As the price of the item grew higher, the fee became very burdensome. From the buyer's perspective as well, there were a lot of players who preferred direct dealing since they could get the item they needed right away. However, there was the risk of getting scammed in a direct deal if you didn't know the market price, so you had to be careful. Well, though that doesn't matter to me. Ark hadn't been interested in business like that from the very beginning. He could get the items he needed on his own, and it was Ark's opinion that it was more profitable to just use the time to hunt rather than do business to save on the fee. Ark went through the flea market without much thought. He intended to quickly sell off the Japtum he had gathered from the thief gangs in the store and go bounty hunt. But at the end of the flea market, he suddenly stopped. In Ark's gaze, shoddy clothes were piled up in a secluded corner. "We are having a clothing sale for all items. Flat price of 50 coppers. In New World, casual clothes existed in addition to armor. They didn't have any defense, but they were worn in villages or cities to look cool. Also, there were cases where expensive clothes had an option called charm. Charm was a stat that influenced intimacy when talking to an NPC. That's why merchants went around with several articles of such high-class clothes. Naturally, fancy clothes like that were as expensive as armor. The clothes piled up on the stall right now were just casual clothes. They could only be used for something like trying them on once for a change of mood. Of course, since Ark had no interest in clothes in reality either, there was no reason for him to be interested in game clothes. What interested Ark wasn't the clothes, but the hobbit merchant squatting behind them. The player who was so absorbed in needlework that it was as if he couldn't feel Ark's gaze on him was Sid. "Why is Sid selling clothes here?" Ark tilted his head. Sid had changed his profession to trader. It was a profession where one would buy and sell trade goods from distant villages or cities. But he was making and selling clothes worth just 50 coppers. Moreover, the feeling that emanated from Sid wasn't bright and cheerful, like before. As if the backdrop around him had changed to grayscale, he gave off a heavy feeling of gloominess. "Hey!" As if afraid of Ark's shadow, Sid flinched as he quickly bowed his head. "Ah! Welcome, I am selling all kinds of apparel at a special discounted price. Use high-quality goods to get off on the right start every day. We even have the feathered hat and small fashion items that are popular these days. Please buy one. It's only 50 coppers. If you buy 2, I'll cut 10 coppers for you." "Sid, why are you doing business in a place like this?" Spreading out his goods one by one, Sid's hands abruptly stopped. Then he slowly raised his head and stared at Ark for a moment with a dumb expression. Ark. Tears suddenly dripped from Sid's acorn-shaped eyes. Not knowing the reason for this outburst, Ark asked with a shocked voice, "What's the matter?" "Wah, Arkansas. I wanted to see you. Why in the world are you crying? What happened?" The truth is, I was ruined." Ruined. "I mean, I even got a loan from the merchant guild and bought goods, but..." Sniffle, "I struggled to death and returned, but the market price had dropped all the way to the bottom, and..." Sob, "I was put into debt by that. It's hard to even repay my interest, so..." "Wah, I started to do business to make a living somehow, but my items don't even sell 'cause my tailoring skill is low, and I can't even pay my interest so my debt is just growing, and..." "Wah, I'm tired of making items that don't even sell now. It seemed quite a lot had happened. After explaining with snot and tears dripping, Sid ended up weeping with abandon. He cried so noisily that his wails rang throughout the flea market, making players glance over. Getting glared at unnecessarily as a result, Ark consoled Sid for now. After barely managing to cease his cries like that, Sid rubbed his eyes as he explained with a much calmer voice. You know how I was trying to raise the prices of Jiren's silk shares, right? Yes, I heard. When I parted with you, I had quite a lot of capital. So I went trading with the thought of raising my shares a lot with that. And after reaching the south-eastern region, I found out through the merchant guild that Jiren's silk prices had been booming for a long time. I thought it was an opportunity. Sid clenched his tiny fist tightly, as if reviving his excitement at that time. No matter how irregular a trade goods market price was, something that had been booming almost never plummeted overnight. Since it had just started to rise, there was a high chance that he would definitely make a net profit despite the time it would take to return all the way to Jiren. Having judged it as such, Sid decided to try engaging in a contest with his fate as a merchant hanging on it. The top merchant guild Midas gives loans to merchants as well. So went to a nearby guild and received a loan of 300 gold, and wrote a contract that I would repay it after selling the silk in Jiren. Then I even hired an expensive mercenary NPC to hurry and return to Jiren, but the price of the silk fell. Yes. Sid's eyes welled up with tears again as he nodded. I was tricked. Tricked. There were actually a few merchants who competed with me for the silk shares. I found out later, but one of those merchants used his guild's funds to control the price. Control the price. How? He offered a price higher than the trading post to the merchants who came with silk from the southeastern region and bought it all. Since silk wasn't coming into the trading post, of course the price could only skyrocket. Then, when I arrived with the silk, he sold off all the silk he'd gathered at the trading post. The silk scraped up from players had been sold in an instant. The result was obvious, the dramatic price drop of the suddenly abundant silk. When Sid arrived at Jiren, the price wasn't even 50% of his purchase price. In a case like this, the merchant could only sell his goods to another region. But Sid had written a contract upon borrowing the money to sell in Jiren. While he was unable to do anything, the contract time ended, all his silk was seized by the merchant guild, and he even racked up a debt of 200 gold. Simply put, he had become bankrupt. As a result, Sid's reliability stat and fame dropped to the bottom for violating the contract. In addition, his level and the proficiency of all his skills decreased for making a negative trade. Since he had a debt on top of that, he had no money to buy goods and had completely become a beggar. Kakik, I knew that would happen. For a merchant, he looked stupid. Diedrich grinned as he rubbed salt in the wound. But seemingly lacking the energy to even reply, Sid just sighed as he pointed to the clothes. Now I'm just barely working on repaying my debt by selling clothes with the tailoring skill I learned before, but there was no knowing how many years it would take to repay 200 gold by selling clothes worth 50 coppers. In addition, his tailoring skill was low, so he could only make clothes without any options. There was no reason for them to even sell well. After explaining that much, Sid glanced at Arkansas Nim, by any chance? I don't have money. Ark quickly cut him off. There was actually quite a fortune in his bag. He had almost 700 gold when he left Jiren. He had made 100 gold from selling the Japtum he had gathered from the event quest and the bounty he'd gotten just now, so he had 800 gold in all. But who was Arkansas? Ark's bag was a gaping black hole. Money that had gone in once would never be thrown back out again. As if he had remembered Ark's intense personality, Sid's shoulders slumped. I see. Ha. I'm sorry. I had a lot of expenses here and there. No, it's fine. It was my mistake anyways. Ha ha ha, I can only work hard on my needlework and repay my debt. Well, ha ha ha. Pay no attention to me. The despairing Sid laughed bitterly to himself. Seeing Sid being broken like this made him feel very uncomfortable. Sid was one of the few people he had met in the game, a player he liked. Ark had earned quite a lot of useful information through Sid as well, and he had gotten lots of help from him in the blind auctions too. But to turn a blind eye on Sid as he requested help. I'm just like my relatives. After his father passed away and his mother was hospitalized, his relatives had changed face overnight. Ark had felt hatred towards them and had vowed to never live like them. Although this was, of course, a game, looking away from Sid, who he thought of as a friend, made him feel just like them. That bothered him more than anything. Still, I can't just lend him money when he's sitting atop a pile of debt. Isn't there a way I can help Sid without incurring a loss? Without costing money? After pacing around for a bit, Ark was soon able to find a way easily enough. Ark was a combat-style character, Sid was a merchant. Then wasn't the answer unexpectedly simple? Right, there was a method like that. Sid, would you like to hunt with me? Hunt. Yes, I'm of a mind to go around Jiren while focusing on bounty hunting for a while. But you know that I'm no help in hunting. You don't have to hunt. Ark grinned as he explained. Ark had to go around a large region in order to hunt the thief gangs. Naturally, he would end up hunting trivial monsters and not just the thief gangs. And he even had to collect ingredients, but he couldn't entrust items to Snake if he wanted to use the deadly poison skill. As a result, he was always short on bag space. If he had to return to Jiren every time his bag filled up, the time wasted wasn't insignificant. However, if Sid joined in, all the problems would be resolved in a single go. He had the 6 bags of merchants, so there wasn't a problem with storage, and if Sid returned to Jiren instead of Ark, he could even concentrate the movement time on hunting. So you're asking me to be your sales agent? Yes, you won't need to shuttle back very often because you have a lot of bag space. Also, when your bag fills up, it shouldn't be dangerous to get to Jiren if I escort you to a safe road. Then the distribution. I'm also tight on cash, so it's hard for me to give you a separate compensation. In exchange, you can have the profit that you make with your merchant skill outside of the original prices of the items. At the very least, it'll be better than selling clothes here. You'll also be able to raise your dropped reliability, EXP, and skill proficiency. To be honest, Ark hadn't been the one who had thought of this method. If you went up to Jiren's store, merchants who had failed in business like Sid were gathered. They were people who dreamt of comebacks as they sold Japtum gathered by players and prepared capital with the commissions. Of course Sid was aware of this too, but those people were mostly merchants who could net a profit of at least 20%. But having chosen trader, Sid could get a 10% profit by selling normal Japtum, so no players would leave their Japtum to him. I'll do it. No, please let me do it. Sid grabbed Ark's hands. He had already experienced how fiercely Ark scraped up Japtum before. If he could take a monopoly on those items, then even if he only netted a 10% additional profit when selling them off, it wouldn't be a small sum. If Ark was lucky enough and he occasionally picked up a few expensive items, Sid would be able to make that much more money. It was at least better than sitting here selling clothing for 50 coppers. This might be an unexpectedly good idea. Ark made a satisfied smile. If Sid joined in, he would get 6 bags for free. Moreover, since Sid would automatically return to the village and exchange the goods for money when the items accumulated, he was no different from a walking shop. Sid was just a bag to Ark after all. Alright. Then let's take care of the items I've got right now first and leave. Yes. Sid hurried to clean up his stand. Then, while Sid was heading to the store, Ark went back to the message board, tore off all the thief gang wanted posters, and registered them. Now that he had no reason to stop by again, he planned to live in the hunting ground altogether. I got 15 gold for it all, and a 2 gold profit. Having met Sid again in the square, the color had returned to his face. Nice. Then you can buy a contract with that money, right? Ha. You have to write up the merchant contract. Didn't you say that cost about 1 gold? Said Ark with a suave smile. In the end, Sid had to hold back his tears, spend 1 gold, and write up a sales agent contract. In any case, that's how Ark came to meet the credit delinquent hobbit merchant Sid again. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. In a dark cave that stirred with dismal energy, 2 men were walking along the cave. One was a handsome man with blonde hair wearing sparkling white armor. It was the highly renowned Holy Knight Alan. The man wearing normal plate armor and looking relatively more lacking was Andal. Andal looked all around as he asked, "I don't sense any presence at all. Is this really the secret hideout of the ones called the Dark Brother?" "Don't make me say it multiple times," replied Alan as he lit his way with a shining sword. In New World, there was still a lot of information that wasn't known to ordinary players yet. One of them was how to use a tavern. There was always a tavern in city-sized villages, and if you paid a certain amount of money to the tavern owner, he would tell you a rumor drifting around in New World. It might be a rumor about what kind of item was where, and there was also quest info. Of course, it was still a rumor, so there were cases where you could struggle to find it, but get nothing. But in New World, where the player had to find every clue on his own, even that had considerable merit. But there is a separate NPC who gives the really rare information. It's the tavern's minstrel. If you listen to a certain number of the minstrel's songs, he will even tell you rare information. Well, he only gives you real info if you pay at least 10 gold for listening to one song, but the minstrel's info is at least 80% reliable. We got the clue about the Labyrinth of Tarsha from a minstrel last time, too. That really meant the minstrel was an NPC you could only use by using money like water. Like that, Alan acquired high-quality information with a method Ark wouldn't have even dared to try. It took a whole 100 gold to get the info about the Dark Brother. This is definitely it. Then that's a relief, but... wait, there's something there. Just then, something got picked up by the life detection aura that Alan had cast. When he stopped walking and raised his shining sword, a red crest that looked like a blood red fingerprint appeared on the cave wall. One old man was standing in front of the crest like a stone statue, staring at the two. It was an elderly man who emitted a somehow strange feeling, but a faint smile spread on Alan's lips. "Seems like we found it properly." Alan approached by one step as he asked, "Is this the secret meeting place of the Dark Brother? From whom did you hear about this place?" "I heard it from the capital's minstrel. It appears that he has become lax in keeping secrets, for him to have slipped the info to those who do not even smell of blood." The smell of blood the NPC mentioned was referring to the chaotic alignment. The elder's eyes narrowed. "And for you to be Holy Knight Alan? You know of me. Hoo, just where do you think this is?" "I don't want to reveal my identity." "I suppose you would," the elder smiled faintly as he nodded, "since nothing good will come of a rumor that the highly reputed Holy Knight Sir Alan was getting involved with people like us. However, there's no need to worry. We ensure customer privacy, that's our iron-clad rule. In any case, seeing as you're talking like that, it seems you're not idiots who rushed over to subjugate us or something. Alright, shall we hear about your business now, Holy Knight Sir Alan? I heard that you handle all kinds of jobs here." "Of course. You could call illegal works in particular our specialty. There's someone, no, a foreigner, that I want dead. An assassination request. I thought you were someone with quite an overflowing sense of justice, how surprising. You're saying more than expected. Are you offended? Well, all right. The bottom line is that of course it's possible. But making contact with us shouldn't have been an easy decision for someone like you. For you to come all the way here and ask for an assassination. It seems you have a resentful relationship that you can't reveal. Do I have to say that much?" When Alan showed a nasty look, the elder laughed bleakly. No, there's no need. I get it, we always welcome requests. But of course you know that we aren't volunteer workers, yes. State your desired compensation. The price differs depending on the term of the request. You probably know since you're also a foreigner, but all foreigners have a mystical ability, so it's impossible even for us to murder them completely. It is, however, possible for us to deal as much damage as you desire. Naturally, how much damage we deal differs depending on the compensation. At the end of the elder's words, they heard the sound of bleak laughter as a message window popped up. You have succeeded in having a secret meeting with the secret assassin organization only heard of in rumors, the Dark Brother. The Dark Brother is an underground organization that keeps countless secrets. They have covertly taken part in the history of New World, and at times they are dangerous people who achieve their objective by any means necessary. However, there are only very few people who know of their identity. A player who succeeds in having a secret meeting with the Dark Brother can request a special job that cannot be resolved alone. However, bear in mind that dealing with these shady people can cause a fatal impact on your alignment and fame. In addition, if the truth of your dealings with them is found out, you could even become enemies of the church. For every request made to the Dark Brother, good alignment will drop by 50 and fame will decrease by 500. In the case of an alignment of 0, it will become 0.50 and you will become chaotic. Dark Brother Assassination Request Manual A. Rank Request. Murders the target at least 5 times. Takes at least 3 equipment items. 200 gold commission. B. Rank Request. Murders the target at least 3 times. Takes at least 2 equipment items. 150 gold commission. C. Rank Request. Murders the target at least 1 time. Takes at least 1 equipment item. 100 gold commission. I choose the A. Rank Request. After reading through the message, Alan replied without hesitation. At that, the elder's eyes gleamed faintly. Oh ho, there aren't that many people who request the A. Rank. Looks like you've built up quite a lot of feeling with the opponent. Alright, we accept. The person we have to get rid of is. Can I believe in your ability to kill? In response, the elder grinned as he flicked his finger. At the same time, torches lit up here and there in the cave. As they looked around, that was when Alan and Andel's faces stiffened. Before they knew it, 3 men wearing black masks were pointing swords at their backs. A. Alan. Andel murmured with a slightly scared expression. But Alan smiled faintly instead as he nodded. Good, you're worth trusting. Ever since he entered the cave, Alan had left his life detection aura turned on. But he hadn't sensed any signs of them, meaning that the level of their stealth was high enough to not be perceived by the aura. I'll ask again, the target is. Arkansas. At Alan's reply, the elder's eyes twitched slightly. Ark, you say? Jackson's hero. He's not an easy opponent indeed. You know him. This is the Dark Brother. Information of that level is basic. Good, you're becoming more trustworthy. Wait. Just then, Andel ground his teeth as he took a step forward. I want to accompany the kill team. I must see that bastard die with my own eyes. There's nothing bad for us if someone who knows the objective's face accompanies us. But it shouldn't be good if your relationship with us becomes known. That doesn't matter. All right. We are prepared to take in the customer's demands at all times. If you tell us where you're staying, we'll compose the kill team and send them to you tomorrow night. Are there any other matters? No. Alan paid the 200 gold and backed out of the cave. After walking for a while without talking, Alan asked as if in passing, will you be okay? If you're to follow the kill team around, you'll have to give up on leveling up for a while. Your stats dropped again from dying at Jackson. You haven't recovered them yet, right? Something like that doesn't matter anymore. Andel's eyes gleamed as he muttered. I only did the Global Exos entrance exam for fun anyways. I have no interest in it anymore. My only goal is Ark, that bastard. Lariat said that bastard was an applicant too, right? Che, a fucking beggar with his life hanging on entrance into Global Exos. But it was a mistake to mess with me. No matter what method I have to use, I'll make it so that he won't pass the entrance exam. No, I'll make it so he won't even be able to dare to play the game anymore. Alan nodded heavily. Andel was the eldest child of a considerably wealthy family. He was getting allowance from his parents and using that right now, but in time he'd be able to get at least one decent shopping mall. He was only taking the Global Exos exam because he was trying to pretend that he couldn't overcome his parents' pestering. He didn't have something like an earnest reason, like Ark did. Anyways, thanks, Alan. I didn't think you'd go this far for me. How bad must it be for you to ask even me? Your alignment and fame must have been cut down too. I won't forget this favor. Don't worry about it, Alan replied with mock graciousness. The NPCs Alan had sought out were the assassin organization, Dark Brother. When the person you had a grudge with wasn't chaotic, this was the only way to kill them without becoming chaotic yourself. But perhaps for the game balance, there were considerable limitations that came with using an assassin guild. First of all, it wasn't easy to meet the assassin guild in secret because it was an underground organization. Also, the minimum commission fee was 100 gold, a sum that reached $1,000 in cash. That wasn't all, if you made an assassination request, even your alignment and fame were cut. Alan had a different perspective from Andel, whose fame had already reached the bottom because he had a history of being chaotic. For a holy knight, to whom fame was as important as level, it was truly an extreme measure. Andel, I didn't do it for you. Alan lightly clenched his teeth. This was something that had happened a while ago. Occupying first place in contribution, Alan had proudly returned to the Warrior Guild. And there, he heard the name of Ark again. Have you heard of the name Ark before? Asked the Warrior Guild branch leader. I have. Actually, there's intel that you tied for first place with him. What? Are you serious? Moreover, he's neither a magician nor a merchant. If you know each other, could you contact him and ask him for the exact details? If you could have him join a subordinate guild of the Warrior Guild, even better. Alan's face contorted at the branch leader's words. That bastard damaged my pride. Until now, the existence called Ark had been no different from a fly to Alan. He was annoying, but he was someone Alan hadn't cared enough about to get up and catch. Alan was often called a modern noble, and he himself knew that very well. Whether it was sports or grades, he had always insisted on being the best. Everything he wanted came into his hands. That was the same in the game as well. Alan had to be the best in every field that he was interested in. But a meddler he hadn't even considered interfered. And around that time, Alan witnessed a video of Valderas and one player that had been uploaded on the internet. The player who was fighting Valderas was Arkansas. He's a hindrance. Displeasure creeped up in Alan's chest. It's a matter of fact that I'll pass the entrance exam. What's important isn't passing or failing. It's about whether I can be the top or not. The main character of the video hadn't been revealed on the internet yet, but Global Exos was probably already paying attention to Arkansas. They must have received his report, and if you really compared them, the impact Ark had made was far bigger than the one Alan had made. That meant that Alan was falling behind Ark in their assessment. That was something Alan couldn't tolerate. Alan is my other self. His defeat is my defeat. And he also didn't like how Lariat chattered about Ark whenever she had the opportunity. Alan pretended like he had met her by chance in the game, but Lariat was a girl that Alan had picked out since the day of the interview. That's why he used the game as a pretext to draw her in, and he was slowly winning her over. After all, there was no girl who wouldn't come his way if he put his mind to it. But he absolutely couldn't condone the fact that Lariette was showing interest in a man other than himself. That was what made Alan start to dislike Arkansas. It was absurd, but considering such an absurd thing so earnestly was the mentality of guys with lots of money. And now, Ark had touched his pride. It was just a game, but he couldn't fall behind anyone all the more because it was a game. He also had to top Global Exo's entrance exam, of course. He could never tolerate someone who got in his way. If there's someone blocking my way, I'll destroy him with all my power, no matter who he is. That was the way Alan had always lived, and how he would continue to live. Alan stopped walking and looked back at Andal. I also dislike the guy that you dislike. That's all. Alan, thanks. After we've smashed the bastard, I'll devote all my power to helping you, responded Andal with a deeply moved expression. But Alan's eyes were infinitely cold as he looked at Andal's face. The reason why I like you is because of that servility. Thus, the Anti-Ark Alliance was made. Volume 4 Chapter 4 You are listening at novelfull.audio. Meeting the girl, cheek, I'm angry. The brawny, muscular orc collapsed as it trembled. At the same time, the chain mail the orc had been wearing dropped. It was a pretty awesome looking armor, but it wasn't an item he could use, it was the proof that he got after defeating the orc thief gang. Phew, the thief gang this time took quite a lot of time. Ark opened his stats window as he collected the proof. Character name Ark Race Human Alignment Good plus 150 Fame 1335 Level Profession Dark Walker Title Cat Knight, Caretaker of All, Jackson's Hero Health 1695 Mana 1295, plus 100, Spiritual Power 100 Strength 212, plus 5, Agility 252, plus 17. Stamina 322 Wisdom Intelligence 250 Luck Flexibility Art of Communication Affection 40, plus 10, Special Stat Knowledge of Ancient Relics Equipment Effects Black Bear Mouse Leather Armor. Agility 2, Frost Resistance plus 20 Cat Paws. Attack Speed plus 10%, Agility plus 15, Critical Hit Rate plus 10% Crystal Golem's Head. Mana plus 100 NORAD Boots. Movement speed plus 10%, evasion plus 5% Adelaine's necklace. Defense plus 40, affection plus 10 resurrecting spirit. Strength plus 5, mana recovery plus 5% asterisk all abilities will increase by 30% in the dark. Asterisk you have the ability to hide in the darkness, 15 minutes duration. Cancelled when you get into combat. Asterisk resistance fear, darkness, blind, and seduction spells is increased by 50%. Asterisk you can bring out the true abilities from all types of tools. The level up speed is more or less okay. It had already been 2 weeks since he started bounty hunting. Since he spent 5 days training the familiars when he first started, he had only invested 9 days into hunting. He had level up from 78 to 85, a total of 7 levels. He had raised his level 10 times in just 3 days thanks to the event quest, but that was a special circumstance. It was impossible to level up even once a day with normal hunting, and for a level 80 character, it was hard to level up once in 2 days. It was because the monsters that showed up were much stronger, so it would take longer to fight and recover. One also had to return to the village after a certain amount of hunting. There was equipment repair, food procurement, and clearing the bag filled with Japdom to take care of. And depending on one's profession, an archer needed to restock their arrows, and a magician had to get the reagents used in magic. Town. Hunting ground. Town. Hunting ground. This was the basic formula in all games. As a result, the time lost moving and reorganizing in the village was considerable. The higher the level you were and the hunting ground was from town, the more of an obstacle it became to leveling up. However, this formula didn't apply to Arkansas. That was because after becoming a scrub, Sid was dragged in as his exclusive merchant. Sid acted faithfully, as per the contract. He kept all the items Ark had scraped up, like a warehouse, then he took them to Jiren when his bags were completely full to exchange them for items necessary for hunting or gold. In exchange, Sid got 10% of the sale sum, but since it wasn't money that came out of Ark's pocket, it wasn't a loss for him. The terms were close to slavery, but Sid had no choice. Anyway, thanks to that, Ark was able to hunt for 9 days, and during that time he fought an average of 2 bandit groups a day. In 9 days he wiped out 18 bandit groups. Then, it got to the point where word about Ark spread around the bandits, and they avoided him. TSK, if the orc bandits didn't run away, too, it would have been done an hour ago. Once the bandits run, it gets really hard to find them again. But in its own way there were benefits. The bandits would run away and then lay an ambush for Ark, who had to fight them back using all of his skills. Due to this, many of his skills rose very quickly in proficiency. Passive skill: Sword, Hand Combat, Intermediate. 252/300, Sword Mastery and Hand-to-Hand Combat have been refined to increase overall attack power. Survival Cooking, Advanced. 332/500, Unknown dishes can be created from ingredients obtained in nature. Indomitable Will, Intermediate. 134/300, Attack Power, Recovery Capabilities and Critical Rate Increase Near Death. Indomitable Body, Intermediate. 127/300, Defense, Critical Evasion, and Recovery Capability Increase Near Death. Foraging, Intermediate. 255/300, Ingredients can be gathered from nature. Ingredient Identification, Intermediate. 264/300, Ingredient Effects can be identified. Horse Riding, Beginner. 3 out of 100, the higher the level, the more skillfully horses can be handled. Adrenaline, Beginner. 27 out of 100, reaction rate increases and fear state is released near death. Counter-Attack, Beginner. 88 out of 100, counterattack enemy attack with a critical strike. Parry, Beginner. 58 out of 100, block half of the weapon damage from enemy attack. Active Skills: Nursing, Intermediate. 234 of 300 gives patients hope, energy and courage. Mana Cost. 10 Spirit of the Cat, Advanced. 374 out of 500, mice and small monsters tremble in fear and receive a decrease in their attack, movement speed, and defense. Mana Cost. 120 Eyes of the Cat, Intermediate. 203/300, use sharp eyes to identify enemies. Mana Cost. 50 Magic Restoration, Intermediate. 239/300, restore an item to its original form. Mana Cost. 10 Profession Skills: Dark Blade, Intermediate. 120 of 300, assimilate attack with darkness and strike the enemy. Mana Cost. 100 Blade Storm, Beginner. 10 out of 100, sword shards create a vortex and tear apart the enemy. Mana Cost. 400 Summon Demon, Intermediate. 125 out of 300, summon up to 3 kinds of demon familiars. Spirit Power Cost. 100 Now, all of the skills he learned in the beginning had reached intermediate level. The job skills, Dark Blade and Summon Demon, had even greater effects when they reached intermediate level. Dark Blade critical hit damage went up from 150% to 180%, Summon Demon was reduced from 1 mana every second to 1 mana per 2 seconds. Additionally, there was the Resurrecting Magic Ring which increased mana regen. Because of this, he could use his skills as he pleased even when he had his familiars out. And his sword, Hand Combat, which he used the most, but had the slowest growth rate, reached advanced level. Ark wasn't the only one to improve. Learning new strategies gave him a new excuse to feed the summons food. Therefore the summons now reached level 40. Not bad. After Ark had verified the information he wore a satisfied smile. Actually, he had still not gotten the clue or information for the quest, which was the reason he was hunting robbers. However, it wasn't that big of a deal. As long as he kept hunting robbers he would eventually acquire the clue. Ark peacefully thought about it. Even if he worried about it, the clue would not come any faster. The most important thing right now is to level up and raise his skills. And he was having fun hunting bounties one by one. Well, first let's reorganize and continue hunting, shall we? Oh, are you done now? When he walked out of the forest, Sid welcomed him. After Ark passed him the items he got from the thief group and sat in front of the campfire, a message appeared. You have arrived at a campground. 50% faster health and mana regeneration. 50% decrease in the possibility of a monster attack. This was a skill from Sid's job, a skill from being a trader called the campsite effect. Once the thief group was spotted, there was nothing for Sid to do. Therefore, Sid would find a safe place and make a camp while waiting for Arkansas. But Sid wasn't just playing around. You didn't find the information you needed this time either? Sid asked without stopping his work. Sid was salvaging items one by one with his merchant skill called item decomposition while waiting for Ark. He tanned the hide and then cut the leather. As for the equipment items, he cut the connecting parts and sorted them according to their type of material. Although this takes a lot of time, when battle breaks out, Sid had nothing to do. Also, he would get more money this way than if he just sold them as is. Yeah, still. This is taking longer than I thought it would, don't worry about it. Actually Sid, how much debt have you paid so far? I've paid 50 gold. You've paid a lot so far. Yes, my Japtum selling skill increased, so I'm now making a 15% profit. And when I have time, I made clothes, so my tailoring skill also rose. Maybe because of that, whenever I go to Jiren the clothes I make sell. Well, at least he hadn't created incur a bigger debt. The hobbit merchant, Sid, was traveling the continent to trade not long ago. But now, he was sewing until his hands blistered, and dismantling items just to earn a few more coppers and silvers. It was a scene you couldn't watch without tears. However, Sid was quite a positive-minded user. It was hard to even pay the interest, but I am now also able to repay the debt, I can see the hope. It's all thanks to Arkansas Nim. Sid, who was sitting on a tree trunk, was swinging and stamping on it with a satisfied expression. Well, it's all good if you are satisfied. But where are we heading to next? There's a group of kobold rogues nearby. We should go there first. I hope there's a lot of material to make useful dyes. There will be, since it's a higher leveled forest compared to here. Wow. That means we can create better clothes. After saying this, Sid went back to sewing and started humming to himself. Now that our health has been filled, let's start moving. Okay, right after I dismantle this last item. Diedrich glanced at Sid with eyes filled with pity. Even before, the two weren't on good terms. Diedrich, who says detestable things to anybody except Ark, would call Sid a beggar midget. So whenever they had time, they were arguing each other. But even so, Diedrich couldn't help but pity Sid in this state. Really, I can't see past my tears. It was then, while Diedrich was shaking his head left and right, heavy footsteps suddenly approached and the nearby bushes shook. Diedrich! Ark shouted as he stood and jumped up. Diedrich quickly flew up into the air and looked around. It's from 3 o'clock. Master, 2 trolls. Ark, who checked the direction, went through the forest with Skull. The 2 trolls showed up about 10 meters away. However, they weren't approaching the campsite. Grrr, human. It's humans. Let's eat them. The person the trolls were chasing while showing their teeth was a bobbed-haired girl. A shoe was missing on one of her foot, and her clothes were torn here and there, as though she had been wandering the forest. The girl was full of wound, ran between the trees quickly. She seems like a NPC, but why in this forest? Boom. Then, the club swung by the troll hit a tree. The girl, who was trying to hide behind a tree, fell due to the surprise. She was shaking like a leaf while holding her ankle she seemed to have sprained because of the surprise. As though her figure looked appetizing, the troll raised its club while licking its lip. Dot. The girl covered her pale and terrified face with her two hands. And at the moment, the club had been dropped. Boo. Boom, with violent sounds, the troll was pushed back a few steps. The girl lifted her head with a surprised expression. A young man with a large back and black hair flowing in the wind was standing in front of her. It was none other than the warrior of justice, Arkansas. Ark turned his head slightly and revealed a gentle smile. There's no need to worry anymore. Stay back. I'll be done with it right away, and I will be right back. What a splendid phrase it was. If it was a user, he wouldn't have spared a glance, but Ark was always kind to NPCs. Of course that kind behavior was deliberate for the rewards that may come along afterwards. Come here, you trolls harassing such a frail girl. Ark rushed toward the trolls while saying such a cliched speech. Don't bother me. Grr. The troll was angry at Ark for raining on his parade, and swung his club. However, Diedrich came down like a thunderbolt on the troll's mug, and the troll staggered and stepped back. Then, came the continuous critical strikes from Arkansas' skull bit the staggering troll's ankle, and it fell like an old tree. Taking not even a moment to catch his breath, the double critical chance triggered. Take this, Dark Blade. Quack. The troll shrieked and disappeared. After taking care of one, the rest was no problem. Under the combined assault of Diedrich, Skull, and Ark from the three directions, they fell in panic and started to run away in rush. But after getting hit on the head with Skull thrown by Ark, it fell down. Ark went over to the girl after grabbing the loot dropped from the troll. Are you okay? The girl nodded with eyes filled with uneasiness. Then, Ark vacantly stared the girl. Since he rescued her there should be some reward, like a quest, so he waited for her to speak. But she just stared blankly at Arkansas. What? There's nothing. At that moment, the girl stood shakily, then fell down wrinkling her forehead. Ark sighed after staring the girl a while. Apparently, there was nothing to gain from the beggar-like girl. However, Ark didn't have such cold heart to leave an injured girl alone. Anyway, for now let's go to my camp, it's just close by. When Ark offered his shoulder, the girl blushed while relying on him. Arkansas, huh? Who is that girl? She was being chased by a troll. Is that so? Sid, who was gazing at the girl while examining her, the girl suddenly flinched and stared back with an idiotic expression on her face. Although she was dirty, the girl was considerably pretty. She looked like she was around 15 years old, yet Sid, who was a hobbit, had to look up to her while bending his neck back completely because of how tall she was. Ark had asked the girl to sit down and used the nursing skill on her ankle. Nursing was not healing. Thus, it wasn't fully healed but the swelling had greatly decreased. When the girl nodded as an expression of thanks, Sid uselessly made a surprised expression. Then after searching in his bag, he took out a pair of leather shoes off. Looks like you don't have shoes. This isn't much, but please put them. Arkansas Nim, I'll be taking this off from my pay so please don't worry. I don't care that much but. Oh, by the way, are you hungry? When the girl touched her belly, the witty Sid quickly handed her something to eat. Ark started to open his mouth after taking a moment to look at Sid strangely. Why were you wandering around at such place like this? Shouldn't there be a village nearby? At that moment, the girl who stopped nibbling at her food and suddenly burst into tears. Sid became perplexed, then shouted. Arkansas Nim, she's surprised because you asked her as if you were interrogating her. Ah. What have I? Apologize to her right now. Ark was confused by Sid's behavior which changed dramatically after the appearance of the girl. The girl wiped away her tears, and wrote something on the ground with a tree branch. Help me. ****, so. Some bandits kidnapped your father and you barely escaped. The girl nodded her head in response to Ark's question. The girl's name was Sarah. If Sarah didn't say anything to Ark when he rescued her, it was because she was mute. And once she found a little of her composure back in the campsite, she explained her situation by writing on the ground with a tree branch. Her father's job was cartographer, and he was making maps of various regions while traveling the continent. And when he heard there was an undiscovered ruin nearby Jiren, he went there to investigate. However, a rogue group had already settled on that territory. As a cartographer, he had a lot of techniques to avoid monsters thanks to his job's characteristic of often traveling to dangerous regions. However, he couldn't get away from the rogues' tracking. Eventually, her father got caught by the rogues after he hit her, and the girl was heading to Jiren in order to find help. Wah, so that's what happened. And then there were the trolls. Sid nodded his head with tears in his eyes. I'm begging you, please help me. It's been 4 days since he got caught. Of course we must help. Right, Arkansas Nim. Sid suddenly turned his head and looked at Arkansas. Ark asked after looking at Sarah for a moment. Where is the location? Then, Sarah scribbled on the ground again. The Brown Rock Zone. It's on the borderline of Jiren region. Ark immediately opened the information window and checked the information on registered wanted criminals. As I thought, there's no information about the rogue group in the Brown Rock Zone. Ark took all the wanted lists that were in Jiren's billboard. But he still had no clue regarding his quest, although he had already cleared 70% of the area. And the left ones were not said to be found near the Brown Rock Zone. Then, there's only one answer. There was a rogue group other than the ones registered as wanted. Right, how did I not think of this earlier? What I'm looking for is a rogue group related to a quest. I didn't even think if they would be wanted or not. Ark finally understood his thinking process was wrong. The wanted rogue group will disappear if a user cleaned it up. There will be another rogue group created, but the new rogue group will be different from the annihilated rogue group. Maybe the rogue group Ark had been cleaning up were probably new rogue groups. But the Heartsoul bead had been stolen over a year ago. In the new world, I can't get clues from NPC without causal relationship. It means the rogue group who stole the Heartsoul bead existed for over a year. Yet, they weren't registered as wanted is because they didn't have had any activity from them. It was a simple story when he thought about it. There's no way a rogue group that could be cleaned up by a headhunter at any time would hold a clue regarding a quest. It means Ark was cleaning up unrelated rogue groups almost for 2 days. Maybe this is an opportunity. A hidden rogue group. There's a high possibility. And more, no matter the form, it's clearly a quest since it's an NPC's request. If it's a wandering traveler, I can hardly expect a big reward, but there's no reason to refuse. It was when Ark was diligently running his brain. Since Ark did not respond for a while, Sid said with an angry voice. Arkansas Nim, there's no way you'll ignore it, right? Kakik, of course he'll feign ignorance. Master doesn't do any job that doesn't bring money. What? So, why would someone whom this Diedrich calls master have to help that dirty-looking girl? Shut up, you heartless bat. A bat. This one is called Sir Diedrich, the noble of the netherworld. Noble, my ass. You're nothing but a bat. You bastard, do you want to die once? Huh, you think I'm scared of you? Diedrich and Sid started to glare and growl at each other. Diedrich, enough. Sid, you as well. Ark shouted and then revealed a gentle smile towards Sarah. Don't worry. I can't pretend to ignore it after listening to the circumstances. Master, look. Why are you trying to help this girl who looks penniless? Shut up. Sid quickly covered Diedrich's mouth and looked Ark with an impressed expression. Woo, Arkansas Nim. I'm actually very touched. So Arkansas Nim does have feelings after all. After thinking about, it was a strange phrase. So what have you been thinking of me so far? A heartless Scrooge, Sid mumbled in small voice while turning his head slightly. Even if he was smiling and thanking him at the same time with a naive-looking face, he was actually thinking of him that way inside. As he thought, there was no one he can trust in the world. However, Sid quickly smiled and shook his head. But now, not anymore, thank you so much, it's touching me to tears, come on, it's just a joke. Would I really think like that? As Sid was flattering him and smiling like a silly goose, Sarah burst into laughter. Sid's face reddened and coughed since he found her laugh quite cute. Ahem. If it had been decided, let's go quickly. We don't know how long Sarah's father will last. Sarah, if it's Ark, he can definitely rescue your father safe and sound. Really? Will you really help me? Sarah looked straight at Ark with big eyes as to confirm his decision. Yeah, if he's still alive, I'll definitely rescue him. Thank you. Thank you very much. Sarah bowed with eyes brimming with tears. Ding. At the same time, a sound rang and a quest window popped up. Rescue Sarah's father. You have saved a girl from a troll in the dark woods. The girl has opened her heart to your warm attention and revealed her problem. Her father, who's been traveling with her together, got kidnapped by bandits. You, who is full of sense of justice, can't ignore her pain and have promised to rescue her father. But be careful. There's not much time. It has been 4 days since he was captured. The bandits won't be hospitable, it might be too late if you don't hurry. The quest will be considered as a failure if you can't resolve it within 12 hours after receiving it. Difficulty E+, huh? A quest. Sid's eyes went round and he started muttering to himself. Shouldn't he already know she would be giving a quest? Ark looked at him with a dumbfounded eyes. Even Sid, who was quite knowledgeable about the game, didn't seem to know much about how quests turns up. Well, since one would usually receive quest for merchants in a merchant guild or in a trade point, he probably hadn't experienced this kind of quest yet. Anyway, the difficulty was E+. Since it was a party quest, it won't be easy. But I have done a few E+ quests before. Since then I leveled up and skilled up a lot, it should be okay. Sid, let's go, yes. Sid replied in high spirits and helped Sarah up. The other party was an NPC. Ark could not understand why Sid was looking at her with expectations. In any case, Sid's eyes were glowing as he looked at Sarah. Asterisk asterisk asterisk, heave-ho. Boom. The golem, which weighed hundreds of kilograms, flew up, and then got stuck in the ground. Like its heavy weight, the fall damage was tremendous. The golem lost 350 HP in one go, its body became all red and was on the brink of death. However, the attack did not end there. The body slam came into as soon as the golem was tried to get up. The golem got slammed against the ground once more. Its health emptied and was destroyed. Ha ha ha, come on, this is too easy. The person who laughed broadly above the broken golem was the former hard-boiled inspector, Justice Man. Justice Man, who was depressed after he had failed the event quest, found a new hunt ground thanks to Arkansas. The day after Ark asked the young Lord of Jackson to look after Justice Man went to see the young Lord. I've heard of your brave act from Sir Cross and Ark quite well. I've only done what I've need to do. Justice Man replied politely. A much younger-looking NPC, but age didn't bother much to Justice Man, who was familiar with the hierarchical society. Since he was a lord of a territory, he deserved a certain amount of respect. And Ark also advised him to be well seen by the young lord. I know how much you all put into helping Jackson. But the rules being what it is, shames me that I cannot reward you with something fancy. So, although I can't reward you for saving Jackson, I can give you some amenities. Amenities. From now onwards, use the blacksmith and canteen that belongs to me for equipment repairs and food supply. I have already informed them, so it'll be 50% cheaper than if you use the village's shop, really. Justice Man asked him again with a bright expression. Justice Man, who did not have any financial sense, was struggling with the food and repair fees. But to be able to get them at 50% off. But Justice Man sighed with a troubled expression. Justice Man already reached level 45, so it became harder to level up in Jackson Castle where there were only level 40 hunting grounds. To get such a bonus when he was thinking of moving elsewhere. The young lord nodded, smiled, and questioned, I really don't get foreigners. Why do you all risk your lives in search of stronger monsters? Well, if that is your way of life, then there is nothing to be done. Even so, if it's just that kind of reason, there is no need for you to leave Jackson. Yes. Truthfully, there are a few dangerous areas around Jackson restricted to soldiers. The ruins Ark went to with my father in the past is also one of those areas. Of course, they are off limits to the general public, but if you'd like, I will give you special permission to enter it. In New World, not only Jackson but Jiren and other regions, too, had restricted areas. They were regions to not open to the general public, either following a scenario or for various other reasons. And to enter one had to fulfill certain conditions. In Jackson, for example, it seems the key to unlock that restriction was the event quest. Therefore, the region permitted to Justice Man by the young lord was placed in the Shadow Forest, a region called Rotting Bog where monsters from levels 30 to 60 appeared. First, gain experience there. There'll be time when you'll need it. The young lord told him while making a subtle smile as though he was anxious. In any case, thanks to that, Justice Man could monopolize a hunting ground nobody went to. Probably since it was a restricted area, the Rotting Bog was overflowing with monsters. But, was that all? The monster drops were also substantial. There was an equipment item dropped for every 3 monsters, and about twice a day a magic item would drop. And in addition, repair fees only cost half, so gold quickly piled up in his bag. Justice Man looked the equipment items with a pleased glance. Studded Knuckles Weapon Type Knuckles Attack Damage 1215 Durability 14/40 Weight Usage Restriction Level 45 or higher Knuckles once used by a famous martial art fighter. On top of the tough leather, the iron studs was added to protect the hand while increasing the fighter's attack. Options: hand-to-hand skills plus 20% attack. Comfortable trunks armor type underwear defense durability 2860 weight usage restriction level 50 armor from the south where they like comfortable clothing. Boldly cut along the hem for ease of movement. However, to one not accustomed to trunks, one could appear very distasteful. Options: reaction speed plus 10%, dignity 0.20. These were all items he got from the monsters in the bog. Justice Man thoughtlessly put on various equipment such as the trunks, paired with a sleeveless T-shirt, and he ended up looking shabby, but that didn't bother him. In any case, he didn't look very different in real life as he did now. To think I would be able to monopolize such a hunting ground. Do the people in the neighboring village even know about this place? I'm greatly benefiting from Arkansas. Damn, what are you doing? If you have time to pose, please come help us. Suddenly, from the side an angry voice called out. Turning his head he saw a few users being chased by 2 golems. They were the ones Justice Man had dragged in to play the game, 1401 to 1410. Users who used their parole numbers as their in-game name. At first, he came with around 30 players, but they all scattered leaving only Rocco and the paroles group. And working to death from level 45, Justice Man already went up to level 55. However, their average level was only 35. They came when they were at level 20, so they leveled up at least 15 levels, but it was still impossible to fight against a level 60 golem. Cheer up, everybody. The earth is your friend, she will always protect you. As the rehabilitation group started to get beaten, Rocco took out her harp and played Song of Protection, raising their defense stat. But, then, Gravels jumped from the ground and coiled around the paroles group. Oh, it's our cute Rocco. We can only rely on you. That Mr. Boxer. Shorts has muscles inside his brains, and knows only to fight. The parole group crowded around Rocco and cheered for her. Your words, I'll remember it, number 1403. Damn, that old man has also good ears. As soon as Justice Man joined in, the situation reversed instantly. The golem flew up in the air like a dead leaf after getting a monkey flip. Justice Man was only level 55, but he was no different than a level 68. It was the effect of the stat, Justice. The Justice stat was a rare class stat that would raise all of one's stat points as much as the stat level whenever he would join a battle of another person as a helper. Currently, Justice Man's Justice stat was at 13 and its effect was comparable to leveling up 13 levels. And even more, the user himself was a martial artist who had numerous real battle experiences. A level 60 monster wasn't even worth fighting. Justice Man shouted at number 1406 after quickly getting the golem near its death. Hold on for just a little bit. I'll be there in a sec to steal. Number 1406 ran towards the golem and quickly moved his hands. You have stolen an iron ore from the golem. The parole group with people who had learned special techniques in real life, learned skills matching their specialties. Among them, the ex-pickpocket, 1400 and a success skill, pickpocketing, was a skill that was able to steal an item from a near-dead monster. Okay, now you can kill it. While number 1406 grinned at the iron ore, the golem reverted back to gravel. The other golem also vanished after taking a concentrated assault. After taking care of the monsters while recovering their health, Rocco said hesitantly. I think I should go. It's almost time for my part-time job. Already? Ah, it's no fun when the only girl leaves. Quit your part-time job and let's just play the game. I'll pay for your allowance. The parole group members mumbled with a regretful expression. Rocco can't afford to play much since she was busy with school and her part-time job. Even so, she could raise her level to 30 was thanks to the parole group giving her a lot of experience whenever she's logged on. Ho ho ho, I'll log on at the same time tomorrow. It can't be helped. Then, let us head back to Jackson, since we have to repair our equipment, too. So after having spent another rewarding day, Justice Man and the parole group headed back to Jackson with heavy steps. When he was about to go to the young lord's affiliated blacksmith, Sir Cross suddenly approached him. Sir, you came back at the right time. The young lord was looking for you. The young lord. Did something happen? I do not know the details either. Understood, I'll go at once. Hey, parole group, stay put and don't cause any trouble. After warning the paroles, Justice Man went to see the young lord with Cross. The young lord, who was rummaging in the paperwork for a long time, greeted them. Ah, Justice Man. You came at the right time, did something happen? It's no big deal. Let's sit down first and talk. The young lord proposed for him to take a seat, and sat in front of him. He had the same subtle smile when he sent Justice Man to the rotting bog. You haven't chosen a job yet, right? Yes, that's correct. Good. Do you remember me telling you to get a lot of experience? Well, I think so. Justice Man didn't have very good memory. The young lord nodded as though it didn't matter and continued. There is something I thought of some time ago. The Jackson territory had a lot of foreigners gathering due to its geographical condition. And you might know of it as well since you have experience. However, there are still a lot of unknown monsters around the area. It's hard to deal with foreigners who do not know much about the region's laws and the monsters around it. I fully comprehend the difficulties. Since he had been an inspector. Therefore, I wish to found a civil organization able to move more actively than soldiers to patrol and manage the territories. To put it simply, like a militia. However, back then I couldn't find the right people, and that's when I was introduced to you by Arkansas. After observation, you are a man with overflowing with the sense of justice. So, I would like to entrust this task to you. How about it? A militia. Are you talking about the police? Police. Is that how foreigners call the militia? The young lord tilted his head at the strange word. Justice Man was not in the right mind to notice. Police. Just hearing the word made his body tremble slightly. The countless overtimes and late nights. The fights with gangs, injuries, hospitalization. Looking back, there was not one good memory. However, Justice Man only lived with a sense of justice. The profession of being an inspector was the meaning of his life. So when he was forced into retirement with dishonor after the firing incident, it was as though the sky had came crumbling down. Was what we would call the feeling of having become a somewhat useless failure of society. But there is a person who needed him. And it was the young lord who was in an official position that needed him for the public order. Although it was just a game, Justice Man felt like he finally found a place where he belonged. I'll do it. Please let me do this. Ah, calm down. It's not something perfectly settled yet. Yes. Even if we're calling it militia, it's still an organization where I delegate my authority and can have governmental authority. So of course, you need the qualification that goes with it, so it can be accepted by the citizens and the nobles. Is that how it is? Then what should I do? Justice Man asked restlessly. You've already proven you can manage against monsters. The rest is to make a solid result that can be approved by anyone, and it just so happens that I have a good solution to prove your competence. The young lord passed over a leaflet. It was a promotional flyer for the Celebrids Arena in the capital of the Schuttenberg Kingdom. There are always matches there. In addition, every time one wins, one gets points. And when one gets over a certain number of points, they can have their names on the news distributed every month. It doesn't matter either if it's in team or solo tournament. You just have to raise your points enough to get your name on the newspaper. Do you get it? In conclusion, anyone who gets their name published in the newspaper will be acknowledged. Arena. Police. Justice Man looked at the flyer with blazing eyes. This really was a rare opportunity. Judo was the meaning of Justice Man's life, along with his job as an inspector. However, the judo tournament became a dream within a dream when he received a leg injury. But in New World, it was more real than reality. Martial arts tournaments existed. He could once again let his burning passion loose. Hoo hoo. Hoo hoo hoo. Laughter leaked out of his clamped lips. The young lord looked at him worriedly after seeing his weird reaction. Hey, are you okay? Yes, I'm fine. No, I'm great. I'll leave as soon as I'm ready. No matter what monster stands in my way, I will get to celebrate and return after raising up the Jackson region's prestige. Justice Man gripped the flyer and left the place. A militia. The parole group asked him back with a dumb expression after Justice Man had explained them. But it was only for a short moment. They started to show the same symptom as Justice Man and started to grin. Does that mean we are going to become policemen? That's right. Police is the meaning of justice. I think it is a stage absolutely required for your society rehabilitating program. Is there anybody against it? At Justice Man's question, they started to look at each other. Branded as criminals, they would get cold regards anywhere they'd go. But they didn't committed crimes for their own pleasure. They committed crimes in order to eat and live, but they always had, in a corner of their hearts, a wish to become a more prideful and helpful person. Because of that, they received the Justice Man Society rehabilitation training. But to skip over every courses and to be able to become a policeman. It was a dream one could not realize even if they were to die and reborn once more. Although it was only a game, New World was a game so real that it could replace real life. NPCs were no different from real people in regards to how they speak and think. To be able to become a policeman such a world. There was no reason to hate it. No. The parole group answered unanimously. Then just this man and the parole members prepared to depart right away. The day after, as soon as Rocco logged on, they left and headed toward Celebrate, the capital of Schuttenberg Kingdom. The goal is to top the individual and the team tournament. OUUUU. Volume 4 Chapter 5 You are listening at novelfull.audio. ACT 5 The Red Man Kururu. There was a deafening honk. Following Sarah, we reached the Brown Rock area within 30 minutes. Ark's party reached the bottom of a waterfall pouring down from distant heights. It was an area of darkened stone around Jiren, with such excessive heights that Ark had never even been there. They took a break to view the stunning scenery, but some of the view was blocked by the ruins. While Ark was looking around, Sarah pointed to one side. At the back of the falls was a small space that one person might be able to pass through. When just looking at it straight on, the mist from the water makes the passage impossible to see. Sarah thrust a hand in and showed that the space was larger than it seems. Inside the entrance a bunch of moss was attached to it. Ark obviously refused registration and entered. This place was a hidden dungeon. He's come to the front of the falls before but never found a dungeon. It was hidden in a place that people wouldn't have imagined. Of course, this was not the only dungeon. So far, Ark has been in numerous areas with hidden dungeons. When I first started the game, I would have missed them. When Ark first entered New World, he wasn't interested in everything. He would overlook a suspicious forest or rock. Even a waterfall suddenly appeared in a rocky area, then he would have just ignored it. It is a long game. If you only relied on information that was already discovered, that you would be unable to proceed much further. This was caused by the excessive need to level up. But in New World there is a lot of information that is yet unknown. And that is what you have to figure out by yourself. In the future, I should pay more attention to my surroundings. Finishing his self-criticism, Ark turned to Sid and said, "Sid, please set up camp here and wait patiently with Sarah." "Yes," Sid answered and pulled out firewood to create a campfire. Then Sarah pulled Sid's sleeves and asked, "Sid, Appa is not fighting." "Eh. I am a merchant. Being hit would hurt more." Sarah sneaked a glance at Sid and then looked down. "EU should have chosen a warrior." That struck a blow and Sid once again regretted his career choice. Leaving the two behind, Ark entered the dungeon. The roaring of the waterfall shook the dungeon. The noise of the waterfall was close enough that it created static around the ears. In addition, every step he took he could feel the tension. Ark stealthily entered the mouth of the tunnel. "That reminds me. Diedrich, surveillance." "Roger, Master." Ark advanced carefully with Diedrich ahead of him. However, the dungeon was smaller than he thought. One passage consisted of a circular shape. Besides, no matter how much he looked for a thief, he didn't even see a mouse. What the? Sarah saw the thieves drag her father here. What was going on? If so, only one answer remained: there was a secret passage somewhere. Therefore Ark used the skill eyes of the cat to observe the area around him. And after a few moments, he found some bloodstains on the ground. The blood stains were quite new. This is it. It was clear that Sarah's father was dragged by the thieves and shed some blood. This means that if he followed the blood trail, then he will find the secret passage, Ark reasoned. The blood stains were sparsely scattered at areas with dead ends. They were kind enough to show where the secret passage was by splattering a few drops of blood on the walls. Is this where the switch is? Ark peered at the walls and the fall, but no matter how meticulously he looked, he could not find the switch. 10 tedious minutes had passed when suddenly the familiar sounds of the waterfall changed. Ark instinctively pressed his ear to the wall. It really did is boring. How long this? Wait. Any other way that it's an order while activities stay hidden. Che, they're surprisingly cowardly. Why should we listen to them? He what skills do you have if you offend him? And then here too do you know, AAA, that man we paid compensation. That words, now you can harvest soon if everything goes well get big profit. Hoo, indeed. Although I heard rumors nowadays, the surrounding robbers there is a hunter. Heard no party it was said to be alone. A pretty strong guy looks like it's unrelated to us. Damn by such a person and want I wish before I die of boredom, because of the falls the sound was broken but information doesn't really matter to me. The important thing is that there are thieves inside the secret passage. Okay, Diedrich, Skull, lurk back around the corner, Ark commanded in a small voice and they moved to position. And attacked the wall with his sword. A deafening bang, and the walls vibrated. He couldn't even scratch the walls but that didn't matter. Because he hadn't even thought of trying to break the wall. What sound I heard outside? Something collapsed did. Damn if entrance collapses annoying. For the time being I'll go out, with a mechanical sound, the wall pushed outwards and rose up. What the? Everything's fine. So what was that sound before? Did the stone roll away from the falls or something? The three thieves appeared and looked around through the secret door. Ark, who had hidden himself using stealth, was watching from close by. He came out and quickly approached them, stabbing the thieves with the sword. Critical hit. Backstab effect has increased damage by 200%. The thief will be stunned for 10 seconds. The vitality of the thieves was reduced by 30% as the quickly hit himself again. What? The enemy. Two thieves panicked and pulled out a sword. However, Ark's actions was several times faster. Snake, nerve paralysis poison. Snake had eaten a poisonous plant and spouted black venom. The venom flew across the small space and hit the neck of the thieves. And the voice of the loudest thief suddenly stopped. That tactic was one that they had used and successfully mastered on other thieves. When using paralysis poison, you can attack the throat and paralyze the vocal cords. When that happens, if the enemy are not organized thieves, then their communication will weaken. Now, Diedrich, Skull. Plan B.1. Ark, who was hidden in the corner, called out a command. While Ark took care of one enemy and drew their attention, the two pets began the operation, which had a 70.30 offense and defense ratio used to stop the enemy, and blocking the enemy's retreat was Plan B.1d. Additionally, the airborne ratio was 50.50 for Plan B.2, 20.30 for B.3, and to stop attacking and stop the enemy from retreating was Plan B.4. Through countless attacks against thieves, the experienced Diedrich and Skull skillfully avoided the thieves' attack. Meanwhile, Ark violently attacked a thief who stumbled from the onslaught. Once the enemy's organizational skills had been destroyed, they were no match for Arkansas. Hunting a user that was a thief was far more difficult than fighting a group of thieves. Their level was 100. On the other hand, he was only level 85, but the dungeon allowed limited room for the thieves to move. His 30% dark attribute bonus also guaranteed that his stats added up to around level 110. At the same time, his skill proficiency increased by 30% and was surprisingly effective. He also used his Eyes of the Cat skill to search for any weaknesses. A kick quickly took care of the stumbling thief and attacked the throat of the middle bandit who had been hit with the paralysis poison to stop communication, causing him to fall into critical condition. Once he fell, the final thief opened his mouth and ran away. Are they trying to request help? Don't miss. Ark turned and threw something at the legs, running away. Due to the poison, the thief's legs became paralyzed and he fell down. The chances for a double critical hit activated immediately. Even if he couldn't see it, the results were clear. Well, this was a fairly decent battle. When he checked, only 30% of his health was shaved off. But he would have to be careful because he wasn't sure how many thieves were hiding. Ark used Eyes of the Cat and activated Stealth while hiding in the secret passageway. There were also long tunnels that connected from the passage. Within a few minutes some roads that lead back to a main square room appeared. The square was lined with balconies, each flanked by 2 thieves standing guard. The square. There was no way to avoid being seen from the balconies on both sides and it was impossible to get away undetected. However, that didn't matter to Ark as he has the skill Stealth. The stairs to go up the balcony can't be seen from here. Then are there more stairs to go up inside the balcony? I better find the stairs to go up where I can remain undetected. Ark silently crossed the square. Although he had Stealth activated, he was still quite nervous when he entered the vicinity of the guards. And just as he was about to cross the square, a situation that had never happened before occurred. He happened to step on something on the ground. A trap has been triggered. Critical hit. You have received 200 damage. Bleed status. 10 horsepower will be consumed every 5 seconds for 1 minute. He never expected traps. So far he's never fought against an opponent who used traps, but the problem was not the trap. The attack had caused him to enter a battle state and the Stealth ability was deactivated. At the moment, the eyes of every thief were concentrated on Arkansas. Intruder. How did you get here? Whatever, it doesn't matter. Kill him. 2 people at a time deliberately lifted their bows, for a total of 4 people. The arrows simultaneously flew from different directions. The situation was one where he couldn't predict and avoid the arrows. However, Ark did not panic. He had experienced this with countless other bandit groups. There was no reason to rush and get upset. Diedrich, Skull. Plan B.4. The right wing. Okay. Crackle. Diedrich and Skull used all their evasive power to avoid the arrows and destroy 2. Then, Ark grasped his sword tightly and concentrated on the remaining arrows flying towards him. Just as the arrows were 4 feet away from him, he turned and swung his sword. He pushed forward while simultaneously hitting the arrow with his sword. At the moment it struck, he managed to counterattack and successfully pulled off riposte. He managed to attack a thief faster than the arrows could be shot. Quack, how, the arrow. The thieves burst out a shocked cry. After being backed into a corner by the Silver Arrow group, he relentlessly polished the activation rate of his riposte skill. Thanks to this training, there was a 70% chance that riposte would activate and parry the arrows. Once the arrow had been deflected, riposte was useful in dealing the first blow. If an arrow hits, there is a high possibility that an abnormal status will be inflicted. And it's the same for thieves too. If 2 thieves were hit with arrows, they might get paralysis or slow, etc. In other words, the robbers were also in danger of being hit by the arrows. There was also Diedrich and Skull to decrease the burden on Arkansas. For Ark, the limit of a flying arrow was 2 feet. This was a small enough number that he could use riposte. When Ark deflected as many as 5 arrows, the thief's health was decreased by at least 40%. However, it was not a 100% chance. If riposte failed to activate, then the penalty was numbness of the body. When the arrow hits, his health was slowly decreased until it was almost 50%. There are 4 people left. In his state, the success rate of riposte was down. If this goes on for longer, then I am at a disadvantage. Then, while he was flying around and evading arrows, Diedrich noticed something and exclaimed. The switch is here. Ha! That guy. Hi, he discovered the proper design. What is this? It's like, what? Clink, kurururung. With a smile, Diedrich avoided the thieves and the arrows and took out the switch. With a sound, the balcony lowered to the ground like an elevator. The machine was built to act separately from the stairs. Well done, Diedrich. An eerie light shone in Ark's eyes. A muffled scream was heard as Ark pulled his dagger from the thief standing in front of him. And the NPC archers were no match for a dagger-wielding Arkansas. Ark immediately finished the 4 archers on the ground. Nevertheless the party quest was quite difficult. The thieves were high level and had the geographical advantage. If it hadn't been for his experience hunting bandit groups, Ark would have probably been the one lying on the ground. Maybe it was fortunate that I discovered this place late. Ark used food to restore his health and mana to 100% before moving to the stairs. He walked more cautiously than the first time he entered. I never thought there would be traps in the cave. The biggest problem is that it is a trap. Fortunately the damage done by the trap was minimal. However, he cannot guarantee that the next trap he encounters would be at the same level. Even just an alarm ringing through the cave could cause serious problems. However, even if Ark found a trap it would be difficult to deactivate it. The trap-related skills belong to professions like archers or explorers who search through ruins. In New World, it was impossible to get everything for free. However, for those who don't have the required professions the success rate is less than 10%. Therefore the party shape for dungeons requires the right combination of professions. What if he couldn't avoid the traps? Ark began to get worried. It was then that Skull came forward and stumbled on an idea. Skull had complete loyalty. But when Snake evolved, Skull was utilized less. Skull was only used when Ark picked him up to throw or biting ankles. Although he had a lot of stamina and strength due to food, he had no arms and legs to attack. Because of that, in recent times Skull had become quite depressed. Skull could not recognize the expression on his master's face. Ark thought that this was really a difficult situation. What happened to Skull? Crackle. Skull was bravely prepared and rolled stumbling forward. He rolled forward a few feet until there was a snapping sound and a rain of arrows shot from the walls. However, the people who installed the traps never would have thought that a Skull would be the one activating it. Of course the arrows were aimed at a human height and shape. Yes. There is that method. Crackle. Crackle. The Skull proudly stumbled forwards. Okay, Skull. You will put out the traps. After that, Skull always rolled 10 meters in front of him to check for traps. Of course, arrows shot out or a sword was swung and there was even items falling from the sky. However, Skull had high stamina and survived all the traps. In addition, Ark did not have to worry about an alarm when a trap was triggered. Even if a number of traps were triggered, he did not enter a battle state. Therefore, he used stealth and just hid from any thieves. On the other hand, Skull could simply be unsummoned to deceive the thieves. What the? Why did the traps activate? There's no one around. Damn, did a rodent touch it or something? The thieves floated around the perimeter for several minutes before returning to their positions. Therefore, Ark found a way to cope with similar dungeons. The dungeon has a relatively simple structure. A long passage with open up to a large room with archers. There were also 3.4 thieves waiting in the room. The large room had various combinations of thieves, but Ark had already figured out the combinations. He properly activated the machine, then went on and defeated the enemies. He passed through 10 or more rooms. Then unusually the normal long passage ended before 2 huge doors. This is the boss's room. It was different from the traps. He knew that if he opened the doors then enemies would appear. Ark checked his equipment and carefully opened the door. Although the sound of the waterfall echoed loudly in the dungeon, the creaking sound of the unusually large doors opening was clearly audible. What the hell? A sharp sound was heard from the side where a variety of tools were scattered. The first thing he saw was the black robe covering the body. However, it was not a human NPC or a humanoid monster. The face that was revealed between the hood was surprisingly that of a reptile. At the same time, a warning message flashed before his eyes. The yellow eyes like a snake rolled around and stared at Arkansas. You are the bounty hunter. No, you shouldn't have taken the reward. Well, it doesn't matter. Anyone that comes here won't be allowed to leave alive. Kirk was also a level 100 thief. However, a boss monster is never an opponent that can be ignored. Also, a level plus E difficulty boss monster could be compared to Adelaine. However, Ark had already defeated Adelaine a while ago. Ark snorted and grinned. That is not something that you will decide. Impertinent, how dare a human talk like that? Flash. Kirk chanted a spell and 3.4 light rays emerged. It was a low-level magic energy bolt that was learned when you changed professions to magician. While a warrior used a sword, it was the primary magic attack spell for magicians. However, if it is a couple of shots flying at the same time, then he couldn't ignore it. Ark rolled to the ground to avoid the damage. He also used riposte to deflect the magic. Put POW. Ugh, this, unbelievable. Kirk wobbled and retreated. That's it. Riposte also works on magic. So there was a way for him to win. Diedrich, Skull. Plan A. 2, he commanded as Ark, Diedrich and Skull spread in 3 directions. They maintained a certain distance while Kirk's gaze moved wildly between them. Naturally, the attacks came flying at Ark, who used riposte as much as possible to parry and counterattack. Kirk began to use more powerful spells. However, the more powerful the spell is, the longer it takes for the magic to cast. The ball-shaped fireball magic was easier to successful riposte than the energy bolts. Double bang. When the fireball was repelled back to Kirk, his health decreased by 10%. Even if he was a boss monster, the trait of a magician was its low defense. I was nervous because it was the same level boss as Adelaine, but he's not so hard. No, is it because I've become stronger? Anyway, this degree of difficulty should be no problem. With his confidence boosted, Ark's concentration also increased and he returned even more magic. However, there was something Ark hadn't considered. The boss monster's racial special skill. After around 5 minutes, Kirk's health had been reduced to 50%. When his attack magic did not hit, Kirk spat out curses with a harsh voice and started to chant a long spell. God damn it, human, prepare to be immobilized. Diedrich, Skull. Prepare to stop him from finishing the spell. Ark had felt something sinister and shouted. However, before Diedrich and Skull could interrupt, Kirk's magic had been completed. Mimicry. At the moment, Kirk's appearance changed and he disappeared. Ark looked carefully at the surroundings. Suddenly the figure had vanished. Ark could use stealth, but this appeared to be a different skill. Because stealth could not be used in battle. In addition, the eyes of the cat were a skill that could see anything that was hidden through level magic, but it could not find any traces of Kirk. Kirk could also use magic even while he was hidden. The crystallized rock crystals arise. He heard Kirk's voice coming from an unexpected place. Then all of a sudden, the ground rose up and golems the size of humans formed. They were approximately level 50, but there were enough of them to fill the room. The golems came out and the situation immediately changed. Qua 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 bang, bang. The golems surrounded Ark from all directions and attacked. Since they were only level 50, they didn't do a lot of damage. However, that was different for his level 40 summons. Although they tried to avoid all the attacks, every time they were hit then health was drained. He never expected such magic from Kirk. Damn, what kind of technology is this? Ark struck a golem which was replaced by another one. Ark was suffering from a situation where the enemy couldn't be seen. The last time was when the squid shot out black ink underwater. The only way he made a fatal blow was by looking at the flow of the current and following it. However, he couldn't use that method with Kirk. There were more than 20 golems running around the way and there was no way to look for traces of Kirk. Quagic. The situation couldn't continue for much longer as first skull was stepped on by golems before Diedrich, who was surrounded by golems, disappeared as well. All the attention turned to Ark, who received additional damage and was soon in a critical state. I was wrong, I can't win like this. Ark hurriedly turned and tried to exit the room. Kukukuk, did you think I would miss that? Go, loyal servants. The golems obeyed and pursued him out of the room. Kirk hid between the golems and his voice was heard chanting a spell. Ark turned and stared. Riposte. Ark's goal was to strike all the golems with his counterattack. The terrain in front of the room was a narrow passage. In addition, the opponent was a medium-sized golem. The golem who was hit with riposte flew backwards into the crowded area and collided with the golems behind it. Strike. The entangled golems fell like dominoes. Ah, this bastard. And Kirk, who was hiding somewhere between the golems, had his magic cancelled. Meanwhile, Ark ran frantically down the passage. After he ran away for 1 minute, then the battle state disappeared. Ark immediately hid himself with stealth. Oh damn. Where is this guy hiding? Golem, sweep through the surrounding area. He must still be lurking around here somewhere. After a brief period of time, the voice of Kirk was heard among the golems. However, he still did not have a way to attack when Kirk is in a mimic state. Ark had returned to the secret passage using stealth. When he checked the info window, it was not a joke. The durability of all his armor was at the lowest point due to the durability and strength of the golems. Even if he used the magic restoration spell to repair the equipment, the maximum durability would still be reduced. With tears in his eyes, Ark had to use the repair box, which he normally avoided using due to low stock and cost. But the problem isn't repairing his equipment. What is an alternative method? Before he had to run away. However, the situation from before wasn't good. He was already using mimicry and then he summoned golems. On the other hand, Ark had also lost Diedrich and Skull. The results meant they had to fight again. Damn it, even if he doesn't have golems, there is still the problem of mimicry. The biggest problem was that Kirk had special racial skill mimicry. If he keeps fighting in the invisible state, then there is no way to attack him. When it was underwater, there was still a way of attacking. He was thinking about his experience fighting underwater when an idea sprang to his head. Black ink. Why had he never thought of that? That right, if they are invisible, then you should make it so that they can be seen. Ark stood up and went to the entrance of the dungeon. At the entrance, Sid was dozing against the wall while Sarah peered with worried eyes at the dungeon. When you're dead, then you can nap comfortably. Arkansas Nim, have you finished? No, the boss was stronger than I thought. Ark spoke bluntly in a curt voice and Sarah gave him a concerned look. It's okay. I'll do everything I can to save your father. Ark said with a smile while Sid looked worried. Sid, I'll need your help to defeat the boss. Yes. But I'm not asking you to fight that thing. Only that will be given, Ark said with a smile. You fool, you came back to die. When Ark entered the secret passage, Kirk's voice was heard. And the golems flocked to him. In a moment, Ark hit a golem with riposte and sent it flying in the direction of the audible voice. Kukukuk. No matter how much you rack your brains, it's not use. If you can't see me, then you can't catch me. Kirk had already fled several meters away from where he was laughing. Then a cold smile spread on Ark's face. Then I just have to look. Ark's hand moved quickly. Ark removed a big package from his bag and threw it in the air. And swinging his sword, he burst the package, causing colorful liquids to fly everywhere. At that time Kirk gave an embarrassed scream. Die. The item splashing all over the place was very colorful liquid dyes. Ark had collected the dye using Sid's sewing skills. And by blowing it in the air, the dye scattered in many directions. As a result, the deserted dungeon underwent a home renovation with various colors splattered all over like a rainbow. Ugh, this is unbelievable. The not-so-agile Kirk couldn't avoid all the dye and looked like a rainbow lizard. Ark lifted his sword and smiled. Pretty good. So now let's fight fair and square. Golems kill him. Seems the lizard can't guess the situation. Ark quickly narrowed the distance using riposte. Then the golem was hit and forced back to the wall with Kirk. Due to that golem, Kirk was a difficult goal for Arkansas. This was because it could hide among the golems without being seen. However, when mimicry was broken, the situation changed. Snake, nerve paralysis poison. Ark swung his poison-coated sword at Kirk's neck. Thanks to the vocal cord paralysis, Kirk couldn't chant his magic. In addition, he couldn't give orders to the golems, so their actions became unorganized. Kirk was on the defensive and in a hurry ran away. However, Ark used riposte on the golem and aimed it to hit Kirk. With his vocal cords barely unparalyzed, Kirk angrily shouted. Fools! Every golem is stupid. Oi, oi, your character is the worst. Your summonses are risking their lives to fight for you. You should value them. Although Ark did summon his pets to feed them horrible food. After a few minutes of fighting, Kirk was in critical condition. Rain, come and nourish me. Let's leave. Humans. Acceleration. Kirk cast a spell of acceleration and headed towards the rear. Although Ark hurriedly rushed through the golems, the acceleration had doubled Kirk's speed and he was already around the corner. There was a waterfall outside the dungeon. If he washes the dye off at the waterfall, then the situation will not change. Damn childish lizard who can't die without causing problems, Ark cursed and chased after Kirk. Meanwhile, Kirk was running towards the entrance of the dungeon. Hick, what is that? Sid was standing at the entrance with an uneasy look when he shrieked as a rainbow-colored lizard came running out and pushed him out of the way. Get out of the way, hobbit. Kirk ran while frantically chanting magic. And just trying to shoot a huge fireball, he flinched and fell forward. What? Ark followed with an evil smile on his face. What a fool. Did he think I wouldn't have any countermeasures? No way. A trap. I learned from you. Although to be exact, it wasn't a trap. Due to their profession, Ark and Sid couldn't install traps successfully. However, a certain freedom of action was possible in New World. So what they came up with was a needle using Sid's sewing profession. Before Ark entered the dungeon, he laid out a series of needles coated with snake's venom on the ground at the entrance. It wasn't a high-level trap, but Ark took advantage of the fact that Kirk would have to run through the entrance barefoot. Do it, no way. I with a needle. It doesn't look good if you're too persistent. Just simply accept your death, don't make me laugh. I'm the great. With his two stiff legs, Kirk quickly tried to chant a spell. However, wielding his sword, Ark was several times faster. Take this, Dark Blade. There was an audible sound as the sound penetrated Kirk's chest. The mimicry faded away and his original features returned as his body slowly disappeared. Your level has risen. When Kirk disappeared, a welcome message popped up stating that he was level 86. He could also see the cross shape on Sid's head, a sign that he had leveled up. Sid was too far away to receive the party experience from the thieves in the dungeon. Thanks to that, Ark was able to receive 100% of the additional experience received for killing thieves in a party. By taking advantage of this fact during his battles against the previous bandit groups, he was able to raise 7 levels in 9 days. However, Kirk died in front of Sid, so the experience would be equally distributed. Well, in this situation you deserve the experience, but I finally finished. And Sid, you performed well by deceiving the fellow. Ark said as he crouched beside Sid, who was on the ground. Then Sid stood up and with a face brimming with tears replied. It's really scary. What is this? Was the person who reached level 60 as a merchant a game novice? He wondered about the real status of Sid. But anyway, the boss was defeated thanks to Sid's help. Ark gave Sid a pat and excitedly examined the items dropped from the boss. The boss monster had dropped one equipment item. It's for magic use only, but it has good options that should make it sell fairly well. I bet the key is related to Sarah's quest, but this necklace. Ark stared at the winning necklace. The necklace material detects magic and the glass heart beads were sealed and protected in the same material. In addition, it was a quest starting item. In other words, if someone had defeated this dungeon and found the quest item, then they could bring it to the Magic Society and receive the same quest Ark had. Yes, and if he had originally found this dungeon first, then he could have swept through the dungeon and received the quest. By doing the event quest, he earned a high level of friendship with the Magic Institute and therefore did the quest in the wrong order. In other words, this was the original intention behind the bandit groups. Ark considered this with a frown. But wait, this is a quest starting item. So somewhere in the dungeon is the Heart-Soul bead. Because the boss dropped a quest starting item for the Heart-Soul bead, it means that he is entering the starting phase of the quest. Maybe the Magic Institute's quest was longer than Ark thought. Ark summarized the dungeon and returned to the boss room with Sid and Sarah. In the room there was a different secret passage attached. By following the route, it eventually led past a pool to the prison. More than 10 people were trapped inside the prison. When Ark used the key to open a door, Sarah ran to a middle-aged man who had tears brimming in his eyes when he saw her. He was Sarah's father. "You're still alive, so everything's great," Sid was thrilled by the sight. "Rain, out of my way." Eek. Some unexpected developments occurred. The middle-aged man pushed Sarah to the side and ran towards a bush. He was not the only one. The prisoners that were not seen by Ark and his companions seemed crazy as they also rushed to the bush by the pool and ate the grass. And they seemed lightheaded as they sat down and stared at something spellbound. The same thing happened to the middle-aged man. Sarah was too embarrassed to show any expression on her face. "Ah, Arkansas Nim." Sid looked at him puzzled. Ark looked at them for a while before approaching the bush they were scattered around. The key for Ark was the bizarre shape of the plants that were growing. Their strange behavior was probably related to the plants. He used ingredient identification on some of the plants and opened up the skills information window. This is a drug as expected. A drug, L.RG, yes, somehow all these people are addicted to drugs. Ark nodded and murmured. Now a picture of the situation was drawn in his head. The reason why the thieves remained concealed in the ruins and didn't move for 1 year. Someone had probably told them that the Nurunma plant grew in these ruins. The thieves began to grow it in order to start drug production and gain a big profit. They probably kidnapped travelers and locked them in the jail to be used as an effective drug trail. And Sarah's father too. During the conversation between the two, Sarah's face turned pale and terrified. Sarah's father had been kidnapped a little over 2 days ago in game time, and 2 days ago he was fine, but now he's a drug addict. Sarah cried at the reality that her father was just one middle-aged man seeing hallucinations. Then Sid, who could not overlook a crying face, asked. "Ah, Arkansas Nim. Isn't there a way? At this rate?" "Certainly, if left alone then it could be a big problem." Ark replied, scratching his head. This situation was really difficult. He had defeated a group of thieves and in the end rescued Sarah's father. But the middle-aged man who should have given him his reward was instead a saliva-dripping man addicted to drugs. In addition, the quest for the Magic Institute required him in his normal condition. "I don't know whether this will work, but I have no choice but to try it. Everybody please be steady. The pleasure that you're feeling now is not right. It is the temptation of the devil that will lead you to eventually ruin your body and your mind. Please steady your heart and resist the temptation. You can do it." Ark used his nursing skill. However, there was no reaction from the addicts. They were too immersed in their hallucinations that Ark's voice was not even audible to them. And after a while, the effects of the Neuroman leaf they ate wore off, and moving their bodies like a zombie, they stood up to grab more leaves. Stop. Wake up. Sid and Sarah tried to stop them, but it was no use. The addicts were furiously beating each other up to get to the Nirunma leaves. The surprising thing to Ark was that their resilience. Even when they were knocked down, they just got up again like they could feel no pain. Even if they only had 1% health left, they still crawled on the ground in order to put the Nirunman leaf in their mouth. If he left, then the situation would just repeat itself until all the plants in the ruins were gone. Damn, is this why drug addiction is so frightening? However, he could not have them killing each other. Looking at the situation, maybe it is better to put them back in their prison. Suddenly a thought flashed in Ark's head. If so, this might be the best method. Ark immediately took out his pot and cooked a dish. While the addicts were eating the Nirunman leaves, he was just leisurely cooking, and Sid and Sarah shared a puzzled and absurd look. But they couldn't ignore the sight, and soon 15 portions of food were produced that gave off a strange smell. Okay, Sid, Sarah, catch the people and feed them this food using force if necessary. Yes. But what? I'll give you an explanation later after you quickly feed them. Ark shouted and caught one addict, pressing the food to his mouth. He struck the struggling addict, forcing his mouth open and shoving the food in, with Sid and Sarah immediately following. The effect was immediate. The addicts who ate the food staggered and vomited out the Nirunma leaves. Ugh, you weak. An addict who ate another Nirunma leaf vomited again. It is like I thought. Ark's eyes twinkled. Ark had made the appetite-killing stew. It was a stew that tastes so bad that it is impossible to eat any other food for 2 hours or they would throw up. If you tried to eat food by force, then it would be thrown up, and it also had the additional bonus of decreasing the effects of the eaten food. The Nirunma leaves also counts as consumed food. Eating it poisons you and causes hallucinations. In other words, in New World drug addiction can be seen as a food effect. When the Nirunman leaves have been eaten and thrown up, it is also possible for the appetite-killing stew to weaken the drug addiction effect. Or so Ark thought. It was a hit. After eating and vomiting the Nirunma leaves dozens of times, the pupils of the drug addicts started to clear up. It was only a slight change, but now there was hope. Okay, from now on it is a battle of patience. The opponents are drug addicts. However, they wouldn't recover easily even if it was a game. Ark made food and steadily fed it to them, as well as using his nursing skill on the addicts whenever possible. It lasted over 6 hours. By that time, Sarah had failed to sleep properly for more than 2 days, and the NPC slept against the wall along with Sid. Ark too wanted to close his eyes and faint from the exhaustion. However, Ark clenched his mouth and with red eyes continued making food for 15 people while firing off his nursing skill randomly. The quest is almost complete. What is sleep? The time limit was almost over and he just wanted to finish the quest as soon as possible. And his obsession finally evoked a miracle. You can overcome the temptation of the devil if you will it. Win for yourselves and for the ones waiting for you. Right now is the time to show your willingness for the ones you love. How many times? Due to the exhaustion, it was hard to even count how many times he had used the nursing skill. A blue light emerged from his body. It hung down from the addict's face to reveal the shadows that had melted away. Asterisk fame increased by 50. Asterisk alignment towards good increased by 50. I did it. With an exhausted face, Ark sat down with a thud. At that time, Sid and Sarah raised their head to the light. After waking up from his hallucinations, the middle-aged man gazed at Sarah and stuttered. Oh, Sarah. Thank goodness. Sarah opened her mouth before running to join the middle-aged man in a tight hug while crying. Sid watched the reunion with tears in his eyes. Arkansas Nim, you really did it. Ark silently nodded his head. Ark had originally only done it to complete the quest, but looking at Sarah's face he felt a sense of accomplishment. The heart with which a parent regards their child or the child their parents is still the same no matter if they are a person or a NPC. He thought back to when he was treating the addicts with cold eyes until he saw Sarah sleeping with tears streaming down her face. The nursing skill didn't rely on the skill level or the number of uses. For disease-stricken NPCs, caring for them sincerely and compassionately is required for nursing to succeed. Maybe his change of heart was the reason why miracle nursing succeeded. If it wasn't for Sarah, then the miracle nursing probably wouldn't have succeeded. That said, however, it did succeed. Anyway, now he would be able to complete the quest to rescue her father. He explained the general situation. Hansen approached Arkansas. You are Ark and Sid. I really thank you. You rescued my daughter and you even saved me. I don't know how to express my gratitude. Obviously with a reward. Ark swallowed the words that came to his mind. It was a natural thing. Anyway, I'm just relieved that it turned out to all right, too. A man like you still exists in this barren world. But I can't feel comfortable if I just accept your help. I want to give you something but I don't have it at the moment. Hansen had been searching all through his pockets and bag. Please think. There must be something. Please look for it. Ark's cheers showed an effect. After a while Hansen remembered the leather pouch attached to his waist and lifted it. I'm sorry, I only have something like this. It is only one as well. But fortunately for me it is a special talent. It is tips for making a map. Or if you're carrying this leather pouch, other people with a knack for it will tell you their tips to making maps. This would be useful for a foreigner like you. It can hold 25% of the capacity of a basic bag, so I can choose the reward. Ark confirmed the information with shining eyes. He had looked at Hansen and didn't have big expectations. However, which reward would be more useful? In big cities a magic bag with 1/4 of the capacity of a basic bag was sold for 200 gold. Therefore he could earn 200 gold with that reward. People are always going to be lacking bags. Ark swallowed his excess saliva with a gulp. However, what captured Ark's attention was the cartography skill. The basic map given to a user does not register the terrain of a dungeon. In complicated dungeons, his usual method was to familiarize himself by wandering around. However, if he had the cartography skill he wouldn't have to waste time wandering over the same routes. In addition, when you complete it 100% you can sell the maps. Of course the more complicated and challenging dungeon maps would be sold at a more expensive price. Bags might be coveted but they are not useful in games and therefore cannot be compared, because the cartography skill could also earn him money. Yes, money can buy items but rare skills. It cannot be compared. After Ark made a decision he looked at Sid. As expected Sid was also drooling over the cartography skill. Indeed, if registered to a map the town's information would be useful to merchants. It would not be easy to concede it to Arkansas. Sid, because you are a merchant you'll need more bags, of course. Yes. No, It's okay. I'll just choose the first option. I'll have what's left. Ark smiled as he spoke, causing Sid to flinch. He was laughing but Sid noticed an unidentified light in his eyes. Don't be burdened. I didn't do that much to finish this request, just fought against thieves and almost died. Sid was also sleeping when I was busy treating the addicts suffering throughout the night. But don't be nervous and take what you want. Ha, it's between me and Sid. Right. So please choose the better option. This is the bag, of course. Whenever Ark spoke, Sid felt small wounds puncturing him. And after staring at Ark for a while, he blew a sigh and gave an awkward smile. Oh, that's right, what, just that I need a bag. I knew it. So Ark conceded the bag, which Sid received and was very happy, and it was done. And Ark learned the cartography skill from Hansen and a message window popped up. Even though the quest difficulty was +E, completion of the quest caused his level to rise. Once Ark had completed the quest he asked. Have you maybe seen anything special about this place? Something special? Yes, it wouldn't be anything big. Something between the size of a ball and a fist. Well, that would be the approximate size. And because it would have protection, there might be a sinister aura coming from it. Are you reminded of anything? Well. After thinking for a while, Hansen opened his mouth. Oh, that reminds me. When I first came here, I saw something suspicious. Some round objects that were contained in an iron box, wrapped in a black cloth inscribed with funny characters I haven't seen before. I also felt fear to the degree that my body kept on trembling. At the time, I thought I was frightened because I had just been caught by the thieves. But now thinking back, that strange feeling seemed to be coming from that stuff. That's it. Where is it now? The man with red hair took it. The man with red hair. Yes, he also radiated an ominous aura. A red aura covered his body and he also had red hair. The thieves' boss also used an honorific word for him. I heard the spirit but not the details. He was also the one to give me to the thieves. Your stupid man got caught infiltrating. Tell them to be more careful. The situation fit. Hansen's words caused Ark to remember the thieves' conversation in the secret passage that Ark eavesdropped on. In the middle of the thieves' neutral words they said, he. Perhaps the person they were referring to was the man with red hair. And the thief who got caught outside was the one that had infiltrated Jiren last time. Do you know where he went? Let's see. He went north of Brant Mountains. Beyond the Angora Cliffs. Yes, Kai wrote. That's right. If it is near the Angora Cliffs in the Brant Mountains, then the only place it could be was Cairo. No doubt, he was a cartographer. Cairo. Ark looked at Sid with a slightly surprised face. Prior to meeting Sid, he had never heard of Cairo. It was a lawless city where chaotic users gathered. However, Ark had been unable to figure out the location of Cairo. He had heard that chaotic users in Cairo automatically received event quests. Of course, Ark did not want to become chaotic just to find out the location of Cairo. Do you happen to know the location of Cairo? Of course. I couldn't call myself a cartographer if I didn't know the location of a city. If you'll let me display the location on the map. Hansen nodded and a map window automatically opened. It was open to Jiren's northern area and a red dot pointed to the middle of the Brant Mountains. Okay, I've collected all of the required information now. Now all that's left is to report back to the Magic Institute. Well, let's get out of here. Dungeons frustrated Sid because they were not familiar to him. But there were still people in the prison and Hansen's face still signs of hesitation. Ark tilted his head and asked. Which reminds me. Why are the people still like that? They don't seem pleased. It's like they're not even aware that they have been saved. That's probably. Hansen explained with a sigh. The people in the prison were people who wandered the continent or were kidnapped like Hansen. Unlike Hansen, who had only been addicted for 2 days, most of these people have been addicted for years and lost most of their memory. When you are looking at a few minutes a day without the day, although the symptoms are different for everyone, some are so severe that they can't even remember their own name. So they are frightened of where to go after they leave here. If it was just a little bit later, I would have been just like them too. I would have even failed to recognize my daughter. Just imagining the fearful thought, Hansen hugged Sarah harder. Bastards! Sid clenched his fist in anger. Well, yes, but he still looked cute. However, compared to Sid's fury, Ark's eyes glittered. Oh, then these people are little lost sheep. Ark's ability to connect his quests and maximize profits was triggered. Ark's tongue seemed as smooth as oil. That's a shame. They shouldn't be abandoned just before they suffered such a horrible thing. But it is fortunate. There is a place called Lancel Village that knows me. It is a good place where the courageous people always greet a new neighbor. Even if you are a person with lost memories, the people of the pioneer village would be delighted to welcome you. So let's take them there. Lancel. It is still there. Hansen the cartographer stared with surprised eyes. Ark roughly explained what happened to Lancel and Hansen nodded. I see. Nevertheless, you are not an average person. Yes, in this situation I better take them to Lancel village. Now you don't have to worry anymore. I will take responsibility for bringing them to Lancel village. Although the body is not in the best condition, as a cartographer I use magic to avoid the monsters just like a normal magician. Yes, that would be great. Tell them that I sent you to Lancel village. Somebody called Galen will look after them. I see, Hansen nodded and a quest updated. Because they lost their memories they were not counted as settlers with special abilities. However, the achievement still increased by 10%. He was getting closer to completing the quest. Ark summed up the situation and left the party, leaving the dungeon to Sid. Ark remained in the dungeon because there was still work to be done. These are all the drug ingredients. The remaining Ark looked at the Nurunma leaves and laughed. The thieves had secretly cultivated rare plants. Ark's keen senses smelled the scent of money. Of course, the leaves of the Nurunma plant were now useless. Even if it is a drug, it would still make an excellent ingredient to make a superior remedy. He wouldn't be able to sell it at stores in cities. Even if the NPC bought it, then he would just be dragged to the guards and arrested. But what if the laws don't apply to the city? He had already heard about Cairo through Hansen. After meeting the Magic Institute, the quest would probably lead him to the lawless city of Cairo, where prohibited items from the continent would probably be sold. Drugs would be a little concerning, but Ark had encountered chaotic players many times. Chaotic NPCs and users ran wild in Cairo, so he felt no remorse selling Nurunma leaves there. And wouldn't it become a treatment pill if refined well? If they determined that the drug was a remedy, then the NPC shops in Cairo would take the lot. After that, Ark is not responsible for it. Although this was slightly different, the Koreans' favorite seasoning pepper was first recognized as a poison. According to the Japanese, when the Japanese invasion was defeated, people tried to destroy the plants. However, their forefathers were clever and used the peppers to develop a famous food culture worldwide. After all, that's not important. What are important are the intentions of the people who utilize it. As long as I write that the seasoning can be poisonous. Armed with that thought, Ark used his extraction skill and collected the Nurunma leaves. After he had finished collecting the Nurunma leaves in bundles of 200, he had a total of 1600. Even if one sells for 10 silver, then he would still receive 160 gold. Even if he fell down a well, Ark would never leave empty-handed. After exiting the dungeon, Sid and Hansen's companions gathered. When Sarah approached to give a farewell greeting, she bent and kissed his cheek. And Ark blushed as red as a beetroot. Really, thank you. It was a sudden surprise, but it didn't feel bad. Sid waited with an expectant expression. However, Sarah turned away with a flick of her tongue and left with Hansen. Sid blankly stared with dumb surprise before raising his voice angrily at Arkansas. Ark, you too. Volume 4 Chapter 6 You are listening at novelfull.audio. Act 6 The Lawless City of Cairo, Draconian Clan. Shannon from the Magic Institute asked in surprise after hearing your report. Yes, it looked like it was a lizard-like species. I never thought the Draconian clan would be involved with the Heart-Soul bead. However, if he used mimicry he might have been able to steal the Heart-Soul bead. What kind of species is the Draconian anyway? They are. No, it's not. It's still too early to come to conclusions when you are still unsure. I'm sorry, but for the moment can you keep quiet about the Draconian involvement? That's not a difficult job, but actually he had no interest in the lizard. The problem is the Heart-Soul bead. Shannon began to talk with a serious expression. I was never sure what those who stole the Heartsoul bead knew about it. But based on your story, they seem to have a purpose for stealing the Heartsoul bead. If so, I'm afraid the problem is more serious than I thought. There are a lot of ways it can be misused. Shannon reached out his sweaty palms and grasped Ark's hands. Please. You're the only one I can rely on. The Merchant Guild and Warrior Guild have already begun to suspect the situation. We have no way to chase after the Red Man because if caught the Magic Institute's position in society will be damaged. In addition, the protection around the relic has been damaged, therefore the situation is unknown. I see what you're saying. Ark nodded and replied. I never thought about abandoning a task once I have started it. Fortunately, the cartographer gave me a clue to the whereabouts of the Red Man, so before it is too late I will find the Heartsoul bead. The reason for Ark was of course the reward. From Shannon's reaction to the quest he could smell the scent of money. It could be a huge disaster if the situation is prolonged. If you resolve such a problem, then it would be extremely profitable. But was that all? Since the beginning of quest, he received a great deal of experience from being in a party. The Neuronman leaf was only one of his rewards. Yes, it was a quest that laid golden eggs. And Shannon did not even realize the reason behind his acceptance. After Jackson, how could I not believe in you? After Shannon spoke, a new message window popped up. Difficulty level. See, anyway, that's the first checkpoint passed. Is that the end of the boring bounty hunting? It was actually quite profitable that it was a shame to end it. However, he had to give it up to gain even more compensation. Ark left the Magic Institute and put some things in order in Jiren. The first place he visited was the garrison. During the period where he destroyed 18 groups of thieves, he did not have time to drop by Jiren to receive the bounty money. What brings you here? I came to receive the prize money. Do you have the necessary evidence? Yes, of course. Tuck, 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 tuck. Ark continued to pull out tokens from his bag and piled them on the desk. After the 3.4, the NPC officials stared with their mouths open until the 10th token. After he finally pulled out all 18 tokens, they stared with amazement. This is all. Yes, it's all the tokens. Please confirm it. Ark laughed and smiled at the NPC officials as they said. It's amazing. It has been less than a month since I put up most of these bounties. But all these thieves have been destroyed within a month. Why wouldn't it? No. Is there such a thing? After he checked the tokens against a ledger, the NPC handed him a thick money bag. The bag contained a whopping 254 gold. He had frantically hunted bandit groups without visiting the village for 9 days. Of course, he had to practice hunting for 5 days before the real hunting, so the actual investment time was a fortnight. However, excluding the profit from Japdom, a 254 gold bounty was a huge income. In addition, his hunter rank rose to rank C in record time. However, there is a limit to hunting bounties alone. Ark could catch a lot of thief companies because other users weren't interested in them. Not surprisingly, the phenomenon was limited to some areas. When a thief company is exterminated and a scheduled time passed, then the group would appear again. However, the time scheduled for thieves was different from the general monsters. It was a necessary method to balance the game. The 18 cases were only possible for Ark because a large amount of bandit groups settled around a commercial city and the other players generally avoided hunting thief companies. Indeed, when Ark visited the bulletin board, there were only 3 new bounties. 2 of them were ones that Ark had cancelled because he didn't have the token. After Ark collected the bounty, he turned into Jiren Square. Sid had also come to the square to organize and sell his Japdom. After calculating it in his head, Ark had reserve budget of 1,000 gold. The gold in reserve could be changed into cash in case of an emergency. Now he didn't have to worry about money after more. After he finished counting, he gloatingly asked Sid. Now, for the time being I'm stopping bounty hunting. Sid, what are you going to do? Ark Nim, are you going to Cairo? Yes, so I'll come along, Sid said with shining eyes. So even after making him work so much, he still doesn't know Ark's true colors. However, Sid had his own reasons. With me. But that is a dangerous place for a merchant, I don't have anything to lose anyway. Sid said with a heart-warming smile. And I have to go anyway. What is it? Oh ho ho ho, a windfall. Actually a little while ago I stopped at a store to sell some Japtum and I got a quest that was from dedicated professional merchants. The merchant want to study items that are only sold in Cairo. After delivering each special item to the required merchant for research, I would have 150 gold to write off my remaining debt. It seems to be a quest that is only given to merchants with Cairo's location marked on their map. But you have to be a chaotic user to buy exclusive items from Cairo. To enter may cost more than 150 gold. Then Sid grinned and lifted a piece of paper. It's a draft issued by the merchant. But it can't be used outside of a Cairo store, that is to say Sid's only intention was to carry stuff. Items that are usually sold in Cairo are difficult to find in an ordinary village. This was more than a little gold. Until now, any money I made went to paying off my debt, but not this time. But if I buy the right item then I might be able to resell it for a greater price. Well, that's fine if you're sure. Yes, then please bring me there. Sid said while hopping and running. Frankly, Ark also wanted Sid to come along. Silently marching for 20 hours a day was possible thanks to Sid. Also, he had a cool character and signed a contract to give Ark his share of the profit from anything he sold. However, Ark had a crucial reason for liking Sid. As a hobbit, he had access to 6 bags. With the pouch he received from Hansen that was 7 bags available. Sid was just a bag to Ark after all. Cairo is a lawless city. He should have his poisonous skill equipped ready to use at any time. If so, having Sid along would also help. Ayu, my lovely bag. Okay. If it's Sid then you're always welcome. Then let's leave immediately. Sid swung both of his arms as he walked. Therefore he continued to travel together with the hobbit merchant with a bad credit rating. This was a deposit. Hyun-Wu looked at his bank account with thrilled eyes. At the end of the event quest, he put up the Fire Slayer for auction and the winning bid was just deposited. In fact, the auction was closed for a while. However, the person who deposited the money received an unavoidable computer error leaving him anxious until it was confirmed that the money was now properly deposited. The deposit amount was a whopping 11,160,000 won. The highest bid was 12 million won with 7% going to the auction commission fee. This meant that 840,000 won went to the auction fee but the expense was worth it. 1.1 Trade with users could be a popular place for a scam. Hyun-Wu also fell victim to a fraud a couple of years ago when trying to buy a 100,000 won item. A 12 million won item was worth so much more that if he fell victim to a fraud he would vomit blood and die. Well, I just have to think of it like a tax, and in some cases if you use the auction then you can receive a higher price. I got 11,160,000 won anyway. And the dark robe I got yesterday sold for 900,000 won, so tomorrow I should receive 870,000 won. When combined with the money in his account, he would have around 14 million won. Every day the prices go up even more, but it should be enough to pay 2 or 3 months worth of hospital bills without having to worry about money. Hyun-Wu gave a heart-warming smile at the bank statement. Oh, today I have to go to the hospital with Uncle Gwon-Wa. Rang. Hyun-Wu remembered the phone call he answered this morning. Speaking of Uncle Gwon-Wa. Rang, it's been a while since I've visited his house. Oh, that's right, isn't today the day he normally visits his probation members? Because today was the first day they would meet directly since the lump sum came in. Gwon-Wa. Rang had bought a house for the rehabilitation members to live together almost a year ago. Hyun-Wu bought food with a few bills in his pocket while grinding his teeth. He paid for 3 whole chickens and after-dinner drinks. The total was 55,001. Paying 2,001 for seaweed rolls 3 times a day was an extravagant amount for Hyun Woo. However, he made an exception for Gwonhwa Rang and the probation members spending that much. But it was a crowd, so he should not scrimp. Gwonhwa Rang's place was 30 minutes away by bus. Who is it? A voice was heard after he pressed the bell. And the man appeared. Hyun Woo used to be a juvenile delinquent and he had a fairly disciplined mind and body. However, he became breathless at the sight of the man that appeared. A bear-like man with tattoos from his wrist to his neck. It was like he found himself in front of a boss monster, with a warning message spontaneously appearing in his head. The guy scanned him up and down and said, "What the? You have chicken. AAA that I'm here to see Uncle Gwonhwa Rang. Nag. You know Gwon. Yes, I'm Hyun Woo. We had an appointment today. Oh. Oh. He scratched his head roughly as his eyes opened in surprise. It's you. You're Arkansas. Yes, that is, yes. Ah. Man, why did you hesitate? It's me, number 1405. Remember? Number 1405. Then you are that uncle. Yes, yes. I received a lot of help that day. Well, you do look exactly like your game character. I'm sorry, I don't have very keen eyes. Come in. Number 1405 grabbed his arm and just pulled him into the house. When he unconsciously entered the house, his company immediately raised his voice. Hey, Ark is here. Not long after, Hyun Woo felt like he had entered a safari park and had been thrown as a toy. His first impression of all the guys that rushed out of a room was that they were tougher than rock. Frankly, Hyun Woo considered the group of thieves cute compared to these guys. 10 similar men gathered and surrounded him. It was such a situation then he sat down with a sweaty back. Uncle Gwonhwa Rang says kid, looking around, where is this kid? Gwon had to go out a little bit because of urgent business. He wants you to wait a little bit. It's like that. And when he goes somewhere he doesn't bring a cell phone with him. The man with a horrifying knife scar on his face said with a smile. Hyun Woo almost said, I'm sorry, I'll buy a cell phone immediately. I'm number 1401. Kong Yu. Jean. But did you buy us food? Kong Yu. Jean looked at the chicken set in Hyun Woo's hands. Yes, after he answered the chicken turned to bone. It didn't even take 11 minutes. Scary. Are they going to eat me as well? Did he come for nothing? Hyun Woo rolled his eyes nervously. The last of the chicken wings was eaten by number 1405, called Ma Chorung, who suddenly asked. By the way, have you gone anywhere with Roko? Yes. We only went to a cafe together. The group burst into laughter at Hyun Woo's answer. You're completely a nerd. I'm saying you like her. Oh ho ho. So of course you would have kissed. Ach, don't say that. I'm just a friend that's a man. Ach. Hey. Don't you know saying that is a crime? The conversation broke down with the guys chattering to each other. Hyun Woo, who was listening blankly, shook his head. Well, there's nothing between me and Hai-Sun. She is just a close younger sibling. What? The guys' voices stopped suddenly. They began sending doubtful looks at each other and whispering. Beside him Kong Yu. Jean blew out a sigh and shook his head. Let's stop it at that. I'm embarrassed for everyone. Anyway, Roko is really serious. It's like comparing trees and stone. Yes. Ah, you mean me. No, I have no intention of becoming nosy. Anyway, Hyun Woo, no, it is easier to call you Arkansas. Is that okay? If possible, please relax and sit down a little bit more comfortably. This is not a punishment. So why is your form so awkward? Hyun-Woo then realized that he was sitting on his knees. Hyun-Woo coughed and sat down cross-legged as Yu-Jin smiled and said. Please don't be so anxious. Our appearance might be like beasts, but we're not bad guys, Ma Chorung interrupted with a single word. To be frank, we were bad guys. I'm not arguing that. That is clear. Then. We don't particularly hate guys like you, yes. Guys like me. Yes, so you see. Ma Chorung opened his mouth to talk but was prevented by Kang Yu-Jin, who said. The intention is just like we said. Rather, it was better. In the game, our goals are the same. The new world was more complicated than I thought, so if I meet an expert then I'll ask them about new world. Yes, I'm okay with that. It was a topic that he knew, so Hyun-Woo nodded. Frankly, Hyun-Woo's reaction to the word ex-convict was different from most people's who would have blinders on. If they are ex-convicts then they are criminals. It was a cruel and cold-hearted way to think, but natural for outgoing people. So because of these special people, Hyun-Woo regarded them with a completely different expression. However, with such a conversation, his original thoughts disappeared. In particular, when he was first introduced to number 1401. Kang Yu-Jin seemed like a hard person thanks to his scar, but he was more thoughtful than an ordinary person. The framework is something he disagreed with. He could hear the weight of every behavior through his voice. The other people were the same as well. Though their outer appearance was tough, when talking about the game their eyes lit up like children. Hyun-Woo felt a sense of surprise at the difference between their appearance and behavior. Hyun-Woo used the moment to talk seriously with ordinary people who enjoyed the game just as much as he did. After his mind was eased, the conversation became more fun. The difference between how Hyun-Woo played the game and how they just enjoyed it was interesting. Autonomy from the government. Hyun-Woo listened to the news about Jackson. Yes, it was thanks to Gwon. The condition was he would have to go to the capital and earn enough points in the arena in front of the nobility. Well, we like it. Because fighting against monsters has been getting boring. Hyun-Woo also meant to see the arena someday. But he never thought the Gwon Rang would get there first. It also seemed that the sentence was passed after Hyun-Woo had a word with the young lord. The strong point of New World was that the words or conduct of a third party could impact it so much that it affects other users. Their common interest led to a more lively conversation. And Hyun-Woo also joked around and engaged in the conversation. The skills that they learnt were particularly interesting. All the unique skills in reality, including violence, could be acquired as their profession. Although they promised to follow the rehabilitation program, that program was not enough to seal off their skills. And New World was a game where they could apply those skills. Although the money was initially low in Haroon Village, we used our skills to get things cheaper. Therefore, the intimidation skill was acquired. You can use the intimidation skill at any shop to get items for 10% cheaper. However, it does lower the intimacy with the owners. It was the skill that the person called 1402 favored as a former bond collector. Then number 1406, who was a former pickpocket, scoffed. Is that something to be proud of? I have the pickpocket skill where I am able to steal one item from a monster in critical condition. That's better than blackmailing NPCs. Noisy. Stop talking about the stingy pickpocket skill. Intimidation can also deal with monsters. Do you see how sometimes it flinches? That's because I intimidated it. That's trivial. Intimidation. Pickpocket. You have to live a new life, but in the end nothing has changed in that cycle. Look at me. The skill, Wine Lovers, gives an extra 20 points to intimacy with female NPCs, love and peace. This skill is much better. Is the fact that you hit your wife also applied to the game? If you're like me, The fraud is a much better skill because it allows me to sell items for 15% more even though I'm not a merchant. The gentle number 1401, Kong Yu. Jean also spoke up. New World really has a lot of interesting skills. Even if you have the same profession, depending on the skills you pick, it is possible to raise an entirely different character. It is embodied in the fact that a technique learned in reality is a skill in the game. In reality, some techniques shouldn't transfer over. Some techniques you should feel ashamed about. And again, even if you don't use the technique in the game, it is still usable. We assume the other user's skills are wonderful as well and envy them. It was one of the reasons people are attracted to New World. And it wasn't possible for Hyun.woo to feel a sense of distance from them anymore. This is why common interests are so important. Oh, that reminds me. Hyun.woo suddenly remembered the new survival cooking skill he learnt in Jiren. It was a special advanced technique that could create a medley of food with special effects. Foods that could increase charm, voiced that when cooking it is impossible to guess what effect the dish would have. But listening to the ex-convict's talk, he thought that the food might be related to certain skill. The dish to increase charm could be used with the wine lover's skill, and the dish to increase the voice could be used with intimidation to increase the menace in the voice. Hyun.woo's idea interested the probationary members. There are also items that could give effects like that. Haven't you looked at the auction? The food is stuck because of the expiration date. When it isn't special and the expiration date is short, then it is difficult for an auction to sell it. There isn't a special food-related category in the auction. I see, there's a lot of food with unknown effects. It could increase agility or strength, but there are also poisonous foods that could give absurd effects. Hey, that's fascinating. Well, it would be a lot of help when you are a spectator. Then I'll make plenty. Fortunately, food created with an advanced skill has a longer use by date. By at the moment I have no time to go to the capital thanks to my quest. Is it possible for you to come to Cairo? Cairo. That's where you're stuck. I've never heard of it. It is very difficult to find the information from other places. It is the lawless city of Cairo. The ex-convict's eyes shined when they heard the lawless city part. A lawless city. Then it is like the Harlem district. I certainly have to go there. Okay, before going to the capital we'll try to drop by Cairo. So let me explain my approximate location. Okay, I understand. It is easy to understand why you're a high-level user. I give my best regards. Arkansas. A probationary member said with a smirk. After that, Hyun.woo would be different and New World would tremble in time with them. After 1 hour had passed, Gwonhwa.Rang returned. Hyun.woo stood up to go to the hospital although he felt regret. A probationary member went with him outside. Next time call before you come. We will prepare chicken. Kongyu.Jean said, patting Hyun.woo's shoulders. And that if things are difficult then tell us. We might not be the best but we'll stand with you. If there's anything we can do to support each other then we should. Yes, Hyun.woo parted from them without any specific ideas. So he took a car to the hospital where he met with Gwonhwa.Rang. How was the meeting? Did they seem like nice guys? Yes, though I was a little bit scared in the beginning. The fact is that I had really wanted you to meet the guys. Yes. Why? Which reminds me, didn't Ma Korong also to say that? Gwonhwa.Rang gave a bittersweet smile and muttered. Some might have a different view no matter their appearances. Among them he had not wanted to be a criminal. But circumstances were unavoidable and he was forced to live on the streets. And soon was forced to live without a soul and eventually had a criminal record. It is not a good conversation to inquire about the details of their pain. Of course, now I don't regret it. I think everyone thinks deeply about how their life might have been different. So you have to think about what you're proud of. Your parents. Hum. In difficult circumstances you have to use your own strength to make sure you don't fall on a bad path. Is that so? I hope that guy Korong doesn't hate someone like me in the end. Hyun-Wu was ashamed for thinking they were a different race from him, even for a short while. If they didn't have Uncle Gwanhwa. Rang. Anyway. So I can't give up on those guys. Because it is difficult to know how to get out from the wrong bog using your own strength. To be honest, that's why I left today. Many guys would realize it when they look at you struggling to live rightly in a difficult situation. I want to teach that to them through you and New World. Sorry I didn't tell you in advance. Gwanhwa. Rang spoke as cigarette smoke blew from his mouth out the car window. Hyun-Wu looked at the side of Gwanhwa. Rang's face for a while. That appearance. It was the face that Hyun-Wu had seen when he first met Gwanhwa. Rang. The mass media portrayed him as a criminal when he used his gun to shoot a violent offender, but he was truly sorry and wanted to help somehow. It was Gwanhwa. Rang's true power which Hyun-Wu respected. It's okay. I enjoyed it. And I like the older brothers. I'm glad. By the way. Is this an operation to introduce me in advance because I might become an adopted son? Unsteadily, the car shook for a while. But Gwanhwa. Rang pretended ignorance and continued smoking. A secret smile spread on Hyun-Wu's mouth as he leaned back in his seat. On that day, Hyun-Wu gained 10 older ex-convict brothers. Does this also increase the level? Is that place Cairo? Ark looked at the city's silhouette that was revealed over the ridges. From the side, Sid muttered about his taste. There, so would it be possible to rest soon? Yes, this time I'm going to bath properly. Ark unfolded the map and nodded. It is good news. Sid collapsed with a thud in that position. They had arrived at Cairo 4 days after leaving Jiren. Indeed, it was 4 days of continuous, fierce hardship. And the suffering began with Ark's one word. In order to save time, let's go straight to Cairo. Although Hansen the cartographer clearly indicated Cairo's location, the map of the surrounding areas was not clear. Finding the proper way to get there from Jiren could be time-consuming. Therefore, Ark decided that the quickest way to get to Cairo was to go in the direction with the shortest distance. It was a mistake. The area between Jiren and Cairo was a bit unclear. There was a dense jungle where the exit wasn't visible. He didn't expect the high-level hunting ground infested with strange monsters over level 100. With the darkness bonus applied at night, he could somehow deal with the monsters, but during the day this did not apply. In addition, there were gaping crevasses in places like the valley floor and a swamp that was like a maze, making it easy to get lost. It was a miracle that they had managed to escape the jungle alive. Sid looked at Ark with sunken eyes. Fortunately, they had found some ruins hidden in the jungle, and raised their intimacy with an NPC from the Migu clan. Without him, I'd be dead. The situation had become more difficult thanks Ark's character, which he stuck fearfully to. The difficult situation meant that Ark didn't sleep for more than 2 hours a day. Thanks to that, even Sid was dragged out. In addition, restless creatures chasing you can also increase tension. Of course, the tremendous fatigue and lack of sleep decreased their health until they fell into a critical state. I'd rather be dead. How many times had he thought that? They entered the jungle straight away after Jiren. Of course, the final resurrection place was Jiren. He could use dying in the jungle as an excuse to rest in Jiren, but he noticed that when Ark fought in battles, he always protected Sid. Of course, even Sid knew that it wasn't a statement of the friendship. It would be difficult to collect a lot of Japtum with 6 bags gone. After that, the two of them who had passed such a hell eventually reached Cairo. Just looking at the distant Cairo caused tears to rise. You did it, Sid. You did. Great job, Sid. You're cool, Sid. What happened? Oh, no. Dust just entered my eye. Sid wiped his blurry eyes with his sleeves. Now, let's go. We need to organize our stuff and get some rest. Yes. At the end of his words, Sid let out a wide grin and nodded. The two of them soon went up along the ridges. Cairo was located on top of the ridge, just like the city of Machu Picchu shown in a documentary. The size of the silhouette shown in the dim moonlight was roughly the size of the Jackson Manor. Growing vine the ground was thick vines that surrounded the city like a wall. Unless displayed on the map, Cairo was difficult to find due to the thick vines making it seem like a forest. Cairo's entrance was guarded by NPCs. Unlike other cities, these guards were dressed like bandits. Ark and Sid gazed at the magical sight of the vines surrounding them as they reached the entrance. The guards frowned darkly and interrupted them. Wait. What, you guys? Yes. Did you just enter the city? Bah. Go out. This isn't a place where every youngster can enter. What do you mean? Didn't you hear me say leave? If you make me say it again, I'm going to show you how to walk away with a bitter taste. The guard NPCs roughly pushed them together. It was a tense atmosphere. They couldn't cause problems with the NPCs as soon as they reached Cairo. Eventually Ark and Sid left with puzzled faces. Why are they doing this? The NPC stops users from even entering the town. Of course, sometimes there are guards that press users at general villages. However, it is applicable only to the chaotic user. As he was thinking, Ark realized that he forgot something. Ah, this was a city for chaotic users. Oh, right. I had heard that only chaotic players could enter Cairo. Sid seemed to have the same thought as he stated in a frustrated voice. What do we do? We came so far. It's not that way, a shallow smile spread on Ark's face. Hoo, I had collected something a while ago and forgot about it that I didn't think it would be used for this. Of course I made sure to collect it even when its purpose was unclear. Because you don't know when or where you'll need it. Snake, lie, scroll. Snake spat out the red scroll. After Sid checked the scroll his eyes widened and he raised his voice. That is. I had taken away the scroll from Leo previously. Ark said with a smile. In fact, it was an item that every time his bags ran out of space he thought about selling. However, trying to sell the special item he got after all that hard work was uncomfortable. What a relief. Now, where to use it once? Ark used the scroll to edit his character info. Good plus 200 Dark Walker Cat Knight, caretaker of all, Jackson's Hero 53, level increase by 10, alignment chaotic. Ark's current level had increased to 90 after 3 days in the forest. The lie scroll adjusted it upwards to level 100. And he became a chaotic player and his name was turned red. With other users walking back and forth, it was difficult to raise his level. It was the reason he deliberately chose night time. Now there's only one of this scroll, what about me? I'll enter Cairo and buy lots of scrolls. I'll also gather information if I can. And Sid will lurk where appropriate. Don't be recognized as something else by a chaotic user or you'll be in danger. Then I'll do that. Please. Reassured, Sid nodded. Ark gave a faint smile. I'll take out the price of the scroll from the Japtum charges. After trusting the wrong person, the Sid who went all the way to Cairo to find a way to live should elicit sympathy, but that was non-existent in Arkansas. Of course, it was that guy. Sid pasted a strange smile on his face and nodded. Yes, aha. Of course. Then, I'm going. Be very good at hiding and take care of yourself. Ark looked at Sid like he was a body with 6 bags again. As expected, after he reached the entrance and his name was shown, the attitude of the NPCs changed. Era. You're the guy from a little while ago. Well. Yes. After scanning up and down, the NPC laughed wildly. Kukuku, the fragrant smell of blood is emanating from your body. Meanwhile, where is your young friend? Around. That hobbit was visibly appetizing, but are you done? Ho, you're a bad guy who betrayed the guy who accompanied you here. But I much prefer the hypocrisy over the good guys. And this place is not a paradise for the faithful. Okay, if you have thrown off the mask of hypocrisy, then you are welcome. His intimacy with the guard quickly rose. Ark wanted to use the chance to gain additional information. Perhaps, did a red-headed man come here? A red-headed man? Let's see. It is a difficult question to answer. This is a place where hundreds of people come in and out in one day. And most would be wearing a hat. Then has anything strange happened in the last few days? There's no such thing. Well, the lawless city is always a problem, but there wasn't anything that was particularly strange. Although these days the vines that protect the city have withered a little bit, but that's all. Did you want to know something like that? Indeed. I understand. Let me know anytime you need help, I'll give it to you. I'll only give it to you. A foreigner has to protect his life. The NPC guards chuckled and said. Ark ignored them and entered Cairo. He couldn't feel secure in the city. Cairo was a lawless city. There were guard NPCs, but here if a fight broke out between the users, then the NPC would not pay attention. They maintain minimal security. The NPC only acts when Cairo is attacked. It is the crime promotion area. Of course, if they kept fighting, then every chaotic user would be mentally and physically tired. Therefore, to some extent there were tacit rules. But that had nothing to do with the Ark who just stepped into Cairo. Of course, there was flashing here and there as he walked along a wide road. The chaotic users hiding in the alley here and there used insight to confirm Ark's level. In addition, some users also applied for a party. The purpose of this wasn't to form a party, but was to determine if Ark could be a colleague. Sheesh, it's a high level. He's also in a party. If I touch him, it'd be tiring. A novice should have entered so we could educate them a little bit. Now the users who were gawking from a nearby alley stealthily withdrew. Due to New World system, it was less likely for chaotic players to be high level. It took a colossal amount of time and money to get rid of the chaotic status, and the loss would be too big if they died. At a low level, gaining a chaotic status to steal had a low risk rate and benefits, but as the level increases that risk would increase exponentially. Because of that, the users in Cairo were mainly level 30.40. They wouldn't dare attack Ark who had become level 100 thanks to the lie scroll. The first checkpoint has been passed. Ark was finally able to relax and find a shopping center. In Cairo it wasn't only the outer walls, the exteriors of every building was also enveloped in vines. Thankfully, the buildings were not like other cities and had distorted shapes. In addition, the city was fairly complex and it is difficult to find his way. How far did he walk? Ark had finally discovered a strange place. In the central part of the city, there was a wide gaping hole with a diameter of about 10 meters. It is the corpse disposal arena in the center of the city. The history was as bloody as expected, appropriate for a lawless city. Ah, this is not the time. Ark, who was watching the hole with his mouth open, turned his head away. If possible, he wanted to explore Cairo some more, so now was not the time. He was also worried about Sid waiting outside, and the lie scroll also had a time limit. His top priority was to quickly locate a shopping center. Ark had been running down a back alley to quickly look for a shopping center. However, moments before stepping foot in a mall, he realized that there was something wrong. Which reminds me, isn't it night time? Even the mistake was tight. Ark had chosen night time to enter Cairo because he received the dark attribute bonus. But he hadn't considered the original purpose. In New World, NPCs also closed their shops during the evening to sleep. And now, of course, all the stores were closed because it was night. Damn. In New World, it was now dawn, which arrives at 5 a.m. The stores open at 8 a.m., so he has to wait 3 more hours. The duration of his scroll was limited. Would the duration end before the store's doors open? It's obvious that he would get attacked by NPC guards if they saw him. But was that all? When a guard NPC shows up, other chaotic users would also enter. If he uses stealth, then it is possible to escape, but without the scroll he won't be able to buy items from the store, and he also wouldn't be able to collect information about the Red Man. In the end, I came here only to end up sucking fingers. Of course, he could become chaotic, but he wanted to avoid that as much as possible. Once you become chaotic, then the alignment and fame is reduced by 30%. But it doesn't stop there. At level 90, to lose the chaotic status he must surrender to the guards and be locked up in prison for 9 days in real time and a fine of 90 gold. It was certainly a reckless penalty. No. There must be another way. Ark desperately ran around the shopping centers. That's when he found his light of salvation in the form of a store. A dim light shone from a small grocery store nestled in a small alley. The doors were closed, but it was possible that the NPC was still inside. Tapping at the door, Ark jumped up and shouted. "Are you here? At this time, what kind of child are you? Oh, I'm fortunate that you're here. I have to buy some stuff. We're closed. Because it's troublesome, go away. There is an urgent situation. Please open the door as a small favor. I told you I won't trade." However, Ark believed this store was his open option. He did not stop knocking until the door eventually flew open and a furious man's face emerged. "Leave me alone. You don't have to go crazy just before daylight. I'm really sorry. I told you it was a really urgent matter. Please give me a moment to buy a few things. It will only take a short time. Please." Ark lowered his head and begged, and the man's face slightly softened. He scratched his head and blew out a sigh before shaking his head. "Look, I don't like to say no to someone desperate. Of course, I would like to engage in the business of a businessman too. But this matter is also not about you. I also can't afford your patronage. Even though I want to, I can't." "Yes. Can't afford to patronize. What does that mean? Come on, get inside the store. Because of this, do you understand?" The shop owner indicated with an irritated expression. The inside of the store was a mess. The shelves and miscellaneous items were smashed, and the walls and floors had broken items all over the place. Just looking at the situation, he could tell that there was a serious problem. "Can I help with anything?" "What? What did you say?" "I asked if you needed any help," Ark, who was used to being friendly with NPCs, automatically answered. If someone is good, then they may receive thanks. Because there was never any loss, the system had become ingrained as a habit. Then the shop owner looked at him with a befuddled look. "Why would you do that? Was it a mistake?" No. The shop owner was surprised as he shook his head. "It's because I haven't heard those words in so long. Also, you're a foreigner. The foreigners who often shop here don't bother with anyone else's problems. Of course, most of the murders are committed by criminals. Oh, which reminds me of something in Cairo. Chaotic players don't bother building intimacy with quest NPCs. That was not the main concern of chaotic players. Their main concern and interest is how many users they can PK and gain items before losing the chaotic status. Therefore, none of them would have had any interest in the NPC's circumstances." Ark immediately grasped the situation and answered. "It is difficult to tell the difference in this place, but I am not like them. Also, I have never done anything that I was ashamed about. It was because of circumstances that couldn't be avoided that a crime was committed. And after my business here ends, then I will surrender and be judged in a legitimate court of law." Ark was heartfelt. Needless to say, the shop owner nodded. No, I understand. There would often be such a friend. Now would it be okay to explain the situation to me? I was thinking that solving other people's difficulties was my fate. I have the body of a criminal now, but isn't it possible to see past that just this once? Phew, but... The shop owner was worried about something and talked seriously. Just by looking you can understand, but a thief entered the store last night. The thief? Yes, in fact, this is not the first time. Surprisingly, just this shop has been visited at least 3 times in the last fortnight. Replacing the lock was ineffective. They don't steal anything, but I would rather they did. Every time they visit they would destroy the shop. Now I'm tired of it. Until now, I've somehow tried to hold on, but now I've already given up. Anyway, no, I know how to clean up the store and leave this place. Aren't there any guards here? Didn't you tell them? Ark tilted his head to one side. Users don't involve guard NPCs with their problems, but the shop owner was a NPC. The NPC didn't try to engage their help. If they have no restraint, then it is possible for chaotic users to do those kinds of things when dealing with the store. It was a whole bunch of nonsense. This is my problem, I don't need other people's help. Alright, now anyway. Because I can't engage in business, please forget it and leave. But... Now. The shop owner suddenly changed. And stepped closer to Ark and looked suspiciously into Ark's eyes. Now, you're really... Yes. This, unbelievable. The scent of blood has disappeared from your body. Then surely the lie. Whoops. Ark's heart suddenly fell. The duration of the scroll had finished because he was delayed running around Cairo. And in front of an NPC. In Cairo, even the NPC was chaotic. It was similar to thieves in Jiren being tired of the hunt. If the shop owner let the NPC guard know, then he was screwed. However, you also can't kill the NPC. If he became wanted as an NPC killer in Cairo, then he would have to give up the quest from the Magic Institute. Ark was embarrassed and tried to defuse the situation somehow. Suddenly, the shop owner grabbed Ark's arm. He closed the door and observed outside from a small side door. After confirming that there was no one around, the shop owner blew out a sigh of relief. That was close. I was wondering if someone had noticed. You're not accusing me. Accuse? Great. What is good about deliberately plotting against you? In addition, you must have a reason to use a scroll to come here. Thank you. The shop owner looked at Ark as he decided something and opened his mouth. It is difficult to say, but perhaps you'll give me some help. Of course I would like to help. But just before. It's a matter that I didn't want to ask of a criminal. But if you're not a criminal, then the circumstances are different. And if you manage to visit here through your own power, then you must have considerable skills, enough that I might be able to give you a favor. Ark's eyes shone brightly. A NPC quest. The quest was one that could only be given if a non-chaotic player came to Cairo. It was a development that couldn't be imagined. As a matter of fact, I know the criminal who entered the store. If you exit the town and climb the South Hill, there is an unemployed bum called Lorenzo who lives at the cabin. The shop owner said. If you punish him severely and recover the stolen goods, then you'll be properly compensated. That's it for now. But I'll tell you what. If you recover any items, then I'll offer a 40% discount on the price. Anyway, I am going to put everything in order as I leave, so I should probably reduce the baggage. How is it? Ohu. In Ark's eyes gold powder fell. He didn't know how much stuff had been stolen, but since it had been stolen 5 times, then it wouldn't be a small amount. Of course, if he sold the items he received with a 40% discount at another city, then he could get considerable profit. Sid had also come to Cairo with that purpose. Are there any other gangs? No, As far as I know he lives by himself. Good. But before that you see that I urgently need the lie scroll. Is it possible to save me in regards to that? Don't worry. I always have a few lie scrolls. The shop owner pulled out 3 protruded scrolls. Thank you. So I will immediately go and recover your things. Now, wait a minute. At that time, the shop owner hurriedly grabbed Ark's hands. Don't misunderstand. I'd love to punish him a little. But nothing beyond that. Yes. But what? No, I mean that anyway the thing is stealing is scandalous, but it did not harm me directly. If he dies due to somebody I sent, then how can I calm down? I just want my things returned. So just keep that in mind. Under no circumstances should you kill him. Understood. If you do not keep the promise I won't forgive you, that I understand. Although he didn't understand the shop owner's attitude, Ark nodded. As soon as he did, the quest window popped up. Volume 4 Chapter 7 You are listening at novelfull.audio. ACT 7 Dark Brotherhood, here. 20 minutes after he left Cairo and walked up the hill, a cabin appeared. He used stealth to observe through a window. As expected, the NPC named Lorenzo was chaotic. Level 80. Although it was a high level for other people, he couldn't compare to Ark, who was level 90 and receives a bonus attribute in the dark. Quest difficulty E. It took 90 levels to perform one difficulty up. However, it wasn't a simple quest where he could rush in blindly. It usually required killing the target to receive a key that would open a warehouse and retrieve the goods. However, he couldn't kill Lorenzo and he couldn't even use a sword. In other words, he had to find out the whereabouts of the goods first. I had previously encountered thieves in the ruins. After surveying the structure of the cabin, Ark said to Sid. As expected, there is a back entrance. If one is backed into a corner they may escape through the back entrance. Therefore Sid will block the back door. If blocked by a body on the outside then there is no particular danger. Yes, I understand. Sid answered in a tense voice and went back. Now, this fellow recently held poison. If you block the escape of a level 80 NPC then they would have nothing to build a strategy. Intimidating for the time being, and if that doesn't work then a little bit of violence is okay. Ark immediately kicked the door and entered the cabin. Lorenzo, who was surprised, tried to stand up. You, who are you? I will not speak for long. Where are you hiding the stolen goods? The stolen goods? What are you talking about? It is useless to feign ignorance. I already know. Just tell me obediently before you get hurt. What? Thief. Who said such a silly thing? Who is it, Wukasu? Wouldn't you know who Wukasu is even if I didn't explain it? It was at that time. At the mention of Wukasu, Lorenzo's forehead violently twitched. Then his eyes anxiously shook as he sighed. Wukasu. Lorenzo ground his molars together and growled. I don't know what inspired such nonsense, but I didn't steal anything. Go back. If you don't return then I'll beat you to death. Oh, a beating to death. Ark laughed and nodded his head. That's the most welcome sound I ever had. Let's see if you can give it a try. This child. Lorenzo kicked the chair and rushed at him. He tried to use the distraction of the chair to attack. It was a familiar method that other thieves used to fight. However, for juvenile delinquents who walked a dark road, it was a method that Ark was tired of. That much was not enough to give an element of surprise. Ark caught the chair and kicked sideways. The next moment his fist shot out in rapid succession in a flash. Ark's specialty was continuous critical hits. Cook. He delivered blows to the chest, waist and side. After being hit with 3 critical attacks Lorenzo moaned and withdrew. Although Ark did not use his sword for attack and defense at the same time he did have his gloves, the cat paws. Due to the growth system of the cat paws, his offensive power was currently 915, plus 8.9, in some ways, it was better than a sword. In addition, Ark had also learned sword, hand combat and hand combat, so he had no reason to be penalized by the absence of a sword. Lorenzo's health was quickly reduced to 30%. Ugh, this, unbelievable. Lorenzo ground his teeth together and rushed again. Ha ha ha, copper. But once Diedrich and Skull joined the fight, Lorenzo immediately retreated to the corner again. Ark continuously rained punches and kicks on him. Lorenzo soon developed bruises all over his body. And finally he turned and a punch hit his temple, sending him flying through to the other side of the wall. Now, little by little did you want to confess? Damn it, no way. I see you want to lose your soul. Ark drew back his fist and directed it to Lorenzo's face, which instantly turned pale. Lorenzo had already lost 70% of his health, while Ark only lost 10% at most. In the first place, he was fighting in a game. Finally, Lorenzo threw a water bottle and turned his body around. He tried to open the back door but Lorenzo's face became perplexed. Sid had already blocked the other side of the door so it was stuck and wouldn't open. What the hell is this? What a fool. Did he think I wouldn't have any countermeasures? Rain, eat this. Lorenzo lifted the sword hanging on the wall beside him. However, Ark moved much faster than him. Pock. Ark kicked Lorenzo's stomach. Without any mistakes, he accurately hit a vital spot on the underbelly and gained a critical hit. Lorenzo was stunned and fell back. Ark, who was waiting for the chance, immediately shouted. Snake, tie him up. Seek. Snake flicked his tongue and firmly tied up both of Lorenzo's arms. Thus, the fight with Lorenzo was easily settled with that. With one step, Ark approached the struggling Lorenzo and asked. Okay, now where should your excrement and the popular soybean paste go? Just as it is in your mouth. Or will you confess? For your information, I wouldn't mind beating you up some more. Damn it, I told you from the beginning. I did not steal it. Don't make me laugh. So without any evidence you have been accused as a thief. If you did something suspicious then obviously you would be considered a criminal. Sheesh, what do you know? That old man didn't know what he was talking about. Even if you die, you're not going to confess. There's nothing to confess. Not possible. Ark's eyes became chilly. Diedrich looked at Lorenzo and clicked his tongue. TSK, poor guy, he just dug his own grave. Diedrich knew from experience what would happen when Ark looked like that. As expected, when Lorenzo's health recovered a little bit, Ark showed his true colors. In the past, Diedrich was tamed using the same method as he stepped on Lorenzo. With a stupid face, Lorenzo freaked out about the kicks and let out a cry of distress. Quack. This bastard. What are you doing? However, Ark didn't even blink. In the past, the only way to tame someone rude was with a whip. Additionally, Ark's character was that once he starts something, he sees it through to the end. Ark continued stepping on Lorenzo's face until he was in a critical condition. Then he waited a while for health to recover, stepped and wait, how many times did he repeat it? Arkansas Nim, you done yet, Hook? Sid stuck his head through the back door and screamed. New World was a virtual reality game where a sense of realism overflows. Not even 10 minutes had passed since Ark refused to let the violently beaten Lorenzo die and it looked like a violent scene from an 18+ rated movie. Oh, Arkansas Nim. Isn't this too severe? Hell no. I haven't even started yet. Ark answered with a grin and Sid's face turned white in terror. However, Lorenzo did not submit. Rather, the more violent Ark became then the more profanities escaped from his mouth. Eat this. Just kill me already. Master. Then how about an extreme method? At that time, the cunning fellow Diedrich treacherously smiled and approached. A cold smile spread at the corners of Ark's mouth. Well that's okay. As expected you have a bad side as well. This is due to master's virtue. Diedrich chattered, was that praise, or an insult? Anyway, Ark listened to Diedrich's advice and stopped the violence. Instead, he placed a pot and ingredients on the table and began survival cooking. After a while, the sweet smell of food filled the room. Eek! No, what are you doing? Stop it. Ark held Lorenzo's jaw wide open and poured food into his mouth. Lorenzo collapsed to the ground screaming and began to spasm. Fragrant poison soup which activated the paralysis effect. You bastard. Such a thing. Lorenzo sweated and stuttered with a paralyzed tongue. It was a soup with a terrible taste and next Ark fed him the horrible salad, flavored jello etc. But that was only the beginning. The true horror was the spicy seafood chowder medley. Using the medley skill, there was a low probability of terrible food being produced. And the taste was so shocking that neither the taste nor effect could be compared with a general survival cooking dish. As it did not decrease the health at all, it was possible to annoy all give senses to the limit. It was closer to being a biological weapon than a food. The medley of chowder was made in such great numbers that just the sight was enough to make him tremble in fear. And the devil-like food entered Lorenzo's mouth immediately. Every time he ate it, Lorenzo jumped and spasmed like a fish. A new concept of using food to torture. Ugh, I can't bear to watch. Diedrich turned his head away with a horror-stricken face. To Sid who hadn't experienced the horrors of the food, it seemed like a joke but... Stop. Please help me. I will say, I'll talk, please I'll speak. I'll do anything as long as you stop it with the food. After he cooked the fifth food, Lorenzo screamed and surrendered. It was the inevitable result. Just eating the food caused such a threat to his life that Ark developed the indomitable body skill, and to Diedrich it was so horrifying that he developed speech in order to stop eating the food. It reached a level that humans would not be able to eat. Ark stopped the hand motions for cooking and grinned. So, I'm glad that you stopped fighting. Now, cruel bastard, how could someone in the guise of a human make such horrible food? What? Oh, no. No. Well, that's it. Then let's get to the main subject. Where's the stuff? I'll say it again, I didn't steal anything. Ah, is that so? Are you still hungry? Ark picked up the pot of food and Lorenzo immediately cried out in a wronged voice. And please wait. Really? I really didn't. But I can guess the fellows who stole it. It's that guy. Aren't you prevaricating? Please believe me. The fact is that I was also a victim. They robbed the general store and now they're trying to frame me for it. Ah, Arkansas Nim, try not to believe his words. Sid noticed his face and interrupted. But the context fits. Why would stealing things from the general store be a problem for you? That's actually... Lorenzo hesitated to answer Ark but eventually desperately replied. I'm actually Wukasu's adopted son. What? Adopted son? After Lorenzo lost his parents when he was young, he lived with his uncle who managed a store in Celebrate who entrusted him to Wukasu. Wukasu was not friendly in nature. Lorenzo worked the difficult night to dawn shift and if he made a little mistake then he would be punished. Lorenzo decided that he would become a runaway. He began living on the streets for several years and Lorenzo became a full-fledged delinquent. Then one day, Lorenzo was caught in another gang's dispute and accidentally killed a man. So Lorenzo became chaotic and was pursued by guards before he managed to hide to reach Wukasu in Celebrate. He was going to threaten Wukasu to give him some escape funds. However, when he was listening at the store, he overheard the cashier say something amazing. Wukasu asked about the people trying to extort money from Lorenzo and paid them back one by one in a month. And the fact that Lorenzo wasn't caught by the guards during that month was also due to Wukasu. I never knew. My father thought he was clumsy at expressing affection. I didn't understand that I was loved. If I knew earlier I wouldn't have done such stupid things. Lorenzo said with a slightly shaky voice. Lorenzo shrugged his shoulders and left the store. With help, he barely managed to avoid the bounty hunters and guards and came to Cairo. He built a cabin outside Cairo to live in and swore to no longer do any bad things. And it was long after that he came. Although I forgot for a while that my dad suddenly opened a store in Cairo. My father had never committed a crime. He obviously used the lie scroll to disguise himself as a criminal and conduct business. Lorenzo ground his teeth tightly. Wukasu had many reasons to set up a shop in Cairo. Of course that the main one was Lorenzo. Lorenzo wept after he realized Wukasu's heart. However, once the relationship was twisted it did not come loose easily. While thinking about how hard that month must have been on Wukasu, he didn't even dare beg forgiveness. I stayed here so I wouldn't both my father. Once when he was free he visited the store and violence occurred. I was told to get lost, although I wanted to beg for forgiveness that I couldn't bear it. After hurting him for over 10 years, was it even possible to be forgiven? I thought it was best for my father to abandon me. Perhaps that's why my father thought I stole things. Then who stole the stuff? They are subordinates of the older brother I followed in the past. What? The older brother's subordinates? Yes, I left the organization before I realized my mistake and came here. However, they pursued me to Cairo a while ago. They wanted me to work for a large robbery group. Of course I refused. Then the guys said that they wouldn't leave my father alone if I didn't listen. From that, Ark found all the answers to his questions. The reason the shop owner Wukasu had a large order of the lie scroll. It was for his own use. It was also the reason why Ark received the quest after he became non-chaotic. Because the shop owner did not trust criminals. It also explained why he did not report to the NPC guard and why he warned him not to harm Lorenzo. It wasn't necessary to speak. It was really a third-rate drama scenario. In the end, the main culprit was the boss of the group of thieves. When he thought about it anger surged immediately. Huckakuk, it was like that. I understand. He is like a father, although I can't really understand. Sid had become too immersed and a tear slid down his face as he spoke. Although not to the same degree, Ark also felt uncomfortable. After Ark met the ex-convicts, his views had changed. People in unavoidable circumstances can walk down a path of darkness. They also have their own drama. He shouldn't blindly judge them for their crimes. Lorenzo also made an effect to put his life of crime behind him and live a new life. Although he was once a delinquent, if his older brother had listened then shouldn't he have celebrated his new start? Instead, he decided to threaten Lorenzo's father. Even among NPCs, there are dirty and lousy guys. Although not clearly shown, everything that exists in reality also exists in the game. Actually, I heard that after they chased me to Cairo they robbed the general store several times, including last night. If I don't answer within a week then I don't know what they'll do to my father to threaten me. If that fellow. Lorenzo ground his back teeth together. So. What should be done? I can't stand it anymore. Let's catch them and beat them up. That's not the only way. At that time, Sid asked in a worried voice. But what if they have a lot of guys? Heh, it'll happen anyway because of me. I must live in order to negotiate. Okay. Snake, untie. Ark placed Snake back around his waist. Come on, if we're decided then it's better to finish this quickly. What? You surely. Ark said in a blunt voice. It's not guaranteed that you're telling the truth. You might just flee. So I have to follow and confirm whether you're telling the truth or not. And I also promised the shop owner that I could recover his things, so I can't just leave it in the hands of the criminals. Ah, Arkansas Nim. Sid shouted with a thrilled face. Lorenzo also looked at him with incredulous eyes. Please do not look like that with red cheeks. Because there was no possibility of him returning with the quest unsolved. On the other hand, Diedrich muttered with a nasty look at Arkansas. Sheesh, there he goes again. Master's acting again. Lorenzo looked at Ark for a while before clenching his teeth. To say thank you that I don't want to, it isn't necessary. I'm not helping for free, it was at that time. Dududung, the quest information window popped up. The events that occurred in the last fortnight at the general store are the work of his old companions trying to involve him in a bandit group. Accompany Lorenzo to the hideaway, determine if it is the truth or a lie and recover the stolen goods. Warning, if Lorenzo dies on the way then the quest will fail. Difficulty level D. I found the correct shape. Ark grinned and laughed. Suddenly, there was an unexpected message. What the? Andal. Ark had a bewildered expression. Although he had forgotten about him for a while, Ark never thought that Andal would attempt to whisper him. After contemplating for a bit, he shook his head. If he authorized the whisper, it was easy enough to imagine the contents. In the end, he had a nasty feeling. In addition, he did not want to engage in a fight with Andal at the moment. Refuse whisper. Ark lightly ignored the whisper. At that time, Ark did not realize one simple thing. A whisper can only reach people in the same area. I've found him. Arkansas. A hazy smile spread at Andal's mouth. He had accompanied the assassins dispatched by the Assassins Guild for the last fortnight. After Andal joined the assassins in Celebrate, they immediately left for Jiren. Ark received the event quest from the Magic Institute, so he reasoned that Ark would have to return to Jiren. But by that time Ark had already joined Sid, so there was no reason for him to keep returning to Jiren. Thanks to that, Andal and the assassins never discovered Ark's whereabouts. After that, the only plan Andal could come up with after wandering around Jiren was to use the Feather of Whispering. But it was only possible to whisper within a certain range. In other words, it doesn't matter if the opponent refuses the whisper, as long as the Feather of Whispering worked, then it was proof that he wasn't far from Arkansas. And once he entered the vicinity of Cairo, the Feather of Whispering immediately worked. That guy is somewhere around here. At Andal's words, the three assassins dispatched by the Dark Brother nodded. There aren't a lot of villages in Brant Mountains. There are many places he could be. Okay, then let's keep a certain distance and move using Trace. The assassins scattered with the scroll. Trace was a scroll that can determine the location of the target if they were within a 1 kilometer radius. Once the vicinity was confirmed, then locating Ark would only be a matter of time using the scroll. Ark, it's the end for you. Flames of vengeance burned in Andal's eyes. He touched the wrong person. No matter what, I'll return the favor. If I can't pass the company examination then you won't be able to either. I'll catch your ankle and pull you down with me. No, even if I have to spend millions of one, I'll connect to New World again. You poor sod. How many people would there be? It would be 6 or 7 people. Lorenzo replied in a tense voice. After leaving Sid at the cabin, Ark and Lorenzo returned to Cairo. The hideout of the thieves threatening Lorenzo was located deep in the alleys of Cairo. Although Lorenzo believed there were only 6 or 7 people, the building size made it capable of hiding at least 20. I feel like the quest is becoming even longer. Well, it's not that bad. The thieves are all inferior to Lorenzo. Lorenzo was a level 80 rogue, while the others were down around level 60-70. If you compared them to Ark, who was 20 levels higher and had fought thieves in Jiren, then it shouldn't be that difficult. He thought that the quest would probably be solved in 10 minutes. Once the quest is complete then I can start my get-rich-quick scheme. The general store had been robbed 3 times. If so, there were quite a lot of items stolen. He could purchase all the items at 40% off the original price. Ark currently had 1,000 gold. The Nurunma leaves were also expected to add a large amount, so he should have around 1,600 gold. Once the quest was solved, Ark would invest his money in purchasing items. They could fill Sid's bags with all the items and leave. In the case of a general item that isn't a special commodity, a store would buy it for 50% of its purchase price. However, he could sell it for 80% of its price to users who need the item. And when it is an item that couldn't be obtained from a local store, it is possible to add more value and sell it at 120% of its purchase price. Using simple maths, if he have 1,000 gold and I buy items for 60% and sell it at 120%, then there would be a profit of 600 gold. Some conditions to receive quests could be difficult, but if done successfully, then you could sell items at other cities and gain a huge benefit. Good thing that Sid came along. Of course, Ark had no intention of selling the item directly. It was a bag full of items worth 1,000 gold, and he had no time to do business with other users. He was prepared to leave the annoying part to Sid. Even though 10-20% of the profit would be given away, he would still make more than 500 gold without wasting time. Once the quest is completed, then it is certain that I will make a profit. As soon as he arrived in Cairo, he received this excellent quest. The only thing on his mind was Lorenzo. If Lorenzo dies, then he would earn Wukusu's wrath, which would make it difficult to stay in Cairo. So the point of this quest was to protect Lorenzo rather than kill the thieves. Lorenzo, you're in the back. But you are not allowed to be injured. If you're injured here, how sad would your father be? You shouldn't let the father who came here for you be sad. You know what I mean, that even if I don't say it. He was different from the Ark who threatened to kill him with food. However, thinking about profit was enough for Ark's character to change. Anyway, Lorenzo was just a simple NPC, so he blew out a sigh and nodded. Thank you so much. I'll be careful. Well done. As soon as Ark received the promise, he tried to open the door. All of a sudden, there was a flashing light and huge damage occurred. What the? Assassination. In an instant, 600 points of his health disappeared. Ark was surprised and instantly withdrew. Blurry forms emerged from the surroundings. The company had their faces hidden in black hoods like a ninja. The first thing he thought of when he saw their features were Shambhala. The stealth and assassination skill was Shambhala's main attacks, but it wasn't Shambhala. Shortly after, 2 people dressed the same appeared from both sides of the house. The red hand stamped on the top of the hood gave off a creepy feeling. Lorenzo. I don't know. I've never seen such dangerous guys. Lorenzo also shook his head in bewilderment. At that time, the masked man muttered in a low voice. It would be impossible for that delinquent to know us. What are you guys? What do you want? We're the Dark Brotherhood. The Dark Brothers. Surely you guys got the Assassination Guild. Blood instantly drained from Lorenzo's face. Living in Celebrate, Lorenzo had heard rumors of the Dark Brothers. However, Ark looked confused and still didn't understand Assassination Guild. Why would the guild try to assassinate me? The assassin then made a derisive noise. Kukukuk, this fellow is still slow to understand the situation. Yes, you. I'm happy to see you again. Yes, it was quite difficult trying to find you. Andal. Ark muttered with a surprised voice. The face of the assassin at the back was none other than Andal. Yes, have you recovered your senses yet? The one who has to notice is you. Did you think I would let you take pleasure from messing with me? Let's do this to the end. That's the most welcome sound I ever had. Let's finally finish it. You bastard. When Ark lifted his sword, the 3 assassins in front blocked it. What the? Didn't you hear? I hired assassins from the Dark Brother organization. When I was in Celebrate, I heard a rumor about them. They are a secret organization composed of the most elite assassins. They specialize in the murder of foreigners. They have such excellent skills that they charge an extravagant commission fee. What kind of grudge do you have against you? Lorenzo murmured in a small voice. NPCs that specialize in hunting users. What ridiculous thing is he talking about? This unexpected problem could be quite serious. If they specialize in killing users, then their levels should be quite high. In addition, they must be armed with the professional skills for PvP. Damn you, of all things this place. Ark gave a frustrated face and the assassins suddenly attacked. Chai-chan. Cock. Ark immediately evaded and counterattacked. If it was an ordinary monster, then considerable damage would have been dealt. But the assassin avoided the attack using a strange movement to step back. And that was the opening bell for the fight. Kill him. The three assassins cleverly used a pincer attack to push Ark back. Ark was pressed by the sword attacks coming from all directions. Diedrich, Skull. Plan B. 1. Diedrich and Skull each rushed to one assassin. Their airborne attacks used a 7:3 ratio of attack and defense. Meanwhile, Ark was fighting the remaining assassin one-on-one. They split their attack between the pets and Arkansas. Oh my god, level 120. Ark groaned after he checked their level using Eyes of the Cat. Ark's current level was 90 and with the dark attribute bonus he reached level 120. However, the assassin's default level was 120. The assassins would also receive a dark attribute bonus. In the end, he concluded that the difference was at least 10 levels. Indeed, the assassins are the type to show off their skills. Ark continued evading while countering the ghost sword. However, who was Arkansas? Ark was also armed with the specialized PvP skills of a Dark Walker. Ark quickly changed his strategy and kicked out in conjunction with Snake's poisonous attack. He fought the assassin with an enthusiasm like he would die any minute, and the assassin soon knelt to the ground after a blow. Double critical chance. Ark used the opportunity to narrow the distance and swung his sword. However, a sharp metallic sound rang out and Ark was pushed back. The other two assassins blocked his blow from either side of Arkansas. His summons was unable to impede the enemies like they normally would do to their numbers. Therefore, Ark's health went down to 50%. Sheesh, it's more difficult than I thought. Snake, recovery potion. Ark retreated a few steps and pulled out a potion. No, as soon as he tried to drink. The assassin quickly pulled out a scroll. At the key moment he was about to drink the potion, a sound was heard. Ark surfaced in front of a red warning message. No recovery. The reason that he didn't lose hope after discovering that the enemies were level 120 was because he had quite a lot of recovery potions saved. While his opponent couldn't drink a potion due to being bothered by Snake, Ark safely could. When dealing with other users, this was the pattern Ark used to win. Thanks to that, he could engage in battles with higher level users without worrying. However, now the situation was reversed due to one scroll. He didn't have time to be surprised as the assassin shoved their swords at his chest. Hoo, why do you think I faced you alone? I know all the foreigners' battle strategy already. Meanwhile, the assassin retreated and leisurely drank a potion. The situation continued a couple of times, with the assassins always keeping their health at 80%. However, without the recovery potion Ark's health decreased to 40%. Damn, that bastard. Ark glared at Andal standing a distance away. Andal did not participate in the battle. If he interrupted the battle then he would become chaotic and he didn't see a reason for that. Meanwhile, the assassins began to strengthen their attacks. Master. Any more? Tadak. To make matters worse, Diedrich and Skull were also gasping for help. The abilities of his summons were mid-level 40 at best. Until now, there were two reasons that they could deal with high-level monsters. As the battle goes on, most of the monsters focus on Ark rather than his summons. Therefore, the pets were not subjected to concentrated attacks. And the second reason was that Ark could direct different plans depending on the circumstances. However, the assassins were different from normal monsters. When it was necessary, they would focus their attacks on the summons. In addition, Ark, who was being helplessly pushed back, couldn't even afford to direct his summons. The pets who didn't receive any support instantly reached a critical condition. I can't lose the summons here. Diedrich, Skull. Plan B.4. I'm sorry, Master. The situation was even worse with the summons disappearing. The three assassins surrounded Ark and attacked with their swords. Then, Lorenzo, who had anxiously watched as Ark went on the defensive, yelled out and rushed in. Hey, bastards! But Lorenzo couldn't even damage the black-robed assassins. Instead, he received a sound thrashing and was soon in critical condition. You should have been quiet if you wanted to live a few more minutes. Foolish fellow. The annoyed assassin casually threw his sword at the nuisance. Oh, no. The surprised Ark quickly rushed in front of Lorenzo. Although he wielded a sword, the dirk quickly penetrated his chest. Ark stumbled as his health fell to a critical condition. Why did you go so far? Lorenzo appeared puzzled. There was no moral obligation or money at risk for Ark to jump in front of Lorenzo. The reason was that he hadn't finished his quest, and if Lorenzo died it would become difficult. How could he give up a quest worth 400-600 gold when he could still salvage it? Even if he died in this place, he would never give up gold. Even if the situation was enough to make him anxious, Ark didn't show it. If he died, then to the NPC he would seem like a messenger of justice. I promised Wukasu. You can't be injured, you have to live and somehow reconcile with your father. You. He looked at Ark with an impressed face. There's no time to be chatting. We have to get out of here. Follow me. When an assassin tried to kill Lorenzo, the situation became more serious. Turning his body, Ark avoided the assassin and gained time for a retreat. Then, another assassin took out a scroll and shouted. Scroll, magnetic, target Arkansas. At the same time, Ark's body experienced a huge attraction and was dragged towards the assassin. Ah, Arkansas Nim. Don't look back, run. I'll come along soon. Ark resisted the pulling force with his full strength and shouted. Lorenzo glanced at him with unsure eyes before clenching his teeth and turning away. At that moment, Ark turned his body and rushed at the assassin. The acceleration caused by Ark's rush added to the effects of the magnetic scroll caused the assassin and flinch and be hit. That moment was a chance for Arkansas. The chain skill riposte. Ark shouted and used the riposte skill to deflect the attacks back at the assassins. They turned to a solid mass and fell down. At the same time, the strong suction disappeared. Now. When Ark and Lorenzo ran away, Endel raised his voice and shouted. What are you doing? These guys. Ouch, who knew he would use such a technique? Don't worry though. Once the Dark Brother catches a game, they never miss. The assassins took out another scroll and used it. Oh my god. Ark's face was haggard. The talk of a professional assassin always seemed to be excessive advertisement. Ark thought the battle state could be released, which was why he ran more than 200 meters away. So the null recovery effect could be cancelled. Also, if he hid his body using stealth, he would have an opportunity to sneak back and attack Andal. However, just before he turned the corner, two more scrolls were activated. The assassin used trace and battle off disabled. Whether Andal knew Ark's plan or not, the use of those two scrolls ruined it. It means that all of Ark's weak points were identified. It was a special scroll prepared in Kai wrote, just for him. Sid had mentioned the effects of the special scrolls the other day. But he did not realize that it would have such an enormous effect. It did no direct damage, but if utilized well according to the situation, then it could mean the difference between winning and losing. If there was time, he would study the effects of the scrolls more seriously, but at the moment he did not want to back down. When pursued by a group, it is time for some countermeasures. We can't stop it. Let's split up. Yes. But. Think about it, you won't be any help to me. And the target of their trace is me. When we scatter, they won't chase after you. But until I pay back life debt, I can't just run away like this. It's not for you. What? Sid remained in your cabin. If you were to be damaged by the assassin's attacks, there would be no one left to protect Sid as a foreigner in Cairo. It is a request. The only one I can trust is you. Please protect Sid. Cuck, that I understand. While he was conflicted, Lorenzo eventually nodded. The fact that he wouldn't be any help against those guys, and Ark knew it too. As soon as possible. Go before they detect us. Come back alive, don't worry. Ark briefly replied before running through the dark backstreets. He was separated from Lorenzo. If the quest fails, then the worst situation was avoidable. It is important to last 30 minutes. Ark ran in an alley, thinking hard. There was nothing Ark could do about the scroll combo he was under. No, honestly, even without the scroll, he couldn't guarantee the odds against 3 assassins. So far, the NPC thieves he had faced were classified as general monsters. Their intelligence was quite high, which made the battle more difficult, but it was nothing compared to a user. However, if the same monster had a combat attribute, then that would be a different situation. The Sylphid Knights of Jackson was a good example of this. Their combat method and skills was used faster than a user. And the same goes for assassins. In the first place, the NPC that specializes in hunting users would have superior fighting skills than the Sylphid Knights. It was the 3 worst NPCs to fight. In addition, there was also Andal. He stayed back because he didn't want to become chaotic, but if the assassin started losing, then he would probably interfere. No matter how much he thought about it, there was no way to win. However, it was also impossible to get away. Null recovery, trace, battle off disabled. The scroll combo he was under meant that any method of escape was blocked. The situation had become gloomier. Damn it, that bastard Andal. If such a method wasn't used, it would be easy. If he used the same method, then he had confidence that he would win. He wouldn't have ignored it if he was Andal. However, Ark had never even considered it. Andal had a lot more knowledge about New World than Ark. He was also friends with Alan, who had enormous funds and resources available. If he was only dealing with one person, but Andal took advantage of the assassin game system and scrolls. So Ark was confused about how to come up with a counter-attack. This is why I was reluctant to associate with players. He didn't want to make enemies or even associate with friends. But from the start, it went wrong, and he eventually ended up in this situation. Over here. Suddenly, a black shape fell from the roof and blocked him. The Dark Brother assassin. Ark turned around and flinched as the other assassins fell behind and beside him. With the trace scroll tracking his movements, it was like Ark was dancing in the palms of Buddha, and the complicated maze of alleys made it easy to surround him. In the end, am I prepared to die? When you die, your stats drop by 6 points. Your experience also drops 30%. At level 90, 30% wasn't a small amount. He would have to hunt for 12 hours around the clock to gain back the experience. But he was even angrier at the thought of Andal being the one to cause his death. Of course, Andal came rushing forward to see Ark's end. Kukukuk, look at this spectacle. Even though you made an excellent gesture at the end. Bah, this is your best. After this encounter I will not forgive you. Understand? I'll attack again and this time I'll really strip you naked. I promise. I'll chase you all across the continent until you're naked. You're a really stupid fellow. Do you still not grasp the situation? What? You will be the one stripped naked, not me. Stupid. Hey, begin. At Andel's command, the three assassins all took out scrolls at the same time and activated it. Seize, scroll. Target Arkansas. Ark looked at the scrolls on the hands of the black assassins. A red warning message then flashed. Seize, scroll activated. When the designated target dies, there is a 50% chance that an equipped item will drop. Duration. 30 minutes, what? Ark's face turned white and terrified. 50% chance to drop equipped items. There was also such a scroll. Furthermore, the same scroll was used 3 times. While the scroll had a cooldown, the assassins could use it repeatedly. And there were 3 assassins. If 3 people use it at the same time, then the effect will stack up 3 times. In the end the odds of dropping equipment was 150%. While the probability never existed to this degree, if he was unlucky then he would drop 3 items at once. Currently if he lost any of his items, it would be difficult to get them again. In the worst case scenario, Lancel's sword would drop which would cost him $30. What's more. On the subject, why are these NPCs recklessly using scrolls? Ark glared at them with absurd eyes, but there was something Ark didn't know. The more powerful scrolls in battle had a value of more than 30 gold for one. In other words, the assassins used 210 gold just on scrolls. 300 gold was used to hire the assassins and 210 gold to buy the scrolls. All the scrolls were privately financed by Alan and Andal and then given to the assassins. Let's go capitalism. Just like in reality, money was also important to the game. You are unlucky. You don't know what might have happened if it was another place, but this was the lawless city of Cairo. There are no active restrictions on assassins. In addition, would you make a resurrection place before Cairo? Let's see. Ark coolly shot back, but inside his heart fell. Andal seemed to guess his predicament as he smirked. Heh, just like a masterpiece. After all, there isn't a village near Cairo. It is impossible for you to have made anywhere else a resurrection point. And this is a place where the guards don't move if users are attacked. No, here they are more hostile to normal players than chaotic players. If you are resurrected in a non-chaotic state then you would also have to flee the town. Well, even if you escape the town the result would still be the same. Kick, are you finally seeing sense? Who will be the one stripped naked? Every word impaled him. If he was in an ordinary village, there was no risk of a non-chaotic player being killed repeatedly. However, this was the chaotic city of Cairo, where they were adverse to non-chaotic users. That's why they had to be careful that the resurrection place was updated. However, Ark hid his unease and replied sarcastically. Do you think I'm a fool? Do you think I would renew the resurrection point at a crazy place like this? Bah, it doesn't matter, just kill him. The assassins rushed at Andal's command. The first scroll was triggered and 15 minutes had finally passed. The remaining time was 15 minutes, but he was still in a battle state and the assassins would not stop pursuing him. While he was running away, it was fortunate that his health recovered to 30%. The assassins quickly attacked Ark from 3 directions. If he focused on just one of them it would be detrimental. After 1 minute he quickly fell to a critical condition. I made a mistake, there is no way to beat these guys. Ark glared at Andal with cold eyes. He's convinced that I updated the resurrection place here. When I die the most logical thing to do is stay dead. I'm not bound for death. If just one NPC died then they wouldn't recover quickly enough. Then I'll hide using stealth and run away in the meantime. That was the best plan at the moment. In addition, if the fired assassin made a mistake, then even Andal won't be able to sleep easily. An adventure. Blessing of the Sea Spirit. When the special effects of Adelaine's necklace were activated, blue waves appeared and surrounded him. At the same time, defense increased by 40% and 500 mana was restored. At the same time, Ark opened a bag and pulled out a stack of old swords. Andal pushed one of the assassins and rushed forward. Take this, Blade Storm. When he activated the skill, cracks like spider webs spread on the swords. With an intense glare, he swung the sword at Andal. Blessing of the Sea Spirit was followed by Blade Storm. In his critical condition, Adrenaline was activated. This was Ark's powerful deadly combo. When the assassins belatedly noticed Ark's intent, they threw a dagger. But the 40% increase in defense meant that Ark's health didn't really decline. With any luck, he would still be able to take down the level 60 Andal. Looking at the swirling sword debris, Ark was convinced. However, at the moment Andal lightly laughed. He pulled out one more scroll, activated it and disappeared only to appear a few meters away. What, warp, dot. The swirling blade storm disappeared into the air. Ark's eyes narrowed in despair. His deadly combo, which used all his energy, failed because of a scroll. For a while he was discouraged until he felt the pain. The assassins had thrown 2 daggers which plunged into his back. Ark stumbled and leaned on a railing. He looked down and saw the mouth of the hole spread out infinitely. It was the hell that you wouldn't be able to survive once you fell in. Andal had chased him across Cairo right to the edge of hell. When Andal used warp, he rushed right to the edge of a place Ark guaranteed was hell. If Blade Storm was used just one step closer, he would have stepped off the edge into hell. No, Ark's fate had already been decided. So you're also here. The assassins had been throwing the dagger again. Ark swung his sword at the daggers, but one still became stuck in his shoulder. Ark flinched and retreated while a number of thoughts crossed his mind. There is no way for me to survive in this state anyway. And if he died and dropped an item, then it would end up in Andal's hands. Even if he didn't want to die, it couldn't be helped. I'd rather have the items lost forever than end up with Andal. Ark ground his teeth together and asked. Even if he withstood it, there is a 100% chance he'll die. However, what if he fell into hell? It's clear that he was going to die. But at least it wouldn't be because of Andal. The items dropped also wouldn't end up with Andal, and maybe even. There may be a possibility of 0.01%. There was no choice. Ark immediately turned and jumped on the railing. Daggers just barely missed his neck as he fell and also flew overhead. And at his feet spread an endless abyss. Volume 4 Chapter 8. You are listening at novelfull.audio. ACT 8. At the end of hell, what now? He fell at an enormous speed through a dark space. It felt like he was being drawn somewhere. He couldn't even fathom how long he had been falling or how much further there was to fall. However, one thing is certain. The longer it took to reach the bottom, the more the damage would exponentially increase. If the flow did not appear within a few minutes. My remaining health was 150, even if I used the racial special skill of the Cat Knight, I would still die. But after that was the problem. The hell was in the Cairo region, but he didn't know if the depths exceeded 1 kilometer or if the effects of the scrolls had disappeared. However, the C's scroll used just before falling didn't designate an area or distance limitation. If he died, then he must be prepared to lose 1/2 of his equipped items. It would be a fatal blow. But that wasn't really the issue he was worried about. Andal. He had not considered his spirit. Andal hired assassin with a few hundred gold. He also came forward and chased after Ark directly. He gave up on questing and leveling up. His intention to become the best in New World had changed to getting revenge on Arkansas. As long as he is convinced that my resurrection place is Cairo, then he would guard it even for the few days until I revive. Andal was such a person. He wouldn't be able to sleep and guard the resurrection point 24 hours a day. But when the assassins also guarded in shifts, then there would be no gaps for Ark to revive. Eventually Ark would have to log in or lose access to his items, and there was a high probability that he would be piked. The NPCs in the lawless city of Cairo won't lift a finger to help users. In this situation, rules don't exist. Am I really going to end up like this? When he thought about it, his chest fluttered uneasily. It is nonsense. How far have I raised Arkansas? Am I really not going to be able to play the game anymore because of Andal? New World might just be a game, but to Ark it was his reality and life. Ark was able to eat rice every day and pay for his mother's medical bills thanks to New World. I just found it. I desperately found it. A way that I could live. And a place I want to live. I can't give up. I would never give it up just because of Andal. He made up his mind about what he wanted to do. He had to show his guts. Because that was the only thing Ark had. I have to live. To protect yourself from Andal, you have no choice but to live. Think Arkansas, think of ways to survive. It's not real. Nothing is impossible in New World. If you don't give up, then there must be a way to survive. Ark desperately rolled his head. Meanwhile, Ark had been falling and could finally see the ground. He was approaching pillars that rose from the ground. At the bottom of the hell, there appeared to be some monster fangs. A spark suddenly occurred in Ark's mind. Hell's fangs. Okay, maybe. Ark struggled to maintain his posture in thin air. And he clenched his sword and concentrated with both eyes. The chances are only fleeting. If I'm 0.1 seconds too late or early, then I'm screwed. The sight of the ground where he could hit his head felt even more terrifying. His body would break like a tomato unless he had the right timing. However, Ark clenched his teeth together and opened his eyes wider. And just as the bottom approached. Riposte. Cack. Ja-jang. With his full power, Ark swung his sword. He pushed at the stone pillar with his sword. At the moment, all his power was concentrated on Ark's arm and shoulders. Checking the distance of the stone pillar approaching at high speed wasn't much different from an offensive from an enemy. When he struck with riposte, he gambled that a counterattack would occur. The special effect of riposte was to push the opponent back 10 meters, but if opponent was too strong, then the shock would be returned to Arkansas. Using Einstein's principle of relativity, the results were easily predicted. Bump. Ark's body stopped in the air, as the brakes were jammed. At the same time, the damage caused by the fall was annulled for the moment. Ark didn't miss the opportunity and kicked the stone pillar with his foot. And using the elasticity of his body, he avoided the stone pillar and broke his fall. A violent impact shook his shoulders and back. It's a success. Ark teared up at the sight of the message. It was worth every moment he spent fighting thieves and leveling up riposte until he formed blisters on his hand. It was a desperate moment where he only had 0.1 second to use riposte before being smashed into a stone pillar. Using the special ability of the Cat Knight, he only received 50 damage. It was worth it to dig up this heroic achievement. However, before he could celebrate, a red light appeared in succession. You were attacked by blood-sucking leeches, 5 damage. What the? Ark said in surprise. In the area surrounding Ark were red fist-sized leeches. Some of them were already attached to his body and sucking blood. Using his sword, Ark was able to kill 3 or 4 of them, but more took their place. In an instant, his health was sucked out until he only had 30 left. Damn it. Did I survive all that just to be killed by leeches? Spirit of the cat. Naya. Ark's pupils glowed gold as the form of a large black cat appeared. He revealed sharp fangs and he stared at them, and the leeches instantly stiffened. All the gnawing leeches sucking his blood also stiffened and fell off. The floor was covered with leeches. The spirit of the cat caused paralysis which lasts for 1 minute. 1 minute to kill all the leeches. And his skills used mana. I only have 30 health left, which means I'm screwed once the paralysis wears off. I have to get out of here for the time being. Ark used eyes of the cat to search for a way out. Then Ark saw a dark hole which could barely fit one person on the side of the room. There was no line. Ark stepped on leeches as he headed towards the hole. Fortunately, the leeches didn't chase after him. Ark entered the hole and looked for a little more space. The hole was longer than he thought. He crawled along the hole for a couple of minutes before his arms slipped. Like a slide at a swimming pool, the floor suddenly sloped and dropped somewhere. Suddenly a message window appeared in front of Arkansas. Ah, ha. It is unclear what the purpose for building it was. But as it was underneath Cairo, all the filth and corpses naturally entered the labyrinth. Due to all the filth dumped from Cairo, the labyrinth changed to a stench-filled one capable of covering a further deformity. The trace scroll has stopped reacting. Tired, that guy was stronger than I thought. The assassins flocked to the edge of the abyss. It was hard to even fathom the depth to the bottom of the hell. Once you fall, there was a 100% chance of dying. No, even if he survived, there was no way of getting back up. He would have no choice but to die and resurrect. He fell into the hell so that it wouldn't be possible to pick up his equipment. I don't care about that. It is trivial because he was dressed shabbily and his items wasn't worth spending all that gold on scrolls. I just wanted to make that guy a beggar. Well, then I don't care. For the time being, is it done? Not yet, Andal said with a cool smile. This is just the beginning. When I think of that fellow, it isn't possible to just leave it like this. That fellow has to pay me back for everything. Even when he is stripped naked and all his stats reduced to 0. I'll kill him 100 times more. Andal said forcefully as he turned around. It is certain that he will return to Cairo. Because I expect you to guard the resurrection point, you won't be able to return immediately. But he is a candidate, so he might not connect for a while. From now on, be patient. That noob also did it to me for several days. Even if it takes several months, we have to kill and kill again until he finally loses access. Andal led the assassins towards the quartermaster. A person's grudge was a scary thing. Refuse registration. Ark naturally rose to his feet. Andal would be looking for him for payback. There was no reason to do foolish things for information. The bottom of the hell was connected to a dungeon. Ark removed the filth from his body and looked around. The complex pathway was made of dark brown bricks intricately linked together. Hell's Underground Labyrinth was its original name, but it was now the sewage system for Cairo. Rotten water reached the ankle and a bad stench wafted from the mountains of filth scattered all over. It was a situation that was horrible for the eyes and the nose. The realistic scenario meant he actually had to think about it. Okay, what now? Of course, the most urgent problem was to recover his health from its current state of 30 points. Ark made food and thought for a while as it recovered his health. For the time being, he had survived. The worst situation where he wouldn't be able to connect to the game anymore was avoided. However, it was too early to rejoice due to the ambiguous situation. The first time he came to Cairo and saw the information about the hell, it said that there was no record of anyone escaping the hell after they fell in. However, Ark thought positively. To be more precise, the place I am now is not the hell. It is a hidden dungeon. There wouldn't be a dungeon with no exit. Yes, for the time being I'll secure an exit. He'll look for a way out to get revenge on Andal and then explore the dungeon. Either way, his first priority was to secure his own safety. Now, not dying is the most important thing. The fact that it is a labyrinth dungeon means that it would definitely contain monsters. Summon Demon, Diedrich. As soon as his spiritual power was restored, he summoned Diedrich. A dim light shone and Diedrich appeared with his nose crinkled and frowned. Phew, master. You're alive. Ugh, this place is. The situation is like this. Anyway, it is urgent to find the exit from here. Please navigate around and search for it. Also notify me immediately if monsters appear. Cool, seems to be going by the nose. I got it. Diedrich chose a path and flew along it. But Diedrich returned 2 minutes later and shook his head. There is no visible exit around here. And the terrain is too complex for me to find my way back. Any monsters? Not that I say really. Strange. There should be some. Burst. Ark had taken 1 step forward down a passage. When suddenly something popped out of the ground under him and grabbed his ankles. What the? Ark flinched and looked down at the water where rotten hands were holding his ankle. Ark swung his sword and hastily stepped back. It was then that an audible noise was heard. It was a sleeping monster made of bones that gradually raised its body. The rotting flesh was attached to the bones of the monster. Where there was nothing there before, there was now 6 monsters surrounding Arkansas. Polluted skeleton. It was level 110. Dalgarak, Tatadak, Daljarak. The heads of the 6 skeletons turned around and focused on Arkansas. After a moment, flames spewed from their eyes as a defense mechanism as they rushed at him with a rusted long sword. Oh damn! Snake, nerve paralysis poison. Sack. Ark wielded his sword and twisted it. 5 skeletons instantly met a critical hit and were pushed back. However, the skeletons weren't paralyzed. Their flesh was rotting off the bone. Of course there wouldn't be nerves to paralyze. Furthermore, the polluted skeletons were skeletons who had been transformed by pollutants. The beginner's deadly poison that snake produces is just like water to them. Rather, the poisonous effect restored health. Poison absorption characteristic. Why do I meet monsters immune to poison at this time? However, that was not the end of the problem. You received a blow from the polluted skeleton. 130 damage. Tetanus reaction is slowed and you will receive 10 damage every 5 seconds for 1 minute. All of the skeletons wielded their weapons. He was unlucky. There were all kinds of germs in their dirty swords, which meant there was a high probability of getting tetanus. Tetanus stunned the body and made it heavier. This made it difficult to evade the attacks of the skeleton. However, that wasn't the only thing. So far, I have only been relying on poison. After he received the serpent poison skill, it certainly made battles easier. He could use the poison in combination with kicks since most opponents were stunned. In particular, Ark frequently used the poison nerve paralysis. It was a poison which paralyzes the arm and legs and made it easier to disable an opponent quickly. Therefore, Ark had unknowingly relied on it during battle to slow the monsters. That was one of the reasons he wasn't able to respond to the movements of the assassins. Professional assassins would have immunity to most of the racial special skills held by users. He used the combo skill of sword-hand combat with riposte. The success rate of the same poison was also quite low. Yes, I've been far too complacent. I've relied too much on those skills. It made the battle easier but lowered his actual battle skills. Skills such as Eyes of the Cat and Poison are important, but honing the basic skills is also important in fighting enemies. I'll focus on my sword-hand combat skill. Yes, that is the basis of the game. Warrior's sword mastery, magician's magic and archer's archery. The most important thing to fully hone your skills is to properly utilize the job's primary weapon. In Ark's case, that consisted of sword-hand combat. Wake up, Arkansas. Now is not the time to let your attention wander. His aim was to take revenge when the enemy's blade appears. It was something he knew as a novice. You don't know when something basic could be useful. I'm not playing around. Ark bit his lip so tightly that it started bleeding. The brain moves the body. It is natural for the movement to change when the mind changes. If you don't have a resolute mind then your reactions are slower, but when your mind is resolute then change quickly occurs. It was disrespectful to say that a battle doesn't rely on your mind. If the opponent is open then you have to figure out the flow of the battlefield. Ark quickly widened his view of the battlefield. Now he had to tackle the skeleton wielding a sword and looked at the movements of the skeletons with skin. Diedrich, the rear. Plan D.2. Diedrich flew to the rear of the skeletons while Ark quickly attacked. Ark went forward without looking back and forth. The skeleton wielded his sword. Ark instantly twisted and shoved his sword in the lower back. Counter-attack. The skeleton stepped back shocked. Then two skeletons wielding swords attacked from both sides. Ark had already identified their movements and expected the attack. Ark lowered his body to the ground and did a sweeping low kick. The low kick was not a technique seen in normal taekwondo moves. Ark saw the move in a martial arts film and integrated it into his kicks. The skeletons were hit by the kick and fell down. They were light because they were only bones and collapsed easily. He then kicked the skeletons until they were disassembled piece by piece. That's 3 of them killed. Ark turned to find his next opponent. Tadak, Tadadadak, Tadadak. What the? The many bones began to get stuck together like a magnet. Minus the broken and cracked bones, the others joined together until they formed perfect skeletons. Their vitality was also 100%. It was an unexpected situation. Sheesh, it's not enough to knock them apart, I have to destroy all their bones. Ark swung his sword again. However, unlike before it was meaningless to attack the gaps in the bones. He focused each blow on a single region in order to destroy it. So he could avoid having the skeleton's body reassembled again. Thanks to that, the battle lengthened considerably. But after he used his spiritual power to summon Skull and distribute the attacks, it took around 15 minutes to destroy all the skeletons. After they finally finished off the skeletons with the help of Skull, Diedrich shook his head. It's tragic. A quarrel within the same family. Tack tack tack. Skull chewed on a shattered bone. Although the battle ended safely, Ark couldn't feel relieved. This dungeon. The degree of difficulty is higher than I thought. The level of the skeletons was 110, but Ark was around 120 thanks to the dark attribute bonus. If he was just dealing with 6 skeletons then there were no significant problems. However, no matter how insignificant the opponent there was still a possibility of death. Additionally, if he was hit once then he would also receive tetanus. But was that all? If he got distracted even for a short time, then the skeletons would reassemble and his health would fall until he was in a critical condition. Although he won against 6 skeletons, against 8 he couldn't be sure of his chances. That was the problem. In the other dungeons, he could use Diedrich to scout the place first and if it was too dangerous then he could avoid it. However, these guys suddenly appeared from the ground to grab his ankles. That means he wouldn't know their number until they appear. I don't know when I would be attacked by surprise, so managing my health is the most critical thing. And I have to move as carefully as possible so that the skeletons don't react. If a skeleton appears to fight, I'll just retreat. Ark grabbed the items from the skeletons and carefully walked forward step by step. How far did he walk? Just as he turned the corner, his foot sank and he fell into the water. He was sucked in by this huge force and dragged somewhere else. What is this? A message floated in front of the confused Arkansas. Pine. A sound was made as Ark forcefully stopped next to a drain. He raised his body and looked around. However, the place was completely different from the area he was in before. Suddenly he heard Diedrich's voice in his ear. Master, how? Where? Diedrich. Are you alright? Master. You're alive. All of a sudden. Surprisingly disappeared. Ark was spiritually connected to Diedrich so they could communicate within a fixed distance. However, the distance must be quite fair, since the reception was falling. You don't know where I am. That I don't know, I guess. No, I understand. Ark sighed and cancelled Diedrich and Skull's summoning. However, his spiritual power hadn't recovered enough to summon them again. So he was there without any summons, and he had to wait until his spiritual power recovered. Damn, who knew this dungeon had such dangerous and complex wormholes? This damn dungeon. Ark started grumbling. Suddenly something fell with a patter over his shoulder. Ark moved his hand where sticky mucus was stuck. What is this? Ugh. Is it filth? In some ways, I feel really bad, Hook. Ark raised his eyes and let out a muffled scream without thinking. On the ceiling was a giant gelatinous mass of objects. Viscous slime fell and the translucent monster moved its body. Ark had no time to move as the gaze of the monster turned to him and a red light flashed. Slime. The scream did not come from his mouth. The slime completely surrounded Ark and covered his nose and mouth. Every time, it did crazy damage and his health rapidly decreased. Ark frantically struggled and pushed at the slime until he managed to escape. He turned and saw the passageway blocked by the giant wriggling slime body. The polluted slime was level 130. Slime. That's a slime. Ark of course knew about slimes. It was a monster that was often seen in the early stages of most online games. But the slimes that Ark knew weren't this ugly. They were plump and fluffy. You know. It was more like a mascot that receives the user's love than a mascot. However, the slime in front of him was something that no user would be interested in. It wasn't cute and the stench was enough to make him feel sick. Meanwhile, it extended its body and wrapped one piece around Ark's arm. Red light flashed and acid damage occurred. The blow only did 50 damage, but his health was being steadily drained. The acid properties also damaged the durability of his equipment as well as his health. Ark caught and removed the slime from his arm. The whole body is the digestive system. Then quickly. Ark swung his sword like lightning. And then. Slippery, your attack missed. The sword was impractical to attack the slime and it just slipped off its body. Confused, Ark stepped backwards and used Eyes of the Cat. Then a red point pointed to the center of the slime's body. If he had not seen it, he wouldn't have known there was a shape like an eyeball there. That is probably the nucleus of the slime. Physical attacks would do nothing unless he hit the nucleus. Ark had hunted monsters with the same characteristics on the seabed underwater. It was the jellyfish that wielded a large number of tentacles. Like the slime, it also received little damage until he attacked the mouth of the jellyfish, and then large damage occurred. But the slime was huge enough to fill the drain pipe. How would my sword even reach the nucleus in the center? It sprayed mucus at him and Ark avoiding it while swearing. Physical damage doesn't work because it was immune to normal attacks. Perhaps it wouldn't be a difficult opponent if he was a magician. Is there a way to get rid of that mucus? That is the key. A certain skill flashed through Ark's head. Yes, that's the technique. Snake, the most useless sword. Snake spat out the sword of Schnauzer and Ark grabbed it. Blade Storm. Ark used Blade Storm to destroy the sword and a devastating storm developed from its debris. As expected, all the fragments bounced off the slime. But Ark's target wasn't the damage from the debris. The fragments created a powerful vortex. When the tremendous pressure exerted itself on the mucus, the slime became smaller and thinner because of the pressure. The distance remaining between the nucleus was just 30 centimeters. It was enough for him to drive his sword through. Take this, Dark Blade. Ark shot forward like an arrow and used Dark Blade. The sword penetrated the nucleus of the slime. In an instant, 60% of its health was gone. And the slime trembled and the mucus thickened again. However, Ark could gather more mana by turning off anything he didn't need. Once again, He used the Blade Storm and Dark Blade combo to shave off the remaining health of the slime. Cool. Pep-peng. A huge amount of slime exploded all over the place. Thanks to that his body was covered in slime, but it did no further damage to him. I did it. Ark blew out a sigh and sat with a flop. The slime that was occupying the passage disappeared and Ark was finally able to look around properly. The wormhole led him to a completely different place. Before the wormhole, the passage was made of broken bricks, but this place was full of tree roots. Ark recovered his stamina and moved along the path. After walking a few minutes, he came across a rusty iron door. Is it the exit? Ark ran to the iron doors. But no matter how he looked at it, he couldn't see a keyhole or door handle. Is it a dead end? Ark turned with a disappointed face. But his fingers touched a rusted part which got stuck, and once he pulled it away, a section of unevenness crumbled. When he turned back again, it seemed like some designs were carved underneath the rust. Just in case, he shook off the rest of the rust. Ark narrowed his eyes at the pattern that was being gradually revealed. Era. This pattern is from the other day. Oh, that's right. The design in which 3 triangles are overlapped. Ark had seen the same design last time. It was the pattern that the elder Miao Hassan showed him. It was the time when the Miaos still traded. They were the residents who lived in the underground world. He had forgotten about it because couldn't believe the symbol was here of all places. Ark busily moved his hand until all the rust was gone. There were small letters carved to reveal a sentence. It was carved in unintelligible characters. However, Ark knew how to decipher such characters. When he touched the characters, a pale light was emitted from his hand and the contents were deciphered right in front of him. This place was sealed in accordance with the ancient vow. Those who don't know this place can't enter. A person with purpose could wake me up. A person who makes the pilgrimage here with pride and speaks my name with respect will be able to cross. Information on the ancient relic entrance to the underground world is acquired. Knowledge of ancient relics plus 15, intelligence plus 5 and fame increases by 30 at the entrance to the underground world. He felt like he had been hit in the back of the head. In fact, Ark hadn't guessed that the underground world wouldn't be that far from Jiren. According to Hassan, the agent representing the residents of the underground world came from the north. West. The Miao's temple and shrine was also in the north-west. Furthermore, the residents of the underground world had traded with numerous commercial cities, that there would surely be problems living near a large commercial city like Jiren. However, the entrance exists in the Brant Mountains underneath Cairo. Come to think of it. Suddenly he remembered the name of the place where he fell. Hell's underground labyrinth. Hell is the word for abyss in Buddhist terminology. In general, however, it could also mean a subterranean world. Apparently, the word hell itself was a clue for the underground world. It was a pretty ridiculous hint. I found the entrance while under the condition of not being able to die. Thus Ark's purpose became clear. If a person fell into the hell and died, then they would just revive. However, Ark was worried that there wouldn't be an exit. However, if the entrance leads to another world, then even a child couldn't mistake it. The inhabitants of the underground world used to participate in trade. In other words, there was a way for them to go outside. It is unknown if there is an exit in the underground labyrinth, but it is pretty clear that an exit exists somewhere in the other world. If he entered the underground world, then all his problems would be solved for the time being. And besides, there might be the second piece of the 3 marvels in the underground world. Ark's eyes lit up. Finding the 3 marvels was important to Arkansas. The 3 marvels was the source of a Dark Walker's power. He would get another skill and ability just like when he previously found the sculpture. If that happened, his abilities would increase by leaps and bounds. It now became even more urgent for Arkansas. Andal was still waiting for him at the resurrection point in Cairo. At the moment, the circumstances meant that he had to hide, but if he found the piece of the three marvels, then that situation would change. In some cases, it may be possible for him to not only escape the crisis but also gain revenge. No, I will certainly get revenge. This is the place where I chose to live. I'm not playing the game for fun, unlike you. I'll make him think twice about touching me. That argument motivated him to survive even more. Ark earnestly began exploring the dungeon. However, Hell's underground labyrinth was truly complicated and deserved the name labyrinth. Not only did it have complicated stairs leading to the second floor, but the third floor seemed like it was stuck in a three-dimensional puzzle. It was not easy to remember the path after he passed it once. Then Ark remembered a forgotten skill. I didn't realize that it would be this useful. Ark had learnt new cartography skills. Using the cartography skills he learnt in the past from Hansen, the dungeon was automatically recorded. Thanks to checking the map, Ark slowly explored the geography of the dungeon. Of course, exploring a dungeon was not a relaxing situation. Tadak, tadadak. If he was even a little bit careless, then skeletons would attack. They could be as little as 4 or as many as 10. Thanks to that, every time Ark finished a battle he had to cook some dishes and eat. It was fortunate that he was able to avoid the big slime through reconnaissance. The slime gave a large amount of experience, but if he did not use Blade Storm then there was no way for him to win. This meant that every time he fought he consumed 2 swords. However, there was no reason to fight and waste his 2 bags of Japtum. There were tricks that he used to make hunting a full day in the labyrinth easier. If he met a slime or was surrounded by more than 7 skeletons, Ark would quickly escape through a nearby wormhole. The labyrinth had invisible wormholes laid all over the place. Once he used a wormhole, the position would automatically be updated on the map and he could take advantage of it to use warp, just like a scroll. It was the way that he wanted to live, so the maze was a quite useful hunting ground. The skeletons gave large experience and the item drop rate was also high. In addition, the labyrinth was the waste disposal site for Cairo. So the labyrinth had piles of junk scattered all over the place, just like Gallic's stomach. Sometimes a usable item would appear. Although in quite a few cases, if it went boom, then poison gas would spread, but aside from the stench, this wouldn't be a bad place to live. No, it wasn't bad. It was actually rather good. However, Ark's purpose was not to level up or gain items. It was to find out how to enter the underground world. However, he had explored 70% of the dungeon and he still had no clue on how to enter the underground world. It was recorded that the clue to solve the riddle was hidden in the dungeon, but he had looked around and the clue wasn't visible. It is a big deal. I'm beginning to feel the limits. Ark looked at his bag with a worried expression. After fighting with the skeletons, he always ends up with low health. Of course, every time he finished he ate food, but the ingredients were starting to run out. In the first place, he used many of the ingredients to make too much food for the ex-convicts, so he didn't have that much remaining. Of course, even the labyrinth contained ingredients. However, the only things available in the filth-infested labyrinth were the skeleton bones and random slime. He had tested it and none of the food Ark made could be eaten. That wasn't the only problem. The item drop rate was high, which meant that it used up a lot of bag space. He had only spent 24 hours in the maze. Ark's bag was full, and although he equipped Snake's item storage skill, 90% of that inventory was filled with items from other regions. Setting aside items, food was one of the highest priorities. If I run out of food, then there is a high possibility that I will die. Ark sighed in frustration and looked at a small hole in the ground. It was a drain found in the middle of the maze. The fact that water did not fill up the maze was due to these multiple drains. If so, perhaps it was linked to the outside. However, their diameter was 10 centimeters at the most, so he couldn't even get his head through. It is even impossible for a hobbit to exit using this. Ark was getting up when he froze. Suddenly a brilliant idea popped into his head. Oh, yes. That way that it might be possible. Volume 4 Chapter 9 You are listening at novelfull.audio. ACT 9 Mystery of the Labyrinth. After Ark fell into the hell, the night and day had changed 4 times. In reality, that would be over 32 hours. In the meantime, Andal and the assassins did not leave the resurrection place. In some cases chaotic players who revived there sent them strange looks, but Andal did not pay them any attention. Nevertheless, Andal quite enjoyed those times. That bastard Ark finally revealed that he is just a coward. He should be quite irritated by now. If a candidate was unable to connect for more than a day, that they would connect and check out the situation. But it is impossible. Once you caught my eye, you're dead. However, Andal was only human and he wouldn't risk his life for revenge. When it was time to eat a meal, he ate and slept. After a satisfying 40 hours, Andal eventually logged out of his unit and stretched while yawning. I'm not going to be here for a day. Okay. Of course. Next to him the assassin nodded. The assassins were camped in front of the quartermaster and were alternating between sleeping and guarding. At one time there were always 2 people awake, so it would be no problem if Ark suddenly revived. Usually the request is only for a month, but if you request it then we will guard this place for a year until it is complete. Okay, I'll believe you. Andal gave a satisfied look and cut the connection. When I see the technology of the foreigners, it sure is weird. An assassin muttered as Andal disappeared from sight. However, NPCs can't really worry. The system does not allow for curiosity in the NPC. After Andal disappeared, the assassins went back to staring at the resurrection point. Gawking at that time, there were people staring from the woods. He carefully looked at the assassins before running through the forest. The small feet squeezed his body between tall trees as he looked back. He looked around restlessly and repeated the pattern. It was like a breathtaking scene from a spy movie as he arrived at the cabin on the hill. Whoa, I broke into a sweat at what I found. After he entered the cabin, the small figure took off his hood. The visage of the small figure was that of the hobbit, Sid. During the time that Ark was falling into the hell, Lorenzo fled to the cabin unharmed. After explaining the situation to Sid, they were waiting for Ark to contact them at the cabin. The anxious Lorenzo quickly approached. So, do you have any news about older brother? Ark had gone with Lorenzo to kill the thieves and had protected him when the assassin threw a dagger at Lorenzo. Of course, it was because of the quest. However, as a NPC Lorenzo was naive and felt that he owed a considerable debt to Arkansas. Since that day, Lorenzo had referred to Ark as his older brother. Sid shook his head with a dark countenance. Not yet. No one has seen Ark in Cairo. After retreating, did he get defeated by those guys? Well, I think so. Damn. Because of me. Lorenzo exploded with rage as he hit the desk. He suddenly asked. But they're using a strange technique. After a serious injury they could teleport to the quartermaster. As older brother is a foreigner, would he also be able to do that? That's the problem. Sid replied ambiguously with a pained face. Andal and the assassins were waiting for Ark at the resurrection place. That meant that Ark was certainly dead. It was impossible to wait at the quartermaster for a person who wasn't dead. Perhaps Ark did not revive because he guessed such a situation. He was called Andal. I don't know what the relationship is between him and Arkansas Nim, but it must be bad. It was such that he even waited at the resurrection point. Does that mean he will quit the game? Sid couldn't tell if Ark had done the same thing to Andal. In any case, their interaction wasn't very good. With Andal and the assassins guarding the quartermaster, Ark couldn't even connect to the game. And Sid had no way of knowing how long it would last. I wish I had Ark's phone number so it would be a little better. Sid sighed in frustration. Thump, thump, thump. Suddenly sounds were heard from the door, banging into something. The surprised Sid and Lorenzo exchanged nervous glances. Is it them? Did those guys follow us back here? Lorenzo, who imagined the worst, approached the door and lifted his sword. I can't do it. Sid, please escape to the back door while I try to block them. Ha, but. There's no time to argue. Listen to what I have to say. I owe my life to Big Brother. He asked me for a favor and I don't want to break it. Because I care about the fellow, please hurry while I buy time. Lorenzo spoke in a low voice during the touching scene. All of a sudden, an object entered through the bottom of the door. It was a shadow that was creeping forward. Lorenzo quickly raised his sword while Sid raised his hands and shouted. Wait. It. Seek, seek, seek. At the sight of the object, Sid lifted his voice in welcome. It was the surprisingly long tongue of Ark's belt. No, it was a snake. Lorenzo looked at Sid, embarrassed. What? This snake is. It's not just a snake. This snake is Ark's pet. What? Older brothers. In addition to the bat and skull. Yes. And if this snake is back, that mean Arkansas Nim is out there. Sid hugged the snake. Snake expressed his happiness by twining around Sid's body. But the hobbit was too short. And climbed on top of the table. And he started vomiting out items from his mouth. After a long time. Items were stacked on top of the table. Snake began squirming his body and making a weird shape. What is it doing? Sid stared blankly before he realized. It's a letter. It must be a message from Arkansas Nim. Sid took out a piece of paper and pen and wrote down what the snake produced. For Sid. Sid. I am alive for the time being. Due to the circumstance, for the time being I won't be able to go there. So I will send Snake on my behalf in the future. Snake will give you items to organize and please send any required items to me through Snake. I need food and potions from the store and well as repair boxes. Also please send paper and a pen. So I have to organize the items and sell the Japtum. As expected from Arkansas Nim. Sid muttered with a tired expression. Then. That was the solution that Ark came up with for his worries about Japtum. Ark finally found an exit through a small drain that led to the outside. It was 10 centimeters in diameter, and although many snakes wouldn't be able to pass through, Ark had an insane idea. Therefore he placed all the items he needed to sell in Snake and sent it to the cabin where Sid was hiding with Lorenzo. Anyway, that's it. It's all done. If Arkansas Nim is alive, then you don't have to worry about assassins for the time being. Bah, morons. So even if it takes a while, wait for me there. Sid collected the items from Snake while he was moved to tears and had to wipe his runny nose. Then he put the hood back on and sneaked into Cairo using the lie scroll. He organized the Japtum and came back with Ark's required items, which Snake swallowed. Snake, be careful. Sack, sack, sack. Snake nodded and with eyes filled with duty, crawled to the ground. Park so.me SSI, yes, Hyun.woo requested after being asked by the reception. He was approached by the staff who extended a statement. This is the full 5,210,000 won. Would you like to pay it with a card? 5,210,000 won. Ark asked again with a surprised expression. Up until last month, it was just over 4,500,000 won. The expenses went up a little this month. Didn't you see the letter of information? The staff held out the letter of information. He read the list that the hospital typed that showed the treatment for each patient. But the bottom line was that the hospital bills were raised due to inflation. Finally, the hospital was also succumbing to the inflation surge. In fact, the talk about raising hospital bills occurred a few months ago. However, public opinion had been blocking it. The dangers of healthcare privatization are revealed. Is the patient sealed to a chair? A current events program was broadcasted every day, and the parent organizations for the opposition against hospital privatization was shown as well. But in the end it was decided to raise the hospital bills. Although, frankly, Hyun-woo did not expect the hospital costs to stay the same. Whether it is a game or reality, everything relies on power. The hospital had a vested interest while the people who opposed raising hospital bills were mostly poor. Isn't it clear which group would win when the two of them clashed? The government, which was supposed to stand with the people, decided in the end to privatize healthcare and turn a blind eye to the common people. When was it? It was the same story when the government first talked about privatizing public enterprises. The people of the Republic of Korea aren't stupid. Of course, there was many invested in opposing the privatization and more than 100,000 participated in protests by lighting a candle. Although he didn't participate in the protests, the majority of ordinary people supported them. It was clearly a public sentiment. But the government was unshaken and did not side with public sentiment. Rather, they presented the candlelight protests as violent demonstrations and used it to push privatization. Of course, the government pushed it, but the problem was also caused by people who didn't care. It is quite common for the public sentiment to change quickly. It was a suitable word. But public sentiment doesn't mean much to people with money and power. It did not mean the poor. It was a sad world for people who aren't favored. For people like Hyun-woo, they have no power and no choice but to live with the climbing costs. How much? Hyun-woo sighed as the staff replied with an irate expression. 5,210,000 won. Damn it, selling the Fire Slayer would barely cover this month's bills. When he first checked his account it felt like he was walking on clouds. However, after paying for a variety of utilities as well as rent, food and medical bills, his original balance of 14 million won went down to 5 million won. Well, he did have a surplus of 10 million won. Okay, this month is black, Hyun-woo tried to soothe himself as he headed to the second floor. When he arrived at the second floor rehabilitation center, he immediately saw his mother through the glass windows. When he saw her with the professional therapists taking one step forward, his depressed mood became much better. She's already doing walking practice. On the other hand, it increased his motivation to work harder to make money. That's right. Money is important. The good reason for the government privatizing healthcare was to improve the quality of the medical services. Fortunately, that promise was kept. Under private management, the healthcare service definitely improved. At the state-of-the-art rehabilitation center, his mother received one-on-one treatment with a profession therapist in accordance with management. From exercise to eating. Thanks to that, his mother's illness was rapidly taking a turn for the better. And unless Hyun-woo fell behind in the hospital bills, then such care would continue. Hyun-woo still remembered the hospital scene from a while ago. Because the hospital bill wasn't paid in advance, an old man was kicked out from the hospital. Something like that can't happen to my mother. Hyun-woo thought with clenched teeth. He wanted his mother to have confidence to live a whole life. But he had to shoulder his mom's responsibility. That thought was stronger than anything else in his head. He wanted her to devote herself to the treatment without worrying. It was Hyun-woo's only wish. His mother laughed as she saw Hyun-woo from inside the glass window. Hyun-woo waved his hand as he lost his stiff expression. Rehabilitation was so difficult that a healthy person wouldn't be able to imagine. Yet his mother never once said it was difficult. Hyun-woo was actually the one that suffered most at the thought. No, I don't have it that hard. Hyun-woo wasn't suffering at all compared to his mother. Yes, now I can laugh in front of my mother because of New World. New World is the last remaining hope for me. New World is something I can never give up on. Not even what Andal or Alan think. Even if I have to crawl from the bottom up because of them, it isn't possible for me to give up. If you disturb me, then I'll crawl up and step on you. I'll show you the spirit of a poor person. Hyun-dut-woo sat on a couch in the clinic and came up with an idea. To do this, I need to quickly find a way through the entrance of the underground world. 3 days had passed since Hyun-dut-woo entered the underground labyrinth. There was some trouble at first, but now he has adapted and his level rose to 93. If it wasn't for the stench, then it would be a pretty decent hunting ground. But, it isn't money. That's a problem. So far, Hyun-dut-woo had gained an average of 20-30 gold per day. But he needed to earn a lot more if Hyun-dut-woo wanted to earn the minimum necessary to maintain his life. However, the items from the underground labyrinth could contribute to that. The item drop rate is high even for a skeleton that doesn't appear frequently and takes a while to hunt. In addition, he couldn't ignore the outgoing money he spends on food and repair boxes. Although I have a surplus in my bank account right now, it will become more difficult in the future. I also have to search the underground world for the fragment of the 3 marvels. However, he still hadn't found the clues to enter that world. He had already explored the 1, 2, and 3rd floors of the labyrinth. However, the completion rate of the map using the cartography skill was 99.9%. He couldn't enter that space because the iron doors are blocking it. What is the alternative? As for the riddle, Ark sighed and took out a memo pad from his pocket. On the notes were maps drawn of the underground hell. It was a maze of intertwined pathways. He had found dozens of hidden wormholes during the investigation, but he still hadn't even guessed the answer to the riddle. In addition, there was no possibility of a hidden passageway because the map's completion rate was 99.9%. Did you wait long? Oh, mother. At that time, the door to the therapy room opened and his mother came out with the nurse. Hyun-dut-woo stood up and sat his mother on the couch. His mother wiped off the sweat as she laughed. But what were you thinking so hard about? Are you studying something these days? Oh, no. Just. What is it? Let's see. His mother nodded as she browsed through the notes. Ah, the ... line puzzles you do when you're bored. Yes. ... line puzzle. Yes, if you draw a line between the 2 points then the puzzle will be complete. Isn't that it? I did them quite often in the past. Ho ho ho, when we were dating your father sometimes made me those puzzles. He did the thing by hiding a heart pattern. Looks like it's hand drawn. Still, the person giving such puzzles must be spoiling you. Somehow, it is good to see. Hyun-dut-woo looked at the map with puzzled eyes. ... line puzzle. Was that visible? He tried to visualize it as he listened to his mother's speech. Hyun-dut-woo drew almost the entire map of the underground labyrinth and he had also marked the location of the wormholes with a dot. It would form a picture. Era. Just as it is. Without thinking, Ark tilted his head as he connected a point with another point. Ark felt something strange, so he laid the maps of the 1st to 3rd floor over each other and poked through the wormhole with a felt pen. So, if you drill holes through all the wormholes on the 1st, 2nd and 3rd floors then a figure will be made. It is none other than the 3 triangles overlapping shown on the iron doors. At the moment, a single thought flashed through Hyun-dut-woo's head: this place was sealed in accordance with the ancient vow. If you can't understand these words, there is no possibility of passing through to where I sleep. A person with purpose could wake me up. A person who makes the pilgrimage here with pride and speaks my name with respect will be able to cross. Those words were written on the iron doors. Those who don't know this place can't enter. The first hint means that I must learn the terrain of the labyrinth completely. Hyun-woo had thought of this, so he drew a map and carried it around as he studied it. However, the 2nd and 3rd questions on the riddle were still unanswered. But unexpected, his mother had unraveled that. A person with a purpose. That means if I want to enter the underground world, Ark has to say this. If I intentionally say this as I walk the labyrinth, a route might be discovered. And I have to speak as I pilgrimage along the markings. The markings were the wormholes that littered the underground labyrinth. If I intentionally make the pilgrimage and express at the end of the wormhole, then it might become clear. No, I can't think beyond that. Oh God, it was so simple, yet I was unaware for 3 days. Now Hyun-Wu could confidently enter New World. Nevertheless, he had lost 3 days contemplating the mystery, and he also wasted time playing Tetris and Go Stop with his mother. Once you become familiar with the game, it was a trap. After being too used to the game, he made every problem associated with the game and made it more difficult than it was. However, his mother doesn't know about New World. Just as she said, it's just what it looks like. The original puzzle for those searching for an answer was not visible to the corporation. Hyun-Wu grasped his mother's hands and shouted. Mother! Mother has saved Arkansas. What? What do you mean, all of a sudden? Who is Arkansas? One of you foreign-looking friends. There is such a person. It is my alter ego. Alter ego? You, no way. Did you get a girlfriend or something? No, it's more precious than a girlfriend. Arkansas. Hyun-Wu answered with a laugh. Now, let's get started. After coming back from the hospital, Ark immediately connected with the game. A dim light spread as the familiar dirty landscape of the labyrinth appeared. Are you feeling fine, Master? Diedrich asked with a dubious expression once he was summoned. Diedrich, do you want to get out of here soon? What? If we can leave, but... do not worry. We'll leave soon. Ark said confidently and opened his map window. Before connecting, he had already thought about where to start from. It is clockwise from the far right end. I was told to express respect and make a pilgrimage, so I have to move in the right direction. If that doesn't work, then try again from the opposite direction. Ark immediately smashed the skull of a skeleton and ran across the underground labyrinth. He was already tired of fighting skeletons. But he also didn't want anything new. When a wormhole appeared while Ark was battling, he used riposte and jumped down the hole. No matter how many skeletons appeared, if you jumped down the wormhole, then the chase was removed and battle ended. Now it is imperative to confirm the answer to the riddle. When he jumped down the wormhole, he immediately moved to a new area. He unfolded his map and using his cartography skills confirmed that if you connect a wormhole to another one with a straight line, then the location corresponded to the middle part. The probability that it was the correct answer increased. The next wormhole is about 20 meters from here. Ark immediately moved to the next wormhole and plunged. He did this about 20 times, before Ark finally returned to the original wormhole he plunged through. Unfortunately, all the filth had accumulated on Ark's body that he arrived with a bad stench. His summons was the same. In trying not to repeat the same mistakes, he grabbed Diedrich and Skull when he entered the wormhole, so they were also filthy. What the hell are you doing? Are you crazy? Why do you keep on plunging into dirty water? You're noisy. Without fail, this will surely be the last time. Before Diedrich could speak, Ark plunged into the first wormhole again. It was at that time. When he jumped into the wormhole, he heard a whirring sound and something felt different from the previous times. Until now, the time it takes to go through the wormhole is a maximum of 10 seconds, but this time felt longer. Up, down, sideways, that he was sucked in until it suddenly dropped him somewhere. Quajik, Warururu. Ark cried out as he fell to the bottom, but quickly sat up and checked his surroundings. As expected, this is the first time I've seen this. At that time, a bright sound rang out and a message window popped up. You have completed Hell's Underground Labyrinth. Knowledge of ancient relics plus 15, intelligence plus 10, and fame increased by 30. You have completed the map of Hell's Underground Labyrinth, with a perfect 100% completion rate. Painting a map of the underground labyrinth is now possible. Experience plus 1000. Ark was now sure that he had found the correct answer. The place where Ark fell was a huge cavern. It was a hidden room in the underground labyrinth with a huge amount of bones and skeletons piled up. It was an impossible place to find even when he was exploring every corner of the sewers. When he looked to the back, he saw that he was on the other side of the iron doors. He had finally passed through those doors. Somewhere here will be the entrance to the underground world. Ark stood up and scanned around. The cave mouth was wide open on the right side. I wonder what kind of species lives in such a horrible place. Era. But what is this? Ark's excitement subsided as he explored the cave. There was still one unexpected hurdle remaining. The cave entrance was blocked by a thick steel door. Fortunately, next to the iron door was a lever-like stick that could open the door depending on its use, but the tip of the lever was broken. I can't pull this lever. So what is the alternative way? Ark made a frustrated face. Do-do-do-do, tadak, tadadak. Suddenly, the floor started to shake like there was an earthquake. At the same time, a black object rose from the ground and started attracting the bones together until an object was formed. And in the blink of an eye it snowballed to a huge size. There was a huge chunk of skulls and bones moving through the air. Ugh, more bones. Diedrich gave a cry of distress as a warning message appeared. Boss monster. He reflexively used Eyes of the Cat to display its information. It was a level 150 boss monster. While Ark was so puzzled at the situation that he couldn't think, something elongated sprung from the Kraken's body. Hundreds of bones were attached to form a giant scythe. Ark felt an eerie aura as he rolled across the floor to the pile of bones. It was formed from bone fragments all over the place. Damn, I never thought there would be a boss monster here when I finally solved the riddle. But I didn't come here to die. Anyway, this plan of desperation means I either strike first or die. Ark drew his sword and rushed to the Kraken. Dark blade. Double bang. The violent roar of smashed bones was heard everywhere. The Kraken was pushed and stumbled backwards. The shape reflected the Kraken's nature. Quo-oh. The Kraken trembled and lifted all the bones connected to his arm up. Scythe, spear, sword. It assembled weapons of all shapes made out of bone and shot them towards Arkansas. The attack approached at the same time from 4 or 5 different directions. But Ark had experienced that attack countless times when fighting against the skeletons. Once again there was no reason to panic. It has returned. Ark rotated his body with his right foot and stabbed with his sword. Put-put pow. The counter hit the spot where the Kraken's arms were still growing. Because it was made of bone, when hit with the counter it shattered and fell to the ground without force. Of course, Ark was hit 3 or 4 times but he only lost 150 health. Okay, this guy. The damage of the boss wasn't that strong. By the way, the speed was surprisingly slow and easily crushed. Although the level was high, the difficulty was on the low side. I could easily win. Diedrich, skull. Plan B. The opponent was a boss monster. You don't need to use a complex operation. The two summons moved to the different sides to keep the Kraken's attention on them while Ark launched a counterattack. He struck a flying arm, destroyed it and counterattacked many times. It didn't take long for Ark to realize that there was something strange about the assault. What, this guy? Although he hit it a number of times, the Kraken did not lose any vitality. Not only that. Because the fight wasn't that difficult he forgot for a while and after using Eyes of the Cat, he realized that no weakness was indicated. What happened? Why is there no damage? There was something strange. However, Ark avoided the Kraken's offensive and just continued attacking for the time being. In fact, there was no other way. So after a few minutes of violent attacks, there was a gap in the bones which showed a black shape. A red dot on the black shape indicated the place to bombard with attacks. Now Ark was able to understand the situation. I see. This guy is like the jellyfish and the slime. The bones were a suit of armor and if I remove all the bones at the gap then I can attack. This won't be so difficult. Ark narrowed the distance and used dark blade on the black stone. No, as soon as he tried, the kraken turned its body around. At the same time, it released an intense gust of air and Ark was pushed back several meters. Thanks to that, the dark blade missed. However, to Ark it was ludicrous as he snorted. The bones that grow move pretty slowly, but when its weakness is exposed then it moves pretty fast. But to no avail. Because I'll continue to attack until every bone disappears. However, that was Ark's mistake. Just as Ark was swinging his sword, the floor vibrated and the bones floated in the air. And like the first time, it was attracted like a magnet to the kraken. Because it grew some bones, the bone armor was even thicker than before. In addition, the attacking bones were many times thicker and its speed had also increased. So double bang. What's this? Ark avoided the attack by rolling on the ground while looking confused. He had struggled for 10 minutes only for the situation to repeat itself. He destroyed the bone armor with his sword and then the kraken would quickly reform it. And the number of repeats also made the kraken bigger and stronger. This is ridiculous. How are you supposed to win against this guy? Profanities burst from Ark's mouth. Indeed, the bones were joined together. If the kraken was able to keep on infinitely grow the bones, did he have to fight and turn all those bones to powder? Even if Ark disagreed with the fight, in these conditions it would take 3 nights, 4 days then 5 nights and 6 days to fight for an unknown outcome. There is a limit to avoidance. When the nucleus is shown, a storm is summoned and pushes you back so there is no way to approach. When it is such a shape then even blade storm wouldn't be useful. But there might be a strategy. Is there a way to get to the nucleus without activating the storm? Ark, who was desperately thinking, suddenly thought of Skull. Come to think of it. In fact, Ark couldn't grasp where Skull was. Because there were bones rolling around, it was hard to distinguish between the bones and skulls. Unlike Diedrich, whose attacks were unsuccessful, Skull's attacks had hit several times. In other words, even the kraken couldn't distinguish between the bones and skeletons. Then an idea came to Ark's head. Bone. Skull. Oh, I see. There is a reason for me to approach. At that thought, Ark stepped forward and swung his sword before withdrawing. He confirmed that his remaining mana was only 300. A dangerous number. Blessing of the Sea Spirit. Ark activated Adelaine's necklace, which increased defense by 40% and restored 500 mana. Now his remaining mana was 800. It was enough to take the risk. When using Blade Storm, it is fast, but I don't know how long it may take from now on. So now is the time to conserve mana. Diedrich, you too. Cancel summon. What? Why? Diedrich sent him a bewildered look. Ark, who had reduced mana consumption to a minimum, went back to attacking. He shattered the bones with his sword and the scattered all over the place. Dark blade. Ark narrowed the distance without delay and shot off a dark blade at the body of the kraken. A violent roar burst out of the bone armor as it split in half. Eventually, the appearance of the kraken was shown between the split bones. He figured that rotating the kraken's body was a normal process to produce a storm. That moment was a chance for Ark, which he aimed at straight away. It is now. Skull, cancel summon and resummon. While Ark was caught in the storm, Skull was summoned to his hand. Ark held his posture by concentrating power in his left foot before throwing Skull with all his strength. And shortly after the storm, the kraken repaired his bone armor again and Ark approached. As the kraken started forming a sword, it flinched. At the same time, the 100% vitality of the kraken was finally reduced by 1%. It's a success. Ark clenched his fist and cried out. This was the strategy that Ark was aiming for. The kraken will continue to repair the bone armor. The ingredients were the pile of stacked bones and skulls. If so, wasn't Ark's summon made of the same material? Therefore, Ark delivered a big blow, and the moment the Kraken tried to repair his bone armor, Skull was thrown at the nucleus of the Kraken. And the stupid Kraken couldn't discern between skulls and used it to make the armor. Skull was attached right next to the nucleus. Therefore, the Kraken was being attacked from inside his bone armor. Skull's damage wasn't very high, but if it bit from the inside then it still dealt damage. Plus the Kraken had similar characteristics to the jellyfish and slime, as the nucleus has low defense. After Skull bit the nucleus, the Kraken's health was visibly reduced. There was no way to stop Skull's attack inside the Kraken. The armor used to protect itself is now biting and tearing. Now my remaining mana is 600. The only Skull consumes mana, then it should last for 10 minutes. I have no choice but to wish that Skull kills the Kraken during that time. Quo-oh. The Kraken roared from the painful attacks all over the place. However, Ark had to abandon his attacks and just concentrate on avoidance. In addition, the Kraken glimpsed the incoming damage and just attacked harder. The Kraken was revealing a much faster time than expected. In just 5 minutes. From Skull's onslaught, the Kraken was already in a critical condition. The Kraken couldn't maintain the bony armor covering his body, and it fell to the floor as he began to lose power. And the view showed the sight of Skull crazily biting the black nucleus. Got it, thank you. Skull, now back off, Tadok. Tack tack tack. Skull, whose mouth was full biting the flesh of the Kraken, got off and spat it out. At the same time, Ark poured the rest of his mana into his sword for his last attack. Dark Blade. The sword disappeared into darkness and suddenly appeared in front of the Kraken. Intense sound effects showed there was a critical hit. Quo-oh. The health finally reached 0 and the Kraken started convulsing before exploding in a storm of light. The storm scattered the bones in every direction. Skull. Yes, we won thanks to you. Tack tack tack. Tack, tack tack tack. Skull looked towards the sky. Thought it was laughing. Ark turned his head and stroked the skull. It was a weird fellow, but still a boss monster. It dropped a lot of booty. As expected, where the Kraken had disappeared was a black sword plunged into the ground. This is. Ark's mouth opened as he confirmed the information. A long time ago, the spines of the bodies dumped in hell was used to make this sword. The Kraken which rules the underground labyrinth absorbed it into its body, where a strong curse was applied. The stats cannot be determined until the curse is released. It wasn't an ordinary weapon. It was made out of a person's sharpened spinal bones. But somehow it was a good shape. The reason for Ark's surprise was the curse on the item. Curse weapons. Lancel's sword which made Daedric evolve was also a cursed weapon. Purification Restoration. Ark immediately used the skill and watched in anticipation. Durability. 70 attack. 23-25 weight. 25 user restriction. Dark attribute level. 80 in the past, the 1-year-old monarch who built Cairo used the spinal bones of those who opposed him to make this sword. At the time, it was ambushed by a group of barbarians and abandoned at the bottom of the hell in Cairo, where it was imbued by an immortal spirit with a mysterious power. Unfortunately, it was absorbed by the Kraken, where a grudge was formed and it suffered for a long time. If someone killed the Kraken and liberated the soul of the sword, then he would be thankful to you. The special effect of this magic sword once a day. The master of the magic sword can summon Warwick once a day. As expected, it is a magic sword. He naturally cheered. Ever since Daedric evolved underwater using Lancel's sword, Ark had frantically been searching for information on the magic sword. Because the bat evolved, he was able to experience how much Daedric changed. However, he still couldn't find information on magic swords. And he did not have any expectations to find a magic sword in this place. Saw Blade, it was a cool name. Could the saw blade evolve Skull instead of Diedrich? If possible, he hoped so. Diedrich, who was already evolved, now had a high utilization rate. On the other hand, thanks to the stats, skills and ability to walk of Skull, its utilization was gradually disappearing. In the old days you could use it as a shield, now the monsters were higher level that Skull couldn't really last against them. I'll experiment immediately. What kind of guy will appear? Snap. A muffled sound was suddenly heard from his waist. While Ark had been investigating the sword, Snake had automatically started peering at other items and seemed to have found something. Something seemed to be shining from the Kraken's bone gap. Snake extended its tongue to receive praise from Arkansas. At that moment Snake's tongue got stuck. Cake, 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 cake. Era. Snake. Are you okay? Ark started tugging at Snake's tongue. Then the bones scattered and something was pulled out. It is. What the? This is. Ark muttered with a foolish expression. To be continued. Volume 5 Chapter 1 You are listening at novelfull.audio. ACT-1 Underground World. The sword which was formed from a person's spine began to vibrate and hum. After a moment, the sword fell from his hand. What the? The sword was stuck vertically into the ground and rotating in thin air. Odududuk, crunch. An eerie sound rang out and the sword started to change. Bones like a saw tooth started to extend out from both sides of the sword. The extended bones started swelling up and move from side to side, top to bottom until they joined together like a complicated cubic puzzle. It was similar to the robot transformation scenes frequently seen in animated cartoons. The result was the same as well. The sword formed a black torso with wild hair, and decorated with armor made from the metal parts of the saw blade and an old sword. After seeing the transformation scene with his own eyes, he couldn't understand how the blade could transform itself into that figure. Well, the transformed robots on cartoons were also the same, but anyway, the saw blade transformed into a level 60 skeleton knight. The explanation for the saw blade said that the spine came from someone abandoned in hell. He had seen many things traveling in New World. The marvelous special effects weren't amazing anymore. But to transform with such a method. He felt caught off guard. Ark stared with dumb surprise. When the skeleton knight Warwick raised his body, a deep blue flame burned in his hollow eye sockets. The flames moved as he turned his head and gazed at Arkansas. Is this guy also someone with no manners? Ark recalled the first time he met the owner of the magic sword, Dunphil. However, Warwick was a completely different type from Dunphil. Warwick opened his jawbone and began to talk. Foreigner, you Kraken. Defeated it. So. Warwick abruptly knelt down and bowed. To you I express my thanks and respect. What? My name is Warwick. At one time I respectfully swore my allegiance to the monarch that I fought with barbarians and became an honorable knight. However, after I unintentionally died, an evil spirit captured my soul on the Hills of Dawn and sealed me to this sword so that I was unable to leave. Hills of Dawn. Ark was puzzled as he belatedly noticed the meaning. It was a name that he had occasionally seen in the history books of New World. Is it the Hills of Dawn in Valhalla? It was common sense. Valhalla was the palace of the dead in Norse mythology. A warrior who died honorably in battle would receive an invitation to the Holy Land by the supreme god Odin. They would train their skills and wait there until the final battle, Ragnarok. New World was a fantasy game with different myths applied in each region from all over the world. And in the northern continent, a lot of the myths applied were about the Nordic world. Getting back to the back, Warwick had wanted to get directly to the afterlife but had been captured by the Kraken. Warwick showed regret in his eyes as he continued talking. From then on, for hundreds of years my spirit was corrupted and I became a devil. My honor had been disgraced. It was a nightmarish time. To end the nightmare you have delivered the light of salvation. You naturally have my thanks. Unlike the other guy, Warwick was unexpectedly polite. Ark's face became elated as he scratched his head. Well, since you've told me your thanks. I know, Warwick nodded and produced a body. You've released the curse from the magic sword, now you have the power to summon me. The reason why you summoned me is easily understood, and I too that I was waiting for this. You were waiting. I've already been to the Hills of Dawn. That invitation was also corrupted, however, meeting a truly honorable opponent has fired up my soul like in the past. If you can duel, my soul can be saved. And my strength and experience can be a foundation for you. It would be delightful. Now who will be my opponent? Who are you? Of course, if your summoned defeated the Kraken, his abilities must be better than expected. Oh, my fighting spirit is kindled. Warwick couldn't hide his excitement and shouted, shaking his sword. His bones came alive at the subject. Now, I'm ready. My fighting spirit. Call them before I disappear. It has already been summoned. What? Warwick scanned the place with baffled eyes. His burning gaze found Diedrich standing to one side. Certainly I can feel the spirit of the netherworld on this child. But it is difficult. Even though I am corrupted. This body is an honorable knight. How can I against a young child. Wield my sword? What the? A child? Hey, dude. How old are you? Diedrich, who had changed into the form of a young child, said angrily. At that time, Ark pointed to Skull rolling along the floor. Do not worry about it, Warwick. Your opponent is here. Warwick's gaze followed Ark's fingertips. And witnessed Skull looking proud at receiving Ark's nomination. Seems like an embarrassing and awkward silence flowed. Warwick looked stunned as he peeked at Skull and then looked at Arkansas. A joke. His glowing eyes seemed to ask. When Ark shook his head, the normally polite Warwick shouted. I've been polite to you. But now you're insulting me. I'm sorry, but this is the situation. So can't you try and fight? I can't endure it anymore, not matter how much you've saved me. Warwick threatened with his sword as he approached Arkansas. At that moment, Skull jumped and crashed into Warwick. Warwick flinched and retreated. Skull had roughly interrupted him. He had a rarely seen angry countenance. Warwick looked at Skull with surprised eyes. He did this for a while as some form of dialogue seemed to pass between the both of them, before Warwick sighed and nodded. Right, that was what happened. I'm sorry. Although only the skull remained. You are also a warrior who knows honor. I only looked at the surface and ignored you. I apologize. Clack clack clack. After he was told that, Skull naturally held up his chin. However, Warwick shook his head. Your fighting spirit and courage. Is fully realized. But I still can't accept the duel. After looking at me you will notice. For now, you're still lacking too much. Unless the difference is filled up. I will never accept a duel with you. Clack clack clack. You can say it as many times as you like, the answer is still the same. My heart won't burn against a weak opponent. It isn't possible to go to the Hills of Dawn with such a duel. Summon me again. If you improve your skills enough to fight me. Skull seemed shocked as he closed his mouth. Warwick sighed and looked at Arkansas. I am indebted to you, however, no matter how many times you summon me. I cannot fight an opponent that doesn't stir me. Your pet also. And you wouldn't want to win in a dishonorable way. No, I suppose not. Ark quickly replied. Dishonor. Are you joking? After all, if Skull wins then he can evolve. Also, if the fight against Warwick wasn't difficult, then he would be thankful. However, Warwick was more rigid than he imagined. I wish. Foo, for a while I thought you were going to insinuate the idea. However, I was excessive. That the guy who beat the Kraken would have such thoughts. I apologize. After all, that is why I cannot accept this duel. Then. No, there seemed to be some misunderstanding. I'm not someone as out of touch as you think. Good, that's good. Hey. Are you listening? Yeah. I said wait. However, before Ark could speak Warwick had already transformed back into a blade. Diedrich snorted and muttered. He isn't a funny guy, ditto. He never imagined that the owner of the magic sword would refuse to duel. The owners of the magic sword really come in different types. Ark sighed and picked up the saw blade. Anyway, since he could only summon once in a 24-hour period, there was no way to resummon him. And even if he summoned Warwick again, the result would be the same with him refusing to duel. Then again, the present Skull would have no chance of beating the level 60 opponent. Currently, the average level of his summons was around 45. However, the average level was higher because of Diedrich. In fact, Skull was still around level 40. Moreover, he has no offensive skills. He wasn't in a state where he could fight Warwick and win. Maybe it was better that he had refused the duel. If Skull had died, then he would also be unable to summon him for a 24-hour period. Therefore he would not be able to fight for 24 hours and would experience no growth. He summoned Warwick in order to see his stats, and he determined that there was no reason to duel. For the time being, I have to think a little bit more. Although it was disappointing, Ark soothed himself and snatched the sword. The damage of the saw blade was higher than Lancel's sword. However, if he considered the attack bonus when fighting with Diedrich the owner of the magic sword, then Lancel's sword was more useful. What the? Skull, what's wrong? Ark had been about to move when Skull pulled at the hem of his clothes. Ark squatted down puzzled as Diedrich muttered. Boo, really? Really? Ha, those words. I'm good, what do you mean? Oh hee, master. Skull asked when you would create a new dish to feed him that would unconditionally change him. Whatever you're making would soothe him. What? Skull, really? Skull nodded his head. Ark also knew the feeling. In fact, Ark was worried that Skull would be depressed after the duel wasn't accepted. However, in contrast to his worry, enthusiasm seemed to overflow from Skull. Although Skull had now lost all memories of the past as well as his body, he was also an honorable warrior. Perhaps the conversation he had with Warwick was about that content. He must have felt the desire to win fairly after remembering his days as a warrior. In the past, Diedrich would eat like crazy in order to get vengeance on Dunphil. However, Skull was a warrior who wanted to eat food for his and Ark's honor. The magic sword played a motivating role in inspiring the growth of his summons. And that will make his pet grow several times stronger. Okay, Skull. Then you'll need to be prepared for even harder training in the future. Once he outlined the situation, Ark crossed the bone room. The room where the Kraken was located had a side blocked by a huge iron door. The residents of the underground world had carved this sentence on the iron doors. But the lever to open the door was broken. However, just after Ark defeated the Kraken, he figured out how to open the door. Snake, the ectoplasm glue. At Ark's order, Snake opened its mouth and spat something out. It was LPG gas cylinders with green slime twitching inside the transparent tubes. After the Kraken disappeared, this was the item that Snake found among the piles of bones and items. The ectoplasm would stick to each other and form a huge lump, which would spread into its surroundings and corrupt everything. That was the result of the corruption from the Kraken. However, now that the nucleus of the Kraken had disappeared, the souls of the people have become simple ectoplasm again. When the ectoplasm is used, any object would be able to stick to it. In essence, there is no limit on the size and length of the spiritual body. In addition, once an object is joined, it won't fall off unless it is destroyed. Using it as a joke was prohibited. Someone might have to live their whole lives with the hands or feet attached. The number of uses. 5 times, that is to say mixing fallen souls together would create an adhesive like glue. I'm lonely and bored. Isn't there anything to be attached to? Woo.ssi, what are you looking at? Sometime to stick to, ha ha ha, I'm glue. Put me on everything. After shaking the tubes, voices mumbling could be heard. Ark looked at the tube with a strange expression. Even if it was a fantasy game, using ectoplasm as a glue was like a horror movie. Furthermore, if the adhesive was shaken even a little bit, then it would endlessly complain. It is an item which your common sense wasn't sure if it should laugh or be afraid. Where on earth would such a thing be used? When he first checked the item, he wasn't able to think of a use for it. Geez, even though glue could be used everywhere, why did he find such a strange item at this time? But after a while, Ark could quickly see why. The exit of the bone room was the broken lever. Aha, so if I hadn't defeated the Kraken, then I wouldn't have been able to open the door. Ark approached the level with a bone of a suitable size. And he opened the tube containing some murmuring voices and let it flow out. It's outside, awesome. Stick. Let's stick. After the bone was applied to the lever, the viscous liquid flowed over and stuck it together. It was one performance. Once stuck together, the bone and lever looked like it had originally been like that. The ectoplasm was also satisfied and didn't mutter anymore. Now I finally. Ark glanced nervously at the iron door. Only one thing left to do now. Just open the iron doors to the underground world. It was a new world no one had seen yet, just like the undersea world. He wondered if there was a mountain of treasure beyond the iron doors. Or a legendary unknown monster. Ark checked his equipment before pulling the lever. He organized the items in his bag and repaired the equipment whose durability fell beforehand. And last but not least, he scrupulously checked his character information window. Stat window, good plus 200 Dark Walker Cat Knight, caretaker of all, Jackson's Hero 83 NORAD boots. Movement speed plus 10%, avoidance rate plus 5% Adelaine's necklace. Death plus 40, affection plus 10 resurrecting spirit. Strength plus 5, mana recovery plus 5% asterisk. You can bring out the true abilities from all types of tools. After hunting the Kraken, his level increased by 2 to 95. Okay. Ark took a deep breath and pulled the lever. Kururu, with a ponderous sound, the iron doors were pushed out and rose up. At the same time, Ark's mouth opened absent-mindedly. What the? This is the subterranean world. An incredible spectacle unfolded in front of him. The place where Ark had entered was on top of a mountain of great height. Mountain, yes, it was a mountain. In Cairo, he had fallen through thousands of meters before hitting the ground. From there, he had descended tens of meters through the underground labyrinth until he had reached the iron doors. Yet there was a huge mountain of extravagant height. What on earth is going on? Ark looked around with a perplexed gaze. At the base of the mountain, a dense forest and deep ravine stretched to the horizon. There was nothing different about the landscape compared to the Brant Mountains. Geez, did I make a mistake? Even the stars in the sky, era. The stars are close. Ark looked up at the sky puzzled. The dark night sky was clear and there were numerous stars floating like jewels. But strangely, he felt as if he could stretch out his hands and catch the stars at any minute. No, it was not just a feeling. The stars were really not far away. Strange. Diedrich, check it out. Okay. Diedrich flapped his wings and flew away. And after a few minutes, he grabbed a star. This is it's not a star. Stones, shiny stones. Shining stone. Then the shine from the ceiling was because of ores. Yes, everywhere else is also covered with these stones. Ark's mouth widened. There was no longer any room for doubt. The ceiling was so thick that an ore mine had developed. It was clear that Ark had correctly found the underground world. But there was another reason Ark was surprised. Ark had misunderstood the extravagant amount of ore as stars. Low-grade ore could be used to produce various kinds of jewelry. One finger-sized ore was worth approximately 20.40 silver. But when it is a big ore like that, Ark swallowed his saliva and asked. Diedrich, is it possible to take it out? Ugh, no. It is unbelievably hard. I can't even move it. Of course, it doesn't matter how hidden the area is if he couldn't deplete it for jewelry. Even if Ark could fly with a pickaxe, he wouldn't be able to remove the ore. It was a one-of-a-kind jewelry, but stuck to the landscape. I have to walk past it even though it is such a huge chunk of money. Ark stared at the ore with bloodshot eyes before eventually turning away. Walking away from the sight in the sky felt like digestive juices causing a sore stomach. Anyway, this place is apparently the underground world. If so, a fragment of the three marvels is hidden somewhere here. And there would also be the residents of the underground world, the beast men. Guess I have to find them first. Ark checked his equipment again before heading down the slope. The area was underground and dark, but the ores embedded in the ceiling made it brighter than general dungeons. He continued heading down the steep slope to where the forest stretched out. When he entered, the forest immediately captured Ark's gaze. In the forest, the trees and plants were something that he had never even seen outside. It was probably isolated from the world for a long time, so a unique ecosystem developed. That is why fruits that couldn't even be imagined were scattered around the rivers. Whoa! Look, master. The fruit thrown around. Diedrich curiously tackled the strange fruit-attached structure. After he finished exploring the underground labyrinth, his stores of ingredients was running low. In addition, seeing an ingredient for the first time means that new dishes could be prepared. Ark rushed to gather the fruit. However, as soon as it fell from the tree, a sound was heard and the fruit broke. After many failed attempts, he had only managed to pick one fruit. And after ingredient identification failed twice, he finally managed to obtain information about the food. His foraging and ingredient identification skills were intermediate level. Even so, the fact that it was so difficult to pick meant that it was a high-level ingredient. Indeed, after he managed to pick one, his skills rose by one. Of course, some of his ingredients couldn't be used anymore because it became stale, to the extent that if he left ingredients lying around it would spoil. The ingredient level would also mean higher food effects. Such ingredients were scattered around the area. Oohahaha. It is a paradise for survival cooking. The fruit as a fruit, herb as an herb, poisonous plant as poisonous. Even if it was poisonous, Ark's style of cooking was to not throw any ingredients away. Ark slowly gazed at the ingredients and crazily collected it. It was to the extent that he forgot the reason why he came to the underground world in the first place. How far did he walk? By the time his empty bags were filled with ingredients, a bush to the side began to shake and the sound of a person was audible. Ark reflexively held his breath. He had been in the underground world for 30 minutes. He would have been relieved at the sight of a common wolf. But there was no monster. Soon two monsters appeared in the bush behind him. It was the first time he had seen such a monster. It was a cricket-like monster with two legs that smashed the branches as it walked. And the monster was wound around its body like a plant was riding the cricket monster. Enemy. Eyes of the cat. After checking the information with Eyes of the cat, Ark took a deep breath. Kangol. Level, Hook, 150. Aid. Kara. By the nose. When the monster riding it shouted, the Kangol attacked Ark. When a thorny branch hit him, he instantly lost 300 health. There was also a strong bleeding effect which made him lose more health. Oh my god, the first monster I encountered here was a level 150 monster. Ark's current level was 94. With his dark attribute bonus he reached level 120. However, no matter his ability or level, Ark was a strong opponent. Especially if he used a preemptive strike. Ark quickly judged the situation. The risk in this fight is too big. Even more than usual, Ark could not die here. He hadn't updated the resurrection place yet. If he died, he would have no choice but to resurrect in the place where Andal was waiting. Is such a risk worth fighting against a level 150 monster? Diedrich, Skull. Emergency Plan D, buy some time while I run away. Sheesh, Master. Should I let it hit once? Shut up. There is no time to be playing around. Ark shouted and turned his body. Then Diedrich and Skull stood on both sides, blocking the Kangol. If there were two opponents, the use of Plan D in this case meant at least an 80% chance of escaping. This was because monsters usually looked to the front to attack. But Sheik. Wu.Ramba, the one riding Kangol, had noticed him and grabbed wildly at the reins while shouting. And the cricket's body flew into the sky. And it flew 10 meters until it was in front of Arkansas. A sharp spear rushed in front of him. Pant, what is this? Ark rolled to the floor to avoid damage from the spear. Master, this isn't our fault. Shut up and move. The C.3. Do everything you can to stop this guy. Ark raised his voice angrily. The mobility of the cricket Kangol was unthinkable. He knew that crickets could jump up several times their height. With the trees and bushes in the way, it wouldn't be easy to escape this guy. But he still had his summons to even the odds. Yes, the pets should take care of one opponent. I have no choice but to see the game through. Quick decision. A rapid assessment of the situation led to an action. Okay, let's see where it is attached. That vine child will be begging. Snake, sword. No, the best cheap sword. Ark was looking for a cheap sword. Due to Ark's training, Snake could now determine the value of items and pulled out a battered sword. As soon as he caught the sword in his hand, he prepared to unbeatable skill. Blade Storm. The battered sword shattered to pieces and struck Kangol. However, Ark's habit of thinking about profit or loss in a crisis only worsened the situation. The sword shattered into dozens of pieces at best. Each fragment only did 5 damage. The damage dealt by dozens of pieces could have been done with one dark blade. Blade Storm used flashy special effects and took out a little bit of nature and struck Kangol for no reason. For a short time after he used the skill, he was defenseless. Ark received a critical hit and was in a bleeding state. Thanks to that, his health was quickly reduced by 40%. Eat this. Profanities once again emerged from his chest after a long time. He swallowed tears of blood and pulled out a pretty decent sword. It was worth a surprising 1 gold. Batarat. The offensive of 10,001. It was like a stretched out scene where he realized that money was just as important in the game as it was in society. Once money was involved, the special effects were different. When the sword shattered, it was with a loud boom and violent crack that spread out. And a tornado-like storm was raised and attacked Kangol. A little while ago, Kangol had laughed at the same attack. But right now, it couldn't be compared. The power of a 1-2001 attack and a 10,001 attack couldn't be the same. It was the power of cash. A roaring sound was heard as Kangol's vitality was reduced by 40%. And there was a double critical chance as the cricket fell down and Ark moved quickly. Damn, what kind of money do you think I'm made of? Snakes, deadly poison. The sword glowed green from the poisonous effects as he used Dark Blade. The deadly poison damage was also added to the damage that occurred from ignoring the defense. Kangol stumbled back and hurriedly lifted a spear. However, Ark's fury was terrifying. When he ran up with bloody tears, Kangol was astonished. And in his madness, he laid down a flurry of continuous attacks. Master, you're alive. Diedrich and Skull were struggling behind him. It was a daunting opponent for 2 summons that were only level 45. In addition to the cricket's mobility, if it wasn't for the combination with the enemy opponent then it might have defeated already. Ark's eyes burned red. I'm going to get as much experience as I can. His 10,001 anger was indeed terrifying. Ark shrieked and ran at Kangol, who was on the defensive. And using the A.2 plan, which was a concentrated wave of attacks with his summons, the opponent was eventually in a critical condition. The grudge of money is scary. Ark swung his sword and made a finishing attack. At the moment, Kangol shrieked and tried to escape into the sky by jumping over the trees. There. Diedrich, stop it. Okay. Diedrich opened his wings and flew into the sky. But unlike what he thought, Kangol did not run away. Been on a thick branch river is an abrupt and say pause began bustling atmosphere. Kangol perched on a thick branch and started talking. Eric, Norinus. Pant, master. Diedrich was astonished and stumbled back. Crunch, Waduduk. Quajuk. The forest moved. No, to be precise, it was the wood. A big tree several meters in diameter slowly rose up, and was it approaching Arkansas? And in the darkness, a few strands of ivy whipped out. He reflexively stopped it with his sword, but his health was still decreased. At the same time, Ark's face lost color. He stuck up his chin breathlessly. The monster that appeared before Ark was a giant tree. It was like the ancient spirits of the tree that occasionally appeared in fantasy movies. But this monster appeared many times more terrible and threatening. Dozens of vines hung from the old tree trunk and swayed in every direction as it threatened Arkansas. Plant Golem.it was a monster that was a whopping level 250. It's a fraud. It wasn't even a boss monster but a general monster that was level 250. Was it a mistake to come? Ark began to wonder if something was wrong. It was a situation that anyone who played online games would have experienced. The experience where you adventure all over the place and then accidentally enter a high-level area. In that case, if the user meets an enemy with ridiculously high level and stats, they would be forced to turn tail and run or lie down and die. Of course, Ark often experienced this in other games. This was such a situation. Before he entered the underground world, he had fought the level 100 skeletons in the underground labyrinth. The slime was level 130, which suggests that it was an intermediate boss. But as soon as he entered the underground world, he met a level 250 monster. It was not an ordinary monster. It was the same degree of difficulty as a tentacle-wielding monster. What the hell? I only came through the iron gates, yet what is with this absurd level difference? Ark swore as he attacked the vines flying everywhere. Even while he did this, his health, which was at 20%, declined and he fell into critical condition. No. Even when my health was 100%, I wouldn't be able to beat the plant golem. Skull, Diedrich. D.4 plan. Damn you, y'understand. At Ark's order, his summons scattered in different directions. Diedrich and Skull would attract the monster's attention until Ark was out of the combat zone. If possible, he had not wanted to use this strategy. After Skull and Diedrich overcame danger and attacked like in the plan, he turned tail and ran away. Then the plant golem shrieked and chased after the skull and bat. Meanwhile, under the adrenaline effect activated by his critical condition, Ark did his best to run away. How much time had passed? Suddenly red light flashed and he received damage. Skull, who wasn't agile, was the first to be killed by the plant golem. And not even 1 minute later, Diedrich was forcefully recalled as well. If he hadn't run away and drank a potion, he would have died from the damage. However, the situation was still worse. Because his pets had died faster than expected, his battle state still hadn't gone away. I can't afford to die, so I just have to run away as much as possible. It was a mistake to pay attention to the money. Fortunately, Kangol and the golem still hadn't discovered Arkansas. However, with the cricket's mobility, it was only a matter of time. There was no way to escape once he was noticed. Did I come here just to die? Ark was desperate as he heard Kangol behind him. As he turned his head to check, something tugged at his feet. At the same time, his body was pulled through the ground and it was dark. What the? Shoo! Ark turned perplexed, when something stepped in front of him. At the same time, he heard the voice of the cricket right above him. The footsteps of Kangol and the plant golem passed over his head a few times before eventually disappearing when they couldn't find Arkansas. Ark let out a breath as the battle state disappeared. Then he heard a voice from behind him. You are a foreigner. I doubt your appearance. Perhaps are you? Hee, that's right. I'm a beast, in the dark, the chubby boy replied with a grin. Yes, the boy was not an ordinary person. He was a NPC that resembled a beast. However, his appearance was different from the mermaid or Meow clan he had met previously. The boy had dark circles around the eyes with a ringed belly that popped out. And swaying from his hips was a short round tail with stripes along it. As soon as he saw it, an animal popped into his head. Raccoon. Volume 5 Chapter 2 You are listening at novelfull.audio. ACT 2 Take control of the raccoons, right? Right. Foreigner. Ark gave an awkward smile and nodded. The raccoon boy excitedly beat the ground with his tail. I see. Wow, I've never seen a foreigner before. Ark had also never seen a talking raccoon. But you? I'm from a raccoon warrior clan, Popo proudly replied. Well, he looked more like a big, warm friendly mascot than a warrior, but Ark nodded anyway. Raccoon clan, Ark realized that they were the residents of the underground world. Needless to say, he had been very tense and imagined them as a violent group of beasts. However, what he ultimately found was a chubby raccoon. He felt vaguely disappointed, even though one of his objectives was to find the beast residents. I am Arkansas. Young, you're called Arkansas. Popo nodded with an excited look. In fact, I really like the foreigners. What? You've seen foreigners other than me? No, never. But I speak to a lot of adults. The foreigners are not content to live in one place and travel around the continent fighting against a large number of monsters. It is really great. It sounds like a manly life. One day I want to live just like that. Unlike the other adults in this place, I'm not going to hide down here my entire life. Popo sounded like a countryman who wanted to visit Seoul. Ark young too. Did you enter the underground world to track down that tree monster? That could be a possibility. I knew it. Ark roughly nodded. Of course, Ark's purpose was not only to fight monsters. The most important thing was to find the three marvels as well as a way outside. However, even if he told such an important thing to Popo, the little raccoon was unlikely to be much help. I must find the village of raccoons in order to collect information. So Ark thought that he would ask Popo to guide him to the village. Popo struggled for a short time before nodding his head. Okay, I'll show you. But if other people catch you, it could be dangerous. What? Why? That I'll gradually tell you. Once you wear this. Popo passed him clothes made of woven twigs. It was a cloak with a hood and other similar forms of clothing. When Ark wore the woven clothes, Popo immediately shoved grass into his lower back. With his face hidden by a hood and a plump stomach, at first glance he could be mistaken for a raccoon. The disguised Ark followed Popo out of the cave. After 10 minutes had passed, Popo pointed in front of him and said, "Here's our town." It was a large underground space. Enormous torches were placed in many areas around the cavern with NPCs crowded around it. They were all beasts, with their appearance resembling a raccoon, therefore a raccoon clan. The village of raccoons was rustic, unlike the mermaids who preferred flashy splendor. Scattered around the rock walls were raccoon houses nestled in caves. Most of the caves were of considerable size, however there were no colorful decorations. On the other hand, the market was large enough to account for more than half of the village. There was a large range of workshops and shops lined up on both sides of the market. Ark remembered what he heard from the Miao elder Hassan. Which reminds me, didn't the beasts of the underground world have good craftsmanship? Where would he see the rest of it? Ark curiously glanced at items displayed in front of workshops. Just like in Nodeless, the items crafted by the Raccoon clan were made of materials he had never seen before. The high-performance design and craftsmanship was worthy of its name. If the level is lower than the users, there is 20% probability of causing fear. Price 3,500L, as expected, the prices are horrible. If you look at the experience of selling items in the hidden village, their performance was amazing. Just like the mermaid tribes, the village was also true to the raccoon family. All of the properties of resistance in the ornaments were hard to even find in items outside. The same goes for throwing weapons. It was mainly warriors who used throwing weapons, but the supplies would eventually run out. However, Sarita's boomerang was a throwing weapon that you could infinitely use. There were items that a magician or warrior would freak out about if they saw. However, the price was far above the performance of the item. Just like the mermaid tribes, the raccoon clan who was cut off from the outside had their own form of currency. Right, L. For the first time, Ark spoke about the ores that he saw when he entered the underground world. The raccoon clan would occasionally use ore that fell from the sky to obtain more money. The ore debris is a material that is used in many craftsmanship, so it is a necessity for the raccoon clan. It was Popo's explanation. 3,500L. Because it was between 20-40 silver for one ore. In terms of gold it was worth 700 to 1,400 gold. When converted to gold, it was a colossal price. Even if Ark used all the money in his bag, it would only be possible to buy one of the expensive items. The shops selling food and ingredients were also the same thing, with high prices. Damn, it is just like a pie in the sky. At that time, an idea came to Ark's head. That's right. The mermaid tribe and raccoon clan were all beast races that were cut off from the outside world. Then just like the mermaids, the raccoons won't understand outside items either. Couldn't he sell his Japtum to the raccoons at an expensive price just like he did with the mermaids? To confirm his idea, Ark quickly pulled out some items from his bag and showed them to Popo. However, Popo's reaction was not impressed. The efficiency of that item is 0. The raccoons will not take things like this. I have sharp eyes because we are the race of craftsmen after all. And we can go outside to obtain these things. A disappointing answer was returned. Then Ark noticed something weird in Popo's answer. Go outside. So there is a method to go outside from here. Of course. The raccoon family has continued to live by trading with humans. However, when we go outside we obviously have to hide our identities before engaging in trade. So gold is also used, but the L currency is the only one that satisfies the raccoon clan, so get rid of any idea of using gold. Or your true identity would be discovered. No. It's not that I just want to ask if trade with the outside world is not hostile, then why all the trouble? Why am I not allowed to be discovered as a foreigner? That I in the past, a problem occurred in Subarutalp. Popo hesitated for a while before he sighed and replied. The raccoon clan said that Subarutalp was in the depths of the underground world. The original Norse mythology states that the Black Elves live in the underground world. Subarutalp was as big as the outside world. The raccoon world in Norse mythology contained the holy water, with Yggdrasil in the center dividing the world into 10 villages, with each living peacefully. But then, he came and Yggdrasil changed. Popo ground his teeth together and nodded. Yes, a human with red hair came here 10 days ago. A red-headed man. At the moment, Ark felt as though cold water had been poured on him. The man with red hair. Using a group of thieves, he had stolen the Hartsul bead from Jiren before heading to Cairo. Ark never imagined that he would head to the underground world one step ahead. He couldn't understand how he came to the underground world and ran into a quest-related NPC. Ark had been the first person to discover the underground labyrinth and its contents. If the opponent was a NPC, then coming to the underground world without leaving a trace wouldn't be difficult. Then the Heart Soul bead is related to the underground world. Everything was complicated and entwined. If so, what is the purpose of the Red Man? Popo's following words were even more shocking. He said he was the Truth Seeker. What? Truth Seeker. Young, the Raccoon clan is not human, but the Truth Seeker was our friend. Any raccoon family would happily meet him. And according to an ancient vow, we guided the Truth Seeker to Yggdrasil. An ancient vow. A long time ago, the adults of the Raccoon clan made a vow with the hero Mabon that when the hero returned to the underground world, we would guide him to Yggdrasil to receive a test. So, he got the test. Ark asked Popo, who hastily shook his head. I don't know. But not long after he left, something terrible happened. A red light rose from where Yggdrasil was, and our wooden statue of Yggdrasil started attacking us. And every raccoon clan was attacked by Yggdrasil. It changed them into monsters that would attack their own people. Monster. Originally, there were no monsters living in Subarutalp. What does that means? Ark looked doubtful before asking again. Then what about the monster that attacked me? At Ark's question, Pope angrily snapped. That's right, Yggdrasil caught a raccoon clan. The raccoon clan caught by Yggdrasil changed into a Kangol or a plant golem. And it started to attack villages at random. I also lived in the village with those guys. Oh my God, was this the disaster Shannon was worried about? Now pieces of information were connected. The man who stole the Heart Soul bead from the Magic Institute of Jiren would no doubt be the same Red Man. In other words, the Red Man's destination was not Cairo but the underground world. Shannon had warned that the Heart Soul bead had an ominous power that could cause disasters. That's right. The fact that Ark met monsters with such absurd levels was because of that. Ark confirmed his idea with the quest information window. Track the trail of the Red Man to the underground world and you have obtained a clue about the Red Man from the inhabitants of the underground world. Not long after the Red Man came to the underground world, its patron Yggdrasil went on a crazy rampage. The underground world, which was once peaceful, had become a dangerous place filled with monsters, with everyone in the underground world suffering. No doubt this would be related to the Red Man who stole the Heart Soul bead. You have to combine these clues and find the Heart Soul bead. Difficulty level C+. Ark's jaw dropped after checking the information window. The combination of all the clues for the Heart Soul bead seemed to lead to Yggdrasil. And Yggdrasil was the culprit that threatened the underground world by changing raccoon clans into monsters. Of course, there would be Kangol around level 150 and plant golems around level 250 roaming the place. With Ark's current power he couldn't even head to Yggdrasil while taking them out. Degree of difficulty C+. The difficulty for the event quest was C++, which was the highest level of difficulty that Ark had ever gotten. Even if he could organize an attack, he didn't know if it would be possible with that level of difficulty. And besides this quest, I also have to find the 3 marvels. He couldn't think. The raccoons had a vow with the hero Mabon that when the Truth Seeker came, they would escort him to Yggdrasil to receive a test. It is likely that Yggdrasil's test would give a fragment of the 3 marvels to the Truth Seeker. Eventually the piece of the 3 marvels in the subterranean world should enter his hands. Damn, do I have to be an alternative to the Red Man? Anger welled up in Arkansas. If it hadn't been for that fellow, it might have been easier for Ark to receive the 3 marvels. However, because they turned up with the Heart Soul bead, the difficulty level dramatically increased. Of course, he wouldn't have found the underground world if it wasn't for that guy. Anyway, now I can't complete the quest at this level. Ark sighed before he remembered something and asked. You said that you traded with humans. So, that's to say you can go outside. When this place became so dangerous, didn't you think to flee outside or ask for help from the humans? The only path to the outside world is inside Yggdrasil. Popo's answer made Ark despair. For the time being he knew the location of the underground world. And he had hoped for a lucky way to go outside. Ark had thought that he could go outside and raise his levels before coming back in. However, if the path was associated with Yggdrasil, didn't that mean he couldn't leave? The adults are all cowards. Then, all of a sudden Popo spoke in an incensed voice. The other villages have already been swallowed up by Yggdrasil. Together with thousands of kin. The raccoon village where I lived had also been abandoned. This is the only place left. Nevertheless, the adults are not willing to fight anyone. They blocked the entrance, but I was able to stealthily dig a tunnel. Knowing this situation, it would eventually reach here too. The village that Popo had lived in was close to Yggdrasil. Because it was only a step away from Yggdrasil, Popo was the only raccoon remaining. But I'm different from the adults. I'm going to fight even if alone. Will Hyung as well? Because Hyung is different from the cowardly raccoon adults and a brave foreigner. Will Hyung fight with me? Just like when you fought the Kangol earlier. Ark began to realize why Popo tried to show a good impression since they first met. Of course I have to fight. But. Ark took a moment to answer. Excitement showed in Popo as a raccoon was pushed to the left. The raccoon clan suddenly staggered back as he grabbed his chest. What's up with that? Ajushi, are you okay? Yuck, Kook, Quia. Popo stared with surprise as the other raccoon's body started spasming. After a while, vines sprang out from the body and completely covered it. Kangol. In an instant, a raccoon had changed into a monster. The raccoon clans that had gathered in the market screamed and fled everywhere. Popo also stepped back with a scream. However, Kangol's body wounded dozens of stems around Popo and hoisted him up. Arkansas Hyung. Holy shit. Ark pulled out his sword. Boom, Ark swung his sword like lightning at the vines. Then Ark changed his target to Kangol. The vines poured out continuously. Ark quickly rotated his body for continuous kicks and damaged the vines. Growling, Kago, Namaru. Kangol was stunned and retreated. Kangol's level was 150, but it was only one opponent. In addition, there were no crickets and no weapons. And unlike the vines of the plant golem, the attack and speed of Kangol was not intimidating. This opponent is not that difficult. Ark damaged a vine using Dark Blade before running forward and cornering it with kicks. After 5 minutes, Kangol fell into a critical condition and tried to retreat. However, Ark's movements were several times faster. Don't miss. Ark ran and threw his body forward. And quickly followed with a double sidekick. He hit the back of the head with his foot and Kangol fell to the ground. At the same time, Ark swung his sword down to get a double critical chance, causing Kangol to lose all its health. Amazing, he defeated Kangol all by himself. After he defeated Kangol, the raccoon clans gathered and buzzed around Ark, who had shown incredible skill. However, the raccoon clan quickly withdrew, surprised. Foreigner. How did a foreigner get here? In the wake of the shouting voices, Ark Soups was covered. As a result of his fight with Kangol, the clothes made of twigs that Popo had given him were torn. Ark didn't know what to do and wore an embarrassed expression as he was surrounded by a group of raccoons clad in leather armor. They looked between Kangol and Ark with surprised eyes. That. Without saying anything, the raccoon soldiers lifted up their spears. Don't move. You're under arrest. Damn, let me go. Do not move. What did Arkansas Hyung do wrong? Popo swore and struggled. At that time, an old raccoon on the opposite side angrily shouted. Be quiet. Pop flinched and looked down dejected. I guess that old raccoon is the elder of this village. Ark looked around in silence. Ark and Popo were dragged by the raccoon soldiers from the market to a large cave. It seemed to be the town hall. Around 10 elderly raccoons were gathered inside the cave. Among them the oldest raccoon stared at Popo with angry eyes. I specifically told you that you weren't to go out there. Not only did you disobey me, but you also brought a human along. Do you know what you've done? This town could be in danger because of you. Hang. Do you still not understand? Why Subarutalp changed? It is because they believed the human. That human brought disaster her. This guy will also do the same. Arkansas Hyung is different. He defeated Kangul. Stupid. He is probably a friend of the truth seeker called to betray us further. How can you believe everything this guy says? He managed to come here after it had been hidden for hundreds of years. It is clear that he has some other purpose. Everyone, immediately confine Popo and the human while we decide their punishment. Yes, they need to be punished. The other raccoons shouted with their tails beating the ground. He is not the truth seeker. It was then that Ark opened his mouth. The eyes of the elders widened. What? What are you saying? I'll say it again. The red-haired man isn't the truth seeker. He tricked all of you. What do you know? How did you recognize the truth seeker? Ark interrupted the elders. To become the truth seeker, you must first kill the black bear mouse and be acknowledged by the Miao, the descendants of Hero Mabon. However, in the past hundreds of years only one person has been recognized as the truth seeker by the Miao. And, of course, the truth seeker was not the man with red hair. How do you happen to know this? Of course I would know. For the past hundreds of years, I was the only truth seeker recognized by the Miao. Wah, what? The elders burst out with a surprised expression. Ah, Arkansas Hyung. Popo couldn't believe it and looked stupidly at Arkansas. He was not the only one. The raccoons gathered in the town hall looked at his other and muttered. However, it seemed that the elders couldn't believe as they shook their head. Unbelievable. Even if he isn't the truth seeker, you might be lying as well. How can we tell? Where is the evidence that you are the truth seeker? This is the evidence. Elders, could you examine this? Ark pulled out a small carved stone from his bag. Elder narrowed their eyes and sat down while staring at the stone. Saint Star fragment. Yes. Ark had found one of the 3 marvels in the underwater world. It was a star fragment. It was an item that was nearly impossible to get in his hands. Do you acknowledge it? Ark was confirmed as the elders nodded. Then Popo pushed the soldiers as he shouted. Hyung. Arkansas Hyung is really the truth seeker. Elder grandfather, see. Arkansas Hyung is the truth seeker. A friend of the beasts, he is the hero that inherited Hero Mabon's will. Is that so? The elders touched their foreheads with their hands as they blew out a sigh of relief. And looked at Ark with weary eyes as they muttered. We recognize that you are the truth seeker. But that doesn't change anything. Obviously in the past we made a vow with Hero Mabon. However, it is too late. Yggdrasil is already corrupted and we don't know if we can even survive, let alone fulfill the vow. Therefore we won't charge you with the crime of infiltrating the village without permission. But with Yggdrasil corrupted, you can't leave here. Nothing has changed. What are you saying? Don't you understand? Arkansas Hyung is the truth seeker. Now is the time that we must stand up and fight for Subarutalp to be peaceful again. Shut up. We're not children. The elders shouted at Popo, who flinched and stepped back. He wasn't easily scared. Popo couldn't believe the elders and kept on shooting them looks as he said. The other villages are already gone. And no matter how much you hide, eventually you'll be noticed. Elder grandfather knows it as well. Kangol showed up at the market. That means they've learned how to come here. A heavy silence filled the town hall at Popo's words. So far, the raccoon clans in the surroundings muttered with low voices. But this situation started from Yggdrasil. Yggdrasil is our patron. If we fight Yggdrasil, it would be impossible to win. Besides, Kangol and Plant Golem are also our own people. We would be killing them too. Lies. Popo yelled wildly. Tell me honestly. You're just too scared to fight. Cowards. So go ahead. Just continue hiding until Kangol and Plant Golem finds the town. But I'm different. I will fight even if I die. Popo pushed the raccoon soldiers and left the town hall. Why are you just standing there? What are you doing? Catch him. 2 raccoon soldiers hurriedly chased after Popo. Ark silently looked at the sight in front of him. He had wanted to intervene but had no idea how. But thanks to Popo he was able to understand the general situation. At the same time, he now knew what he had to do. That's right, it's not only my problem. Ark realized that he had taken something for granted. It was common sense that a quest was a structure only for the user. However, there was no reason to think that. New World is not an old RPG game. When considering the games in the olden days, it was really astonishing. Those games often used the scenario of the devil being resurrected at the end. If the devil was resurrected, then the world would end. Even so, he had met a number of NPCs in the game. Even the NPCs that were formerly heroes couldn't participate in the game directly. What if? Please help me. But they would do absolutely nothing and just talk. And it was natural for them to leave the fate of the world in the hero's hands. The NPC could actively move but not through artificial intelligence. Instead, the NPC's behavior was computed using a CPU that calculated its performance. However, New World was the perfect game of the future. The game allowed infinite degrees of freedom for the user. And that degree of freedom was also relevant to the NPCs. Of course, although it is not a user, the NPC could also think for itself and have the freedom to act. Just like when Jackson's Lord gave privileges to the ex-convicts on Ark's advice. This is the key to solve this quest. If the underground world is destroyed, then that would also be bad for Arkansas. He would lose the 3 marvels and also the way to solve the quest. But anyway, Ark was a user. It was possible to look for other ways. But not for the Raccoon clan. The raccoons think of the game as reality where they either live or die because of the destruction of the underground world. It dampened their will to fight. If I try to do it alone, I won't be able to handle Yggdrasil. But it might be possible to win if I can incite the raccoon clans to fight together. Ark came to that conclusion. He had already identified in Jackson that users could fight together with NPCs. Yes, for sure. This is the only solution. Ark looked at the atmosphere and slowly opened his mouth. To be honest, I agree with Popo. What? I've listened to Popo talk. The other towns in the underground world have already been attacked and annihilated. And even if the subterranean world is wide, it is limited. No matter how much you hide, you will eventually be found, and when that happens, you'll be involved, just like Popo said. We know that. We also know there's no chance. An elder said in a nervous voice. Since we were born, we are a species that hasn't had to fight. Do you know why we live in the underground world? In order to avoid conflicts. We're just a race that knows how to make things. But it is done. I don't want to talk about the problem. No matter how many times Ark tried to talk to them, the elders did not want to hear it. After all, Ark had just entered the village of raccoons. In addition, their relations had been hostile until just now. Fortunately, the misunderstanding was resolved and the relationship wasn't hostile anymore. However, their intimacy was still low. It would be impossible to incite the raccoons to fight with a few words. There was also the risk that intimacy would fall instead. Let's withdraw and find another method. Arkansas Hyung Popo approached from the side as he exited the town hall. He had made a gesture to run away and hide around here. You see. Wasn't it like I said? The adults are all cowards. They make excuses but in the end they don't have the courage to fight the monsters, unlike a foreigner. But Hyung is different. The truth seeker is the one that receives Hero Mabon's will. Will you fight against the monsters? Tears were heard in Popo's suddenly young voice. Ark looked at him in surprise as Popo wiped his eyes with his sleeve and said. They're dead. Dad, Mum. Everything that I cannot remember anything that I know. The village where I lived was the first to be attacked. Obviously my mum and dad are dead or they have become a Kangol. But I will never die like that. I will find the exact cause of the corruption and regain my village. Hyung, will you help me? A feeble ache revived in Ark's chest. He had forgotten. Popo had lost his parents merely 10 days ago. Why hadn't he noticed? NPCs are also alive. At least that's what Ark thought. And who doesn't understand the grief of losing a parent? Ark was like that as well. When he lost his father and his mother was hospitalized, Ark couldn't cry. He had forced down his grief but going on a nightlife spree. He was grieving, but he was so sad that he couldn't feel the grief at all. Ark kneeled down beside Popo and stroked his head. Yes, I will help. But no matter how I try, it is impossible for with my strength alone. You actually know that, don't you? Popo swallowed his tears and nodded. So I'll have to convince any raccoon clan. The adults will understand if I talk calmly. If that doesn't help, then you and I will join forces and find a way. So just believe and trust in me for the time being. Thank you, Hyung. Ark laughed and lightly patted Popo's body. He also felt like a brother. Now, that we've said that. Once Ark calmed Popo down, they organized the situation in a deserted alley. He easily spoke to Popo, but he actually thought it was hopeless. The raccoons were different from the other beast species that he had met. By default, the meow and mermaid species were warriors. In the same situation, even if Ark tried to stop them, the meow and mermaids would raise their arms and go out. However, the raccoons were craftsmen and were afraid to fight. The most likely way to incite them is to raise my intimacy. The problem was how to raise intimacy. In the past, the mermaid species was completely isolated from the way, so when he sold them some outside items, their intimacy quickly rose. However, even though the raccoons were isolated, they could secretly trade with humans on the outside world. He didn't look at his Japdom. He also used survival cooking with the mermaid clan. Tasty food was somewhat effective, but unlike the mermaids, the raccoon clans were used to fire and would not freak out about it. When they ate something once or twice, then they would quickly tire of it. The other way to raise intimacy was to complete quests. But it was impossible to receive a bunch of quests from the raccoons in this situation. But what other methods could be used to raise intimacy? Suddenly a brilliant idea popped into his head. What about food? The food. Perhaps. No, it is the only way. I have no choice but to try it, even if it is a hit or miss. Ark quickly took out his pot and placed ingredients in. And he mixed up the ingredients to create new dishes. As always, one dish was barely a success after dozens of failures. Ark put the successful dish in a pouch for the time and immediately made a new dish. He spent the whole day cooking. Although he was dozing halfway through, his hands mechanically combined new ingredients. Suddenly, a loud sound battered his eardrums. Quadang, Delgurak, Bugle. The half-asleep Ark quickly lifted his head. Inside the pot, a black liquid was bubbling like crazy. What the? What's up with that? Why is this? Sack sack sack. Then Snake flicked its tongue and licked the floor. Eek. Don't tell me I just shoved in the pot. Ark quickly woke up as he turned his head. Next to him was a pile of ingredients and Japtum intertwined. He had laid out the ingredients to make a dish. Apparently he thought only ingredients had been taken out. However, he had mixed in a few Japtum in his sleep. And while he was dreaming, he had unknowingly put a few Japtum into the pot. What on earth did I put? Ark hurriedly opened his bag and checked the list of Japtum. All of the 5 weapons are there. Armor items as well. Other Japtum also roughly correct, but the number. What did I put in? Which reminds me. Huck, don't tell me. Ark rummaged around and belatedly found what items were missing. The essence of shining slime that he had obtained from the polluted slimes in the underground labyrinth. Although you couldn't tell from the explanation, but it would have been a large source of money for him. Because he was unable to send it to Sid, he left it packed on one side of his bag. Only now he placed it in the pot while he was sleeping. It wasn't an ingredient but a general item. The result was so unstable it seemed like the pot was having stomach trouble. I can't believe I made this mistake while sleeping. No, I don't know whether the essence of slime had completely melted yet. Ark picked up the pot. And just before he flipped it over, suddenly there was a belch and thick smoke rings rose from the pot. Ark flinched and looked down stupidly into the pot. The bubbling black liquid that was overflowing had just disappeared like a lie. And black lumps like jelly fell into the pot. Wah, what is this? Ark picked up the jello with a bewildered expression. At the same time, a message window popped up. Grab the materials required to make it. Unicorn horns 0 out of 1, corrupted fairy wings 0 out of 100, the roots of a mandragora that has received moonlight 0 out of 100, tooth of a hook bat 0 out of 100. Ark looked at the information window with a stupid look. For a while he couldn't understand what had happened. A hidden survival cooking dish. It was a result from a mistake he made in his sleep. The problem was that he hadn't determined if the result was good or not. Until the result was complete, he wouldn't have any information about the slime inner edge. However, Ark's advantage was his optimistic personality. After he contemplated, Ark determined that it was a good thing. This means I can't get rid of the slime essence for the time being. And I'm tied. From unwritten game rules, it should provide a huge benefit in the game. And because the materials required to complete it seem fairly difficult, the results should be beyond my expectation. Yoo-hee-hee, yes, that's right. It's obviously an extravagant prize. Ark placed the slime jelly in his bag and smirked. Survival cooking was involuntarily learnt in the novice town, and he had learnt the skill with the idea that he could save money by using it to cook rice and eat cheaply. However, the skill had more uses than that. It was fun to think of what other methods there could be later on. It was a mistake that happened while he was asleep, but if the result was this sort of thing then it was welcome at any time. He had discovered information that other people didn't know yet. It will soon be connected with huge profit. I would love to see the complete recipe now, but because the materials aren't things that you could just ask or look for, it can keep for the time being. Okay, it is a good atmosphere. Should I make an effort and cook more new dishes? Ark had an excited expression and immediately began to make a new dish. And finally 24 hours had passed and he could summon his pets again. With a serious expression, Ark summoned Skull. Skull, are you prepared? Clack, 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 clack. Skull moved back and forth as he made his resolution. Then Ark started feeding Skull the dishes that he had made. Skull fainted straight away with dark rings that looked like he struggled with over-drinking on the docks. However, the food also had a positive effect and raised his ability. However, it wasn't what Ark was hoping for. It's great to see, but this is not the effect that I wanted. Ark shook his head and made him eat another dish. Eventually the food made of new combinations of ingredients had almost disappeared. This is it. Once again, the positive effect of the food raised Skull's stats. Thanks to that, Skull's stats were raised B7 and he instantly reached level 47. However, that was not the reason that Ark had cheered at Skull. It was due to the additional effects of Skull eating cookies. This is it. This one is the key to the quest. Ark created a bunch of cookies with delight. And he put it all in a leather pouch and headed towards the town hall. What is going on? If you have something to say about earlier. As soon as Ark entered, the elder welcomed him with a troubled expression. However, Ark had a friendly smile as he approached. No. I have a different request today. Sometimes I go out and come to think of it, I experienced a new situation when I was there. When I find a new place, the elders always offer me a glass of water. So today, I have prepared cookies to apologize for my previous mistakes. Cookie. There's no need. Please leave. The elder said coldly. However, Ark didn't listen and took out the leather pouch. Why are you so shy? There's no need between comrades. Just have a taste. I made elaborate cookies. Ark opened the leather pouch and a sweet scent drifted around the town hall. The seductive scent was made using a large variety of different spices. If you think it is necessary, hurry and take it out. The elder made an effort to turn his head and look away. However, Ark was convinced that he had caught the elders in a trap. His nose was twitching and his tail swinging up and down without stopping. In the end he is still just a raccoon. They can't hide their beastly instincts. Come. Stop what you're doing for the time being and just eat. That's true. Nowhere else to be, so yes. The elder couldn't pretend and took one cookie. Ark's eyes flashed. It took. A raccoon is snagged. That was Ark's plan. Once he ate one, the elder tried to shove as much as possible into his mouths. The other elderly raccoons in the town hall also did the same. Although they had no interest in the cookies at first, they wanted to eat it after seeing him cramming a bunch in his mouth with both hands. An elder exclaimed as he was buried in cookie powder. Yes, the cooking skill is amazing. In my lifetime, this is the first time I've tasted such delicious cookies. Any more? Of course there is enough. Game over. Ark handled the leather pouch with an evil smile. Within a few minutes the leather pouch had been emptied and the elders had satisfied looks on their faces. Okay, it's really brilliant. Are you going to make it again? It's now. Ark then exposed his true colors. Of course. But before that I'd like to talk about the earlier topic. What we were talking about earlier. Yes, I've been thinking about it. I also think that the elder's idea is a bit wrong. Of course I understand your view. After a lifetime of making things, of course you're going to be afraid to fight monsters. I am afraid. You mean someone else? The elders shook the table and shouted. There's nothing to be afraid of, it's just a little monster. Our talent isn't just making things. Instead, we can arm ourselves with excellent armor and weapons. When mobilized, we can deal with any number of creatures. Yeah. The other elderly raccoons also beat their tails on the ground as they shouted in unison. He fixed an expression on his face that seemed like he couldn't understand anything and muttered. Then why are we hiding in a place like this? That's right. Why the hell would we think that the monsters are scary? Our patron Yggdrasil turned evil because of a curse. Isn't now the time that we should get up? Yes, the time has revealed itself. Arm the residents immediately, we must release Yggdrasil from its curse. It is not the time to be hiding. He noticed that the attitudes of the raccoons had undergone a 180-degree change. The effect of the medicine was accepted. A satisfied smile appeared at the corners of Ark's mouth. The reason why they changed was because of the cookies Ark had fed them. The raccoons couldn't fight because they didn't have enough courage. Because they knew that the monsters would eventually reach the village, they couldn't bring themselves to fight. That's when Ark thought about one of his ingredients. The Nurunma leaves that he found in the thieves' lair. The Nurunma leaf was a drug, but a long time ago it was also used to stimulate warriors. Therefore, if he cooked the Nurunma leaves it might have the same effect. With that crazy thought, Ark combined a variety of ingredients with the Nurunma leaves to create new dishes. Then he used Skull to confirm that it was the food that he wanted. Thanks to that, the elders' morale was raised, and once the taste goes away they would blame it on drugs. Come on, let's quickly prepare the residents for action. Then I'll gather all the inhabitants. Ark left the town hall and conveyed the gathering orders to the residents. Of course, he didn't forget to distribute a bag of cookies as a gift. The raccoons took the cookies without any suspicion. And soon became raccoons that were addicted to the stimulant. Therefore, the situation was easily solved. Therefore, we should take back Subarotelp with our own hands. Come on, get up. Kinsmen arise. Ooh oh oh oh. The elder's speech delivered the taste to the crowd. The crowd of 300 raccoons gave a shout of joy and aligned themselves with the taste. And started war preparations at an absurd speed. Popo looked at Ark with a strange expression. Ah, Arkansas Hyung. How on earth? Sincerity is said to be a way to connect with people. Ark grinned and stroked Popo's head. Ark continued smiling wickedly at the steady progress. However, this degree of wickedness was only the tip of the iceberg. When they finished the war preparations, the elders and residents flocked to Arkansas. However, is it possible for you to make more cookies? I feel like eating a cookie for some reason. Oh, you mean this? Well, there is still an excess. Ark shook the bag containing the cookies before taking one out. Then the raccoons forgot and followed the cookie with the eyes and mouth drooling. He shook it lightly for the poisonous effect to activate. Then Ark put it back in the bag and said, "By the way, before I do, isn't there a problem to be addressed?" What is it? Once the troops are gathered that you're not going to just randomly and recklessly attack the monsters, are you? Doesn't someone have to command the troops? I'd say I have the experience necessary to lead the troops. Oh, that. Then I'll leave commanding to you. As if it was troublesome, the elder transferred the command immediately. This is why drugs are horrible. Once you are addicted, you could even sell your daughter for drugs. Of course, it wasn't so much the cookies that were addictive. But anyway, the only person with combat experience was Arkansas. Even if he thought about it calmly, the right person to be commander was Arkansas. Ark was satisfied as he grinned and nodded. I understand. Although I am insufficient, I will lead the raccoon clans. Yes, so a cookie. It is 1L for a bag. What? 1 bag costs money. Oh, it's because I don't have that many ingredients. This means that I can't make it indefinitely. And now I can only create 1 bag at a time. But if the elder doesn't want to buy this, then I will be forced to sell it to someone else. Ah, no, 1L did you say? Here it is. The surprised elder pulled out an ore and calculated quickly. The number of Nurunma leaves used to make a bag of warriors' cookies was 1. He also used other ingredients and spices, but those were readily available in the raccoon village. In the end, the actual cost of the ingredients was 1 Nurunma leaf. Ark calculated that it was approximately 10 silver for 1 leaf. By selling the cookies for 1L, the ore was worth at least 20 silver, which meant that his profits would double. After all, it was a drug. No matter how lawless the city, he was worried about finding a proper place to sell it. But now additional money was received, so it was a windfall. All this because he mixed a drug's effect into a cookie. Of course, more addictive cookies would raise the price from now on. However, when it came to money it couldn't be sold recklessly. Ark only prepared 1,600 Nurunma leaves. He had to steadily supply 300 raccoons while they were fighting. It was possible to call him a clever demon. Whenever I see Nurunma leaves, I can just smell money drifting off them. Ark smiled with satisfaction as a new information window showed up. The lore quest exists in several areas in New World. If it isn't possible to receive a quest in the normal way, a lore quest occurs when special conditions are satisfied. The quest rewards given for lore quests are different from those given for general quests, as it is an important key to understanding the legends and history of New World. However, if unsuccessful you may be subject to a substantial penalty. Wisdom plus 10, Art of Communication plus 10, after a lot of trouble you have finally entered Subarutalp, a world hidden in the depths of the earth. However, the underground world wasn't a peaceful place like you imagined. Currently, the underground world and its residents the raccoons are on the verge of annihilation. As the truth seeker, you are obliged to help the beast residents. Fortunately, you managed to convince them to put in an effort and reclaim the peace of the underground world together. You must lead a group of raccoons to Yggdrasil to get rid of its curse and bring back peace to the underground world. You will also find the 3 marvels that you are searching for once you deal with the curse on Yggdrasil. Difficulty. Quest is limited to Dark Walker. As expected, the correct answer was to persuade the raccoons. Ark checked the quest information related to the 3 marvels and was convinced that his choice was right. In the end, the goal was the same, but he had to look for the Heartsoul bead as well as the 3 marvels. Of course these 2 objectives were registered as different quests. But a lore quest. Is the degree of difficulty special? What the hell does it mean? While Ark was thinking, an elder had studied his face and asked. So what should we do? For the time being. Ark replied with a wide grin. It has to be training. In the afternoon of the same day, Ark gathered 300 raccoons together to commence training. The warrior's cookie was limited. If he wanted them to battle without losing morale, there was no time to waste. However, when he gathered the raccoons together, a sigh naturally flowed out. The Kangul was level 150, but the average level for a raccoon was level 70. In addition, they had never been in battle before and didn't even know how to hold their weapons properly. But Ark soon shook his head. It's not. The most important thing is not the individual's level but group combat. How quickly and accurately the commander can lead them is the key. He had already experienced the importance of commanders in Jackson. First, he had to arrange the army regulations and then show that the ability of the commander was 100%. Therefore, Ark dealt with them severely from the first day. There, the raccoon that was gossiping come out. Ark pointed to one of the foot soldier raccoons. And after he made a horrible soup medley, fed him the awful food. Ark, who was in command, also switched the cookies sold to a distribution system. Because there were limited resources, he must appropriately manage the quantity dispensed. Thanks to that, the raccoons were always struggling with cookies. Ark was holding the cookies, so of course there wouldn't be any raccoons that would disobey him. Also, soldiers who performed well would have the right to buy more cookies. Ark introduced a reward and punishment system that a raccoon would feign death at Ark's words. A perfect dictatorship was born. Ark seized the raccoons and separated them into branches of service based on their quality. The elders had said that the raccoon species didn't understand battle at all, but Ark soon shook off that notion. Of course, there was no battle-related skill for the raccoons. However, he was able to take advantage of the NPCs by applying the characteristics of craftsmen to battle. When the father of all the races created the species, they had something in mind. It goes without saying that equipment plays an important role in battle. In particular, Ark paid attention to the portable artillery weapons. The cannon had a slow charging speed, but its range and power far exceeded that of an arrow. An additional bonus was also applied when used against a large monster, which increased the offensive power by 10 times. The problem was the price of the bullet for the cannon, as it was 1L or 20 silver. However, Ark didn't care. Anyway, the military funding came from the pockets of the raccoons. Until now, I couldn't have such weapons. If he thought about the outside, then he wasn't motivated. Anyway, the raccoon clan that produced weapons and armor all boasted considerable abilities. Unfortunately, the ingredient supply wasn't satisfactory because they had been hiding. Therefore, they couldn't produce a significant number of equipment items. I guess I have to divide the branches of service based on the equipment available. Okay, from now on I'm going to divide the branches of service. The first group will be lieutenants. Ark pointed towards the group of raccoons that had a higher level and stamina, and ordered them to be given the best armor and weapons. That number was approximately 120. The second group was chosen based on their high agility. They were given armor with high defense and artillery. And the third and last group was the rear support engineers, who took exclusive responsibility for cave destruction using the raccoon-only racial skill. Wasn't it quite fascinating to equip NPCs with items? The elder raccoon NPC supplied a war chest that was quite generous. It was public money that Ark couldn't take, because who knew when he would have to buy an item necessary for battle. So the raccoons were clearly divided. Without sleeping, Ark began to train the raccoons in the different divisions. As practice gradually continued, the raccoons rushed back and forth as they followed the training system. After 6 days had passed in game time and it was the second day in reality, practice finally finished. Ark gathered the soldiers around him and began to speak. Everyone had suffered. Maybe there would be some who said bad things about me. However, the trouble hasn't left. Hopefully you guys remember this as we head to Yggdrasil to rescue your kinsman and regain peace. In addition, it is common sense that training harder would reduce casualties in battle. It is my duty to ensure that you are ready for it, even if I had to push you. It was sincere. There was no chance of doing this quest twice. If the raccoon troops were wiped out, then his quest for the Heartsoul bead and the 3 marvels would fail. He had to achieve his goal even if it meant using the raccoon troops. Now, the serious training has ended. The only thing left is to reclaim the peace of Sub-Arutalp with our own hands. For the sake of the raccoon clans. For the sake of the raccoon clans. The simple raccoons fell for his scam and cheered hundreds of times. Now that all the preparation was done, the only thing left was to march forward. Just as Ark was about to pass on the marching orders. Diririri. Diririri. A familiar sound was heard in the distance. He wasn't hearing it from New World. He heard his phone ring tone from outside the game unit. What the? Who would call me at this time? In reality, it was past 12 in the evening. Among the people he knew, none would call at this time. Ark was going to ignore it, but he needed to feel relaxed to play, so he unplugged the connection. Wait a moment. The eager raccoon troops were left scratching their heads awkwardly as he left. Volume 5 Chapter 3 You are listening at novelfull.audio. ACT-3 Rehabilitation Stage Hyun Woo. A familiar voice was heard in the receiver. Uncle Guanhua. Rang. Yes, it's me. Did something happen? Why are you calling at this hour? I'm near Cairo. Yes. For a while, Hyun Woo couldn't understand Guanhua. Rang's words. He had been called just as he was about to fight alongside the raccoons, and all his thoughts were focused on that. Therefore he had forgotten about the appointment he made with Guanhua. Rang a couple of days ago. We were supposed to meet in Cairo. Yes. That I did. I mean, I was there for a while. Tisk, young fellow. You didn't get in touch with me for a while, so I forgot. 5 days had passed since Hyun Woo met the ex-convicts. 5 days was a fortnight in the game. Even if they traveled in a straight line from Jackson to Cairo, it would still take some time. Hey, You don't say. Guanwa.Rang sighed and explained the situation. In fact, when Hyun.Woo had stopped by Guanwa.Rang's house, Guanwa.Rang and the other probationary members had already been heading towards the capital. To time, only 4 of them went to meet Hyun.Woo in Cairo. However, there was a problem that they hadn't considered. At that time, the average level of the rehabilitation members was at best 35. However, the stretch of forest before Cairo produced a lot of level 100 monsters. They didn't know anything and just entered the forest where they were smashed. Oh, yes. I had not thought to warn you. Of course, if you go the roundabout way, even for a level 35 there shouldn't be that much difficulty. Because a lot of low-level players also came to Cairo. However, the ex-convicts who had obtained the location of Cairo from ARC, just moved straight forward in ignorance. What do we do? The Hyungs are sorry. I'm sorry to okay any dead. Guanwa. Rang chuckled. The rehabilitation members aren't trying to live through the game like ARC was. People were playing it purely to enjoy the game. But to Guanwa.Rang, who was caught up in the game because it made him feel free, inwardly it was quite frustrating. All of a sudden monsters had appeared in the jungle and it was so dense it seemed like a new world. They were high-level monsters but the rehabilitation members just cheered. I also wanted to see the Amazon, so this is like my dream being achieved. No, this is Jurassic Park. I never thought I could see dinosaurs directly. This is 100 times more fun. But although they cheered, their abilities were not enough to get through the jungle. In the end, at Guanwa.Rang's request, the rest of the ex-convicts joined them. And invaded the jungle while attacking like crazy. If it was any other party, they would have quickly given up on hunting in the jungle early on. But the rehabilitation members didn't care, no matter how strong the opponent was. No, instead the stronger the opponent was, the more the desire to knock it down burned inside them. Roko also joined the attack. When Roko left for her part-time job they would set up camps and wait until she returned to continue hunting, and after this repeated for 4 days they finally arrived near Cairo. Kukuku, now when I killed the Allosaurus I received a lot of bonus experience. Thanks to that, I went crazy for a few days. Besides, after I helped rescue the Migu Migu clan I received a bunch of strange items. Guanwa.Rang told his story with a proud voice. Like most people playing the game, Guanwa.Rang now seemed like a fully fledged gamer. Even though he crossed the same jungle as them, their game experience was different. Although ARC was higher level than them, with Sid there were only 2 people so he didn't dare touch the intermediate boss monster, Allosaurus, but the number of people in their group was 12. Also recovery was possible because they had Roko and the passionate will to fight was flowing in every one of them. The Allosaurus was a monster that was blocking the way into the wilderness that consisted of fallen trees and wheat. Although Hyun-Woo also met the Migu Migu, they didn't give him any quests. Is the quest only given to parties with a certain number of players? In New World, the quest scenarios always changed depending on the time and situation, therefore, he listened with interest to Guanwa.Rang's story even though he had crossed the same area. By the way, Hyun-Woo, who had listened for a while, spoke in a pained voice. Actually, I can't go and meet Uncle at the moment. Huh? What do you mean? Did you already go to a different area? That's not that there are circumstances where I can't go outside to meet you. I don't know what's going on but it seems a bit difficult. The guys were so excited to see you, they were cheering like little kids. I end the game, it's been a long time since we've met. Well, if that is the situation then there's nothing we can do. So how long should we wait? But it is possible to give you the food immediately. What? How? Please wait outside Cairo for the moment. Outside? Yes. When you reach Cairo you'll understand. Cairo is only for chaotic players. So if you are interested just wait outside and I'll give you the food through somebody I know. He is a hobbit merchant named Sid. And did you collect a lot of Japtum in the jungle? He'll also organize and sell it for you. Okay, I understand. Then tell him to meet me at the Bear Rock near Cairo. Yes. Hyun-Woo hung up and connected to New World again. Bang. What the? Flames blew from someone's mouth as they slammed the table. He was sitting in front of the hobbit, who freaked out and hunched his shoulder. The scene seemed like the little suspect was being questioned by detectives in an interrogation room. It was reasonable. The one who had yelled was the former detective, Justice Man. And the hobbit sitting in front of the group was none other than Sid. Is that the reason why Ark couldn't come and meet us? True, it is true. Sid restlessly said. Then the rehabilitation members lined up against the wall growled. This is the real issue, isn't it? This, after a long time, this really got me fired up. How dare they touch our Dongseong? That organization will be forced to taste bitterness. Ah, what on earth? Arkansas Nim being who he is, how does he even know these people? Sid turned pale as more threats emerged. Those who played the game would feel a certain sense of realism. Interestingly, if you look at a character's alignment, it would seem like you were looking at their real natures. Should he point that out? But a conversation would interrupt the subtle mood in the room. Judging from Sid's experience, the rehabilitation members weren't ordinary people. Furthermore, he could tell that there was offensive power just from the impression of their faces. At the same time, the impression they gave caused Sid's heart to beat so fast it felt like it would burst out of his chest. Sid had a worried expression. Even Lorenzo, who was a delinquent, avoided the eyes of the ex-convicts and pretended ignorance. The violent atmosphere of the rehabilitation company reached such an extent that he shrunk and retreated to the NPC. That it was because it was Ark, that Justice Man, that the rehabilitation company got so angry. A little while ago, the atmosphere was okay at Bear Rock. Justice Man and the ex-convicts had a good impression of Sid because of his cute looks, and it was a relief for Sid, who had been hiding a while, to meet reliable users. However, after he confessed the whole story about Ark and Andal, the atmosphere went through a 180-degree change. Anger welled inside Justice Man and the ex-convicts until they were spewing out profanities. I know Andal. He was the one that was hit by Alan. Justice Man growled in a low voice. I knew that he didn't get along with Arkansas. But defending the quartermaster so Ark can't revive is going too far. Why the hell would he do such a thing? Rocco also muttered in an angry voice. Although Ark thought number 1405 was the most calm, he was actually the violent former boss of an organization. Bull. Kuhn clenched his fist as he asked what was known. There's no water. Because he's a bad guy. The rehabilitation members were simple. It wasn't a matter of learning more. Violence was a key part of the world for them. The distinction between good and evil was clear in their world. The inner circumstances were irrelevant. If someone bothered them, they were a bad guy. It was a clear and simple way of thinking. Justice Man and the rehabilitation group were generous to villains. However, to the fellows who touched their side there would be no forgiveness. The police were also committed to that idea. Hyung.Nim, do you know? Number 1401 looked at the others with serious eyes. Number 1401 was a former con artist in the rehabilitation group called Jack. Tongue. It's not an issue that we can let him get away with. Justice Man nodded with a serious face. Justice Man, Rocco, and the rehabilitation members knew about Ark's situation. Ark was not simply playing the game for enjoyment. He joined the test for global exos to find a way to live. For Ark, the costs of living expenses and hospital bills came from New World. Yes, for them it was a simple game, but for Ark, New World was reality. In fact, Justice Man, Rocco, and the other members previously wanted to play the game with Arkansas. However, Ark had a distinct purpose. However, they were unable to bring it up, and now this fellow came along and bothered Arkansas. Arkansas. He didn't say anything when I called. Well, he probably didn't want to worry us too much. He willfully pretended not to know. They were mistaken. In fact, Ark had completely forgotten about Andal. His memories were of the N+C quests from the underground world. He poured all his spirit into training the Raccoon Clan. The training occurred for 5 days, and thanks to this he had already forgotten that Andal was waiting for him at the quartermaster. When looked at from someone else's point of view, Andal seemed more pathetic. However, the rehabilitation group didn't know that fact. Kook, Ark is also human. When he acts like that, I feel like I want to help him even more. Naturally. When it is like this, we should help out. Appa, I will also help. Heh, when the prince is in a crisis, even the princess helps out. Let go, let go. A rehabilitation member had grabbed Roko in a headlock while she kicked him. It's not that simple. Do we know why Ark didn't talk to us? He didn't want to trouble us. So, there might be a reason why he didn't want worry us. They asked again absent-mindedly. At that time, Justice Man folded his arm and said. Jack. Tongue is correct. Hey, former hoodlum. Yes. Yes. Me. Lorenzo was surprised suddenly and replied. Would you say that Ark had a hard time when he fought against those guys? Yes, the Dark Brothers' profession is assassinating foreigners. Even one of them was too much for Hyung.Nim to handle. Justice Man nodded and said. It is like that. Jack. Tongue, you saw Ark fighting in the event quest, so you would understand that he's not an ordinary guy. Our levels aren't even a comparison. But if he had trouble with one assassin, then their levels must be equivalent to his. Even the user is sticking to those 3. Do you understand? Ark determined that we wouldn't be able to win. But after listening to Lorenzo's words, we actually do stand a chance. In the jungle, Justice Man, Roko and the rehabilitation group had significantly raised their levels. They had fought through a dense jungle against monsters over level 100, so it was a natural result. Thanks to that, Justice Man had long since surpassed level 60, while others had reached level 60 a few days ago. Recovery was also possible as Roko was level 40. It was a party of 12 with formidable power. However, their opponents were 3 assassins level 120. In the words of Jack. Tongue. In reality we would unconditionally win. But this is a game. It is hard to win with such a huge level difference. Our offensive power and defense is too different. The level difference between us and Ark, who fought the assassin one-on-one, is approximately 2 times as big. If it was just 1 or 2 of us, we wouldn't stand a chance against the 4 guys including Andal. Justice Man was now a gamer. Justice Man pushed down his past definition of unconditional evil, and now understood the difference between ability and level in the game. If it was just skills, Justice Man was confident that no one could push him. But in the game, if a level 10 attacked a level 100 with a sword, he wouldn't even do any damage. On the other hand, if the level 100 attacked, then the level 10 would certainly die. It was an impossible match. The only way for a low level to win against a high level was to have overwhelming numbers. However, with 14 against 4, it couldn't really be called overwhelming numbers. If we die here, then we'll just be giving Ark more baggage. If it continues like this, he might end up saying why. We have to look for a way. Justice Man thought for a while before he looked at Sid and asked. Sid. Yes. What was he doing before Ark encountered those guys? That. Sid looked at Lorenzo and spoke about the former circumstances. The general store owner's quest, which involved Lorenzo. After they heard the quest contents, Justice Man and the rehabilitation members had warm smiles on their faces. That guy Arkansas, he was doing such quests. The ends of Justice Man's mouth rose. Justice Man was a former detective and had seen that situation many times. The former hoodlum couldn't escape the demands of the organization and would become a criminal again. Thanks to the sense of realism, Justice Man easily accepted Lorenzo's situation. The rehabilitation members who had experienced the situation directly didn't speak. However, they accepted Lorenzo like he was one of them. "Lorenzo, I guess your mind was troubled as well." "Yes. No, just, by the way, Ark also. If a pretty guy does something good, the law looks prettier." Although it was a quest in the game, the fact that he was trying to help Lorenzo wash his hands of the organization only made the rehabilitation group's respect for Ark grow even more. Then after Jack. Tongue considered something for a while, he opened his mouth and began to talk. "Hyung.nim, there may be a way." "What?" "Ark's work was urgent, but isn't it possible to do something for Lorenzo?" Yes. That is what we need to do. Then how about finishing the two things together?" Jack. Tongue spoke to Justice Man about something secretly. Then liveliness entered Justice Man's eyes. "Oh, that sounds good. Hey, Sid. Ark's quest, can we also do it?" "Yes." "Then, please invite me to the party." After Sid joined Justice Man's party, he fiddled with the system window. And after a while, the quest information window flashed in front of Justice Man. "Oh, fortunately it is a quest that is able to be shared. It is decided, so let's complete it immediately. What do you say?" The rehabilitation members all replied to the question with decisive voices. "Rehabilitation. Yes. Lorenzo, you might get annoyed with those guys. But in the end, they are your Hyung, so you should listen to their commands. We have to do everything we can to help someone change his heart just like Lorenzo. We were also given such a chance. Therefore, I am going to rehabilitate them. And make them join the side of justice." Justice Man smiled and said. Of course, once they joined the side of justice, they would have to prove themselves. For example, catching an assassin without shedding blood. It was the plan that Jack. Tongue suggested. Despite their numbers, the people that bullied Lorenzo didn't have a level higher than 60. The first hooligans would be lured in and forced to change sides. Then, the numbers of the rehabilitation group would double by 2. 14 against 4 would become 28 against 4. Even if there was a large level difference, if they had 7 times the number, then it was enough to try. Very good, now it's time to do the right thing. New World was a part of the rehabilitation program for the ex-convicts. Their social adaptation program was justice. At last, they hit their goal for the quest. 7 people are headed to the appointed place. Lorenzo said in a low voice. Justice Man nodded and looked at the old building. Okay, approximately 10 people remain in the hideaway. After they came up with the plan in the cabin, Justice Man entered Cairo using the lie scroll. Justice Man acted for the group. When he was a detective in South Korea, Justice Man was used to jumping into a group of armed criminals under orders from above. Of course, every criminal was too scared to relax in their own homes. At least Justice Man lived like that. But that did not mean that Justice Man never relaxed his body. No matter how outstanding his skills, no Superman was invincible. In addition, sometimes detectives spent years battling gangs in the field. It didn't matter if he was alone. He also had a responsibility to command other first-line officers. Because of him, the South piled up tactical knowledge. He was also a part of a special task unit that looked for countermeasures for terrorism and also served as a training instructor in South America, where it just built on his legend. And the hero of that legend used his ability in the game. The gangsters in the hideout are level 60. 70, on the other hand, the average level of the rehabilitation members was late 50s. If the difference between users was 10 levels, the chances were slim. However, if the opponents were NPC, then it was likely that Justice Man and the rehabilitation members would win. The problem is how many of these guys there are. The number of hooligans was around 17.20 people. On the other hand, including Justice Man, Rocco, Lorenzo and Sid, the rehabilitation side only had 14 people. There was a 10-level difference plus they were outnumbered, so it was difficult. Furthermore, Justice Man's objective was not just to win. He wanted to subdue them without killing, in order to rehabilitate them. And needless to say, the difficult thing was capturing rather than killing. There is no way to increase our numbers. If it is like that, there is one method. I'm going to reduce the numbers of those guys. That was the conclusion Justice Man reached. The purpose of these guys is to force Lorenzo back into the gang. The others might not understand, but they would have no choice but to move if Lorenzo called them. A few minutes later, Lorenzo's letter arrived at the hideout. I will return to the organization. But before that, there is a problem, so please meet me at the cabin. And not long after, 7 gangsters headed towards the appointment place. Those remaining inside were just 10 people. He was sure that they could subdue those numbers. Okay, before the other guys notice and return. Let's get started. How would you like to practice justice? Think about it before going out. Yeah, get extensions. The rehabilitation members took out their weapons with eerie smiles. Iron pipe, sashimi knife, chain that if it appeared in gangster movies then they had it. They had obtained it from the restricted area in Jackson, the rotting bogs. Well, the form wasn't special, but the members were used to such weapons, so they held it steadily. Furthermore, it was also a magic weapon. The iron pipes increased attack speed, the sashimi knife increased the probability of a critical hit, and the chain had a side effect that caused stuns. And as a bonus, Sid had the effect of inflicting fear. As expected, these people are ordinary. Now the rehabilitation group were carrying crowbars to fight the gangsters just like it was seen in a movie. No, the actual situation wasn't that different. Double bang. When he kicked the door and entered the building, the delinquents inside turned their head to look at it. The door roughly shook and scattered dust. It showed Justice Man in the background laughing. You guys, arrest them all. Arrest. What did you say? That old person. The gangsters said in an amazed voice. Ah, embarrassing. Hyung.nim should get a better grip of the atmosphere. Was now the time to recite those lines. Justice Man was sullenly pushed back as another member stepped forward. When a former leader of an organization stepped forward, the atmosphere was different. Suddenly he growled in a deep voice. Kneel down. We will receive it as your surrender. Indeed, the experience of the person was clearly shown in their choice of words. There was an immediate response from the gangsters. What the? Hey, it's a raid. Get them. Fearless scum, pull out their tongues. The hoodlums in charge got up. However, the movements of the parole group were a few times faster. Ha ha ha. How stupid do they have to be to think they could win against justice? And the table fell with a crash. They jumped over the chairs flying from all directions and swung their sashimi knives at the gangsters. It truly unfolded like a scene from a gangster movie. Also, as expected, the hooligans were slightly stronger than the rehabilitation members. However, thanks to Lorenzo and Justice Man helping out, the situation was easily controlled. Lorenzo was level 80 and could fight two opponents sufficiently by himself. On the other hand, Justice Man was able to help with his absurd stats, since he was armed with the deceptive stat of justice. That stat doesn't do anything when fighting solo, but in a group battle it had absolute power. However, the user that had a decisive influence on the outcome. Minstrel Rocco. When Rocco earnestly joined the battle, the odds quickly shifted to the side of the rehabilitation group. In the early stages, the minstrel was a job that most would want to quit since it was useless. The minstrel had low damage and defense, so they couldn't solo, while most parties weren't looking for weaker recovery or secondary magic. There was also a penalty applied to the minstrel for not being battle affiliated, so the experience they received in battle was similar to a merchant's. they couldn't fight and their growth rate was low. It was an occupation which didn't really seem like one. However, Roko always had an affection for musical instruments, so raised her minstrel with love. Anyway, Roko had never played solo. When she entered the game, she immediately met Justice Man and the parole group. Instead of fighting against a fearsome monster, Roko had more fun using her magic to save her appa. And recently, the minstrel passed level 40. She gained a skill that no one expected. If it was good, without stopping. That was Roko up to now. However, after the level 40 skill the situation changed. The effect of gentle reverberation was terrific. It became one strong wind that split the grassy plains. In order to raise attack speed and movement speed, Roko would sing the Song of the Gale. The Song of the Gale only raised the speed by 5%. The magician's skill that raised speed by 10% was far more attractive. However, gentle reverberation allows buffs to be stacked 3 times, which changes the situation. When Song of the Gale is stacked 3 times, it increases speed by 15%. In addition, the duration of the minstrel's song was much longer than the acceleration magic of a magician. The same applied to the Song of Life, which is used to restore health. For 3 minutes, health was recovered by 200, but now, Song of Life recovered 600 health recovered in 3 minutes. If health was recovered in a fixed duration, the effect was stronger than recovery magic. Although the slow growth was a weak point, the results could be favorably compared to a magician's magic. The minstrel who had no exclusive boards dedicated to them in information sites, and the users who did choose minstrel received a cold shoulder from other players and because it was lonely, cancelled their profession. However, the laws of the game descended, just like in a legend. The weak and troubled character in the beginning would change into a formidable character. We don't have to tell you what games or people who know that we talk about grunge. It was a fact that everyone who played games should know, even if they don't speak it out loud. Although a hoodlum noticed Roko's participation and rushed forward, the parole members wouldn't let him attack their mascot. Does this child think we're going to let him touch our cutie with their dirty hands? The hoodlum quickly collapsed under the attack of 3-4 rehabilitation members. The violence continued for 10 minutes. Eventually there was an overwhelming victory for Justice Man. Although there were 3 who resisted to the end and died, the rest were in a critical condition. Justice Man and one of the guys took turns to stun them. Once you put all these guys together, tie them up. Yes. Number 1402, also known as Fixer, used his racial special skill, Bound, to tie them up and threw them into a room. With the situation settled, the 7 hoodlums who went out had returned. Damn, that Lorenzo. He screwed us. What are you doing here? Us. Justice. The parole group shouted in unison. Peppa Peck. Guadang. Snap. Crunch. Soon, the faces of the rest of the hoodlums were crushed. Once again, 1 warrior died but 14 hooligans were captured. Now, let's cut to the chase. Justice Man entered the room with the hooligans and started the rehabilitation operation. Well, Lorenzo has told me about every one of you. Justice Man coughed and opened his mouth. Every day squeezing someone and threatening them, and even threatening a fellow colleague who wants to live more sincerely for money. You guys are really the same. Nonetheless, I don't think your foundation is bad. Anyone can make mistakes for survival, and once you choose the wrong path it is difficult to go back. But life is long. Although you might think it is too late, it is still early. Now, this is an opportunity. Do you want to be reborn as a new man and wash your hands clean? Sheesh, you're playing. I don't know what you're doing, but don't think it would end like this. When you meet Hyung.Nim you'll understand. Huhuhu, Lorenzo. The same goes for you, too. Yes, you're going to be buried alive along with the old man. He had given them sincere advice, but where was the expected reaction? A thick vein popped on Justice Man's forehead. Yes, is this friendly atmosphere to your liking? Jack. Tongue, yes. Hey, the guy who talked just now. Jack. Tongue gave a satisfied smile as he pulled out the hoodlum. The hooligans stiffened with tension. Looking at the atmosphere, anyone would imagine that some violence was about to occur. However, their faces soon oddly changed. Open your mouth. Jack. Tongue forcefully opened his mouth and ladled food in, and began feeding the hoodlum. What on earth was he doing? A gag. Is he being gagged? The hooligans all laughed with a silly expression. But at that moment, a blood-curdling scream emerged from the mouth of the hoodlum eating the food. A different hooligan who ate the food reacted the same way. What the? Poison. The hoodlums looked at each other with confused eyes. The only ones who could explain just trembled hollowly once they ate the food. Without knowing what the poison was, they were certain that it was something incredibly horrifying. And Lorenzo, who had experienced it before, could only shudder as he imagined it. The food being fed to the hoodlums was Ark's special medley. Justice Man had ordered it after he asked Lorenzo for any prior information, such as the effectiveness of the chowder medley. The gangsters were frozen at the unknown torture. Now, it is an atmosphere where I can talk. Justice Man laughed in satisfaction before speaking again. Everybody close your eyes and look back at the past. See what manner of life it was. The method to start a new life is surprisingly simple. You have to regret any mistakes and make amends. Then I'm sure a new life would unfold in front of you. Then you'll be living for justice. Now, the definition of justice is. What followed was Justice Man's theory course on justice. The hooligans listened with an annoyed expression, but they endured it. But that was just the beginning. The course finished after 10 minutes before someone else said. Ashamed of justice. Then how would you practice justice and live? Although the way that you guys live your life is dire, if you open your eyes to justice then you are already walking along the path to being reborn. Now, Jack. Tongue. You begin. Yes, I understand. Jack. Tongue stood on the podium with a small uncomfortable face. So I'm number 1401, called Jack. Tongue. In order to not be like an android production number, when I was young I was determined to be an artist. However, when I was 6, my mother passed away and my father started drinking. Jack. Tongue's biography began to flow out. It was about a kid who walked on a dark path and participated in an enormous fraud of an organization which cherished ambition, friendship and betrayal. Finally, prison life caused him to fall to the bottom, and one couldn't hear the epic tale without bursting into tears. However, it was too long. 3 hours. In the game, the story was told for a whole 9 hours. However, the hooligans strained their ears and listened eagerly. They weren't impressed. But if they dozed off for a short time, then a chowder medley was immediately shoved into their mouth. Strange. Come on, applause. Loud applause shook the room. It finally came to an end. Although the hooligans' tears flowed like they were upset it ended, it was a trick. At the end of Jack. Tongue's speech without any breaks, number 1402's speech, I'm so alive, followed. It was followed by the, if I'm stuck, speech by number 1403. The prison's bean rice, was the topic for number 1404. The speeches was to achieve the original goal, but by the time it reached the end of number 1406's speech, 2 days had passed in reality. In the game it was 6 days. Of course, the rehabilitation members had a good sleep, but if the hoodlums dared doze off they would be met with the chowder medley. This occurred so many times that they now had bloodshot eyes. Come on, now it is number 1407. What? Wait a minute. The hooligans cried out in surprise. We've had enough. That's right. Ah. What have we done that I regret it so much that I just want to commit suicide? Now we have washed our hands and became new men. Yes, we do not need to hear anymore. We only live for justice. So please stop now. The hoodlums with red bloodshot eyes cried and tearfully begged. You regret it, right? You will live for justice. Yes, of course. So one question remains. Justice Man scratched his beard and opened his mouth. The people who tried to kill a good fellow are around here. How do we deal with these guys? If you guys give a hint to the assassins, then we won't consider you rehabilitated and feed you more grub. The bad guys should have justice withdrawn from them. Who should do it? Yes. Of course it must be us. Do you also know whether it is dangerous? Justice is willing to spare no lives. The hooligans shouted like they were recruits in a cult. It was sincere. They had stayed awake in dark rooms, listening to the speech of the rehabilitation members for 6 days. The hoodlums were completely brainwashed. And frankly, after being tortured and hearing the speech, they were probably happy about the possibility of fighting and dying. Justice Man was revived. He looked at the brainwashed hooligans with a pleased smile. Okay. Then let's go practice justice. Justice. The hoodlums' eyes turned round and round. During the rehabilitation of the gangsters, Justice Man had sent a few people to monitor Andal and the assassins. And received the information that the 3 assassins slept in shifts. The rehabilitation group had 14 people and that number increased to 28 people, but the assassins were level 120. If they attacked from the front, then they should expect to receive considerable damage. In addition, the situation might become more difficult if they used scrolls. It would be better to receive less damage. Anyway, it isn't necessary to take risks. Justice Man decided to defeat each assassin. The first opponent was the assassin sleeping in the camp close by. You couldn't build a campsite adjacent to the village. Because of that, the assassin was sleeping quite a distance away from the quartermaster. Can we really do a sudden attack? It's a little cowardly to attack a sleeping person. A hoodlum asked with a worried expression. But Justice Man replied without hesitation. It's okay. We don't have to choose the methods and means of true justice. That is what you're doing. That's right. In fact, even in reality a detective would attack sleeping criminals. There was no reason to feel uncomfortable. Justice Man's party surrounded the assassins. The distance was quickly narrowed and the assassin was attacked from various sides. The sleeping assassin received a critical hit and woke up. Yes, you what? Noisy. Now, the group. Justice. Like a dog, the group listened to Justice Man and attacked. Nevertheless, the level 120 assassin was powerful. Although he received a critical hit while sleeping, his health only decreased by 15%. His basic stamina and defense was high level. On the other hand, when the assassin attacked, the hooligans each lost 25% health and each hit was likely to be a critical hit. At level 50-60, it felt like they were facing a boss monster. However, even if the level difference was 2 times as much, it was 28 against 1. In other words, the assassin had to defend against 28 attacks coming at once. As the level difference was so huge, half the attacks missed. But Rocco played the song of focus and increased the hit rate of their attacks by 60%. In other words, if Justice Man's party swung simultaneously, at least 16 attacks would hit. The assassin fell to a critical condition and took out a scroll. Number 1406, also known as Yapsab, was waiting for a chance, and it was at that time. Pickpocket. You have stolen the warp scroll from the assassin. Yapsab's hands moved like lightning and quickly stole the scroll from the assassin. What is this? The assassin looked stupidly at his empty hands. At that moment Justice Man, who had withdrawn, released the battle state. At the same time, he applied his justice stat. Justice Man's various stats rose in leaps and bounds. Eventually, the assassin was a victim of the group and fell to the ground. The assassin disappeared, leaving behind black leather armor. It was a high-quality armor as it was dropped by a level 120 NPC. As a result, the group played rock paper scissors over the armor. Hoo, only a man of my size could wear it. The one who won the popular armor laughed at the others, clenched their fists. We've dealt with one guy. All that's remaining is Andal and the 2 assassins. Now I'm sure that we will be able to handle 2 assassins, and Andal wouldn't be high level yet. 2 people should be enough to handle Andal while the others take care of the assassins. Okay, let's go. Justice Man led his remaining followers to the quartermaster. On the other hand, Andal and the assassins were still waiting near the quartermaster. 10 days of real time had already passed since Ark fell into the hell. Although the wait was horrible, Andal endured it by spending time in reality. Although the assassins were cooperative at first, after 10 days had passed and then a month, the assassins began to show dissatisfaction. Are you certain that the guy will return here? For sure. He must be quite impatient by now. Just wait, but we can't wait aimlessly around without a commitment. You made a contract. Are you going to take the 300 gold and then complain? Sheesh, at this rate we'll grow old and die first. The assassin murmured with an annoyed voice. Justice Man and his group then arrived at the quartermaster's. When they heard people approaching, Andal turned around indifferently and said, Justice Man. You were with that child Arkansas. If you remember my face, then I don't have to tell you why you'll get hurt. That child Arkansas, why he didn't come here? Did he ask you for help? Geez, I'd say so. Crush them. Justice. Stop them. We can't let them snatch the quartermaster away from us. Andal shouted and quickly pulled out his sword and shield. Rehabilitated group, take the guy on the right. The rest take the left side. I'll take Andal. Justice Man commanded and shot forward. However, Andal kept running away and it took time for Justice Man to do any damage. Although Andal had stopped leveling in the mid-60s, he used money to arm himself with high-level warrior gear. He ran around trying to escape and prayed that the assassins would take care of the situation. He ran away trying to escape and prayed that the assassins would take care of the situation. However, the battle situation didn't turn out like Andal expected. First, the assassins were handled by the rehabilitation group that was supported by Rocco. With their hit rate increased to the maximum, the assassin could not handle their strikes and collapsed. The hooligans joined in and concentrated on the remaining assassin. The assassin blindly used a scroll, but his opponents numbered 28 people. Since the scroll could only be applied to one person at most, it was meaningless. The scrolls could reverse the balance of a fight or even give an advantage. However, it wasn't possible to last against that many guys and soon he was collapsed on the ground. When the assassin was killed, the rehabilitation group immediately surrounded Andal. Now, it is time for you to die. Eat this, you lousy bastard. Andal clenched his teeth and hurled profanities. You shouldn't say those words. Let's leave. Andal took out a scroll and shouted. At the same time, Yapsab ran up and used a skill. However, the pickpocket skill only worked on opponents in critical condition. The skill came back as a failure. Andal used the warp scroll and disappeared. Justice Man tried to grab his collar just as he disappeared and fell to the ground. Damn, rat-like child. The solution is settled for the moment. Yes, but we cannot guarantee that this guy has given up. Since we don't know when Ark will return, we'll have to take turns guarding it. The rest will stay at the cabin or hunt. What about the Lorenzo-related quest? I got the keys to the warehouse. Well, when Ark returns we'll complete it together. Anyway, because of that Andal fellow we'll have to spend some time here. And it's good that usable hunting grounds are nearby. Okay. Now, you guys wait here while the rest of you will return to the cabin. And Justice Man recaptured the quartermaster's place just like that. In addition, they also gained the items the assassins dropped as a bonus. After that, Justice Man left 2 sentries there and became immersed in hunting while using the cabin as a central point. Of course, he dragged along the delinquents as well. One of the ways they could contribute to humanity was to kill monsters. The path to true rehabilitation was distant and steep. Damn, those guys. At that time, Andal, who had used warp to run away, had returned to Cairo. I never thought that Ark would call his colleagues here. But they made a big mistake. I don't know why Ark in this situation still hasn't come back. The opportunity is still there. Even if it takes hundreds of gold, I'm going to make everyone a beggar along with Arkansas. Andal logged out and picked up the phone. Alan. It's me. What's going on? Do you know what time it is right now? An irritated voice was heard over the telephone. There's no time. The situation has hit a roadblock. What? The assassins have been killed. At his level, Ark shouldn't have the ability to beat them. It's not Arkansas. Andal was prepared and explained the situation. And in a resolute voice, he added. I need your help. Ark is also your enemy. Damn that I told you. I cannot lose my fame with the guild. You do not need to come. The levels of these guys were only around level 60. Just send me more assassins. I'll transfer 5,000,001 to your account right now. If it isn't enough, then I'll send you more money later. 5,000,001. Isn't that too unreasonable? Isn't your new car in need of tuning? It does not matter. I'll just get it off my father. Rather, those children that I'm going to keep on stepping on them. That I understand. The additional payment is unnecessary. Please step on Ark because I feel the same. I don't care if there is a lack in money. Instead, please clearly step on Arkansas. Would you do that? Naturally. Even if I have to sell the car, I'll completely step on Arkansas. It was the subject of those humans who were flush with money. Andal was an example of the pathetic bourgeois that was common in the world. Yes, this is the service. A voice within the company was heard over the telephone. It's Lee Myung-ban. Oh, what brought Dorian.nim here? I was looking for a person. We don't specialize in that. As you know. I only know their ID in the game New World. But the guy recently took the entrance examination for Global Exos. He is using the ID Arc. Can you do it? Well. In such circumstances, I cannot guarantee that we can figure it out. As you know, it is difficult to hack into a virtual reality game, and Global Exos has very good security. You can do it. Can't you? If not, then simply say. I will try it. Okay, so I'll send the deposit sometime tomorrow. Andal, Lee Myung-ban hung up the phone and gnashed his teeth. You'll see soon. If you're not in the game, then I'll hire a solver to find you and beat you up in real life. Reality PK, it once was social issue which caused blood to be spilled.